right now. Hello, everybody watching on YouTube. Welcome into the stream. Today we will be debating 100 Trump supporters. So it's going to be 1v100. In fact, we already have our first Trump supporter on the line. Mr. Michael, go ahead and take it away for us and tell us why you voted for Trump.
Well, between two candidates, I just thought that he would be the safer option for, country and world peace.
Okay. Thank you so much for your explanation there, Michael. I disagree with you, and I think that Donald Trump has proved that proposal wrong. Since his inauguration, he's proposed possibly using the military to invade Greenland, which would start a war between America and Europe. He wants to go into the Gaza Strip, occupy, own it, forcefully expel and remove 1.4 million Palestinians, which would most likely imply a battle between like a lot of Palestinians, Hamas, and our American troops. And it's also the case that if we end up getting what Trump wants from Ukraine, which would be mineral deposits, well, then all of a sudden we'll have American boots on the ground defending Ukraine from Russia. So, any way you look at it, man, I don't think he's good for world peace. And I mean, that's just actual war fighting, death, and ethnic cleansing. This doesn't account for his economic wars, placing blanket tariffs on all goods imported into our country, which erode and destroy foreign relations. We seriously have some of our strongest allies now launching counter tariffs back onto our own country. And he left. So Michael didn't even stick around to give a response to what we just said there. Michael just left. He said, I've had enough. I've had enough and I'm going to leave now. So Michael's gone. We're going to go to get that next guest up in that live right now. Everyone just give us a minute. If you're on that queue, make sure that you voted for Trump. If you're one of the 6,000 people watching over on TikTok, you guys make sure that we are double tapping away on that phone screen. And let's go and get that next debate going on right now. And Talon, thank you so much for the $5 donation over on Venmo. That is incredibly kind of you. Shout out to Talon. And we're going to get that next guest up in the live right now. You all. If you're in that queue, keep in mind, make sure you voted for Trump. What is going on, user? Did you vote for Trump? Just Joe, what's up? Did you vote for Trump? All right, Just Joe's not there, so we're going to move on to the next guest. We got that next guest. Oh, sorry, man. I already kicked you. We're going to go to get that next guest loading in as we speak. What is going on? Did you vote for Trump?
Yes, I did.
You did. How old are you, man?
Hello?
Hey, how old are you?
Hello? I'm 22.
They got some lag, so unfortunately we are going to move on to the next guest. Guys, please, if you voted for Trump, hop in that queue for me, and we're going to get you up here. We got Sarah, our next guest, loading in. We'll also get Ultra Feminists loading in. What a name for a Trump supporter. What is up, Sarah? Did you vote for Trump? Sarah, you could speak. I hear you on your phone. And Sarah left. All right, moving on to that next guest. Here we go. Redwood Slashers loaded in. We're going to get all those guests up in the live. Ladies and gentlemen, here we go. What is going on? Expect? Did you vote for Trump? Hello? All right, everyone is scared of me today, man. Nobody wants to come up here and debate. See, this is a problem with a lot of these Trump supporters for everybody watching, is that they're just so scared, quite frankly. Hugo, did you vote for Trump? All right, Hugo is gone. Look at that, guys. Literally every soul, every human soul that is joining this live is automatically turning around and leaving and running away. Let's go to get that next guest up in the box right now. Yo, MEHR, thank you for the £5 super chat. I do really appreciate you for that love. Let's go to get that next guest up in here as we speak. What I do need to do is I need to mod. My main account so I could just pull up people from the phone. Okay, moving on to the next guest, you guys. Everybody, just give us a minute. This is taking an extra long amount of time, and I do apologize. It is absolutely insane that this is taking so long. Angel, thank you so much for the $2. I promise that we were trying to get somebody up here. It's just the fact that not a single Trump supporter wants to debate. Ryan, what's going on? How old are you, man?
19, bro.
19. What time is it, man?
It is 6:05.
6:05. Phenomenal. So you are not in America, but I do appreciate you so much for the love. But, once again, if you voted for Trump, make sure that, you're an American, you're in America. So, kind of a necessary prerequisite there. Next guest is going to go ahead. We're going to go ahead and get them up here as we speak. What is going on? Ale, did you vote for Trump?
No, sorry.
Okay, then please leave. Please leave. What is going on? Marosh, did you vote for Trump? Moad, did you vote for Trump? None of them voted for Trump, dude. This is unreal. So we have cycled through about 20 people so far, and not a single one of these people that is requesting to join the live voted for Trump. What that tells me, right, is that there's seriously not one person out of over the 7,000 people watching the live right now that is willing and ready and able to debate me. So essentially at this point, we have won, okay? We have won. These people cannot debate me. It is absolutely unreal. And we are going to go to get that next guest up here right now. I'm also trying to mod myself on the phone because it is a little bit harder to request and accept and get guests up here from the computer. I feel like we'd be able to do it much quicker off the phone. So we got that done. And we got our next guest loaded in. What is going on? Did you vote for Trump?
Yes.
All right. How old are you?
Huh?
How old are you?
A blessing to something.
Okay, man. They're not even talking to me. This is unreal. All right, guys. Please, if you're in that queue, make sure that you voted for Trump. For the 6.7 thousand people watching, guys, make sure that you are double tapping away on that phone screen while we do get our next guest up in here. We got the next guest loading in right now. What is going on? Did you vote for Trump?
Yeah, what's up?
Trevor, what's up? Did you vote for Trump?
Yeah.
Awesome. So why did you vote for the worst president of your life, man?
Because he's just doing great things.
Doing great things. What is the greatest thing Trump has done so far?
Well, we're about to take Greenland and Canada.
So the annexation of other countries with the use of coercion, such as military invasion or tariffs, is not a great thing. That is understood as one of the worst things that has happened throughout history of the galaxy.
Well, we need Greenland because
Okay, why?
we need green and we need land.
We need green and we need land. Can you spell green?
I'm sorry. Fuck Donald Trump.
Oh, base, Trevor. Base, base, base,
Fuck
base,
Donald
base.
Trump.
All right. Okay. Well, seriously, if you are one of the 7.1 thousand people watching and you did vote for Trump and you want to come up here and debate, you just let me know. Also, if you do want to support the stream and you're watching over on TikTok, you can support me on Venmo or PayPal, which you can both find in the link tree in my bio. At Dean Withers, of course, at Dean Withers without the E. You can also support me over on YouTube through YouTube Super Chat. And what is going on? Tiana, did you vote for Trump?
Oh shit, my bad. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. Love
No
you though.
worries, no worries. Moving
Sorry.
on to the next guest. You here, guys. Go ahead and drop a MAGA for me down below in that live chat, and I will load you up. I'm loading up all the guests on my phone now just because it is a whole lot easier than the computer. But for whatever reason, people are just not wanting to converse with me today. Yes, Venmo is back, guys. Venmo is back. We got Devin loading into the live stream, and we're honestly just going to go ahead and start loading up everyone that is spamming MAGA.
Nigga, fuck you, nigga.
I do apologize for the emotionally erratic child screaming slurs. We're going to go to move on to the next guest here. Looks like literally nobody wants to talk to me. Everyone is scared. Crazy how that works. What's up, Gage? Did he vote for Trump? Okay, Gage isn't here either. Okay, we need to have a serious conversation, you guys. Imagine that you were standing in front of like a stadium of humans, okay? And, you know, this is in America where politics are very divisive. It's split right down the middle. It's 50-50. So you're going to assume that about half the people in that stadium are going to disagree with you politically. So right now I'm standing in front of that stadium where half the people watching disagrees with me politically. But out of half of that stadium that disagrees with me, there's not a single person that's willing to discuss why they disagree with me. I find that insane. What is going on, Sasha? Did you vote for Trump?
Hey, so is it possible to participate in this conversation?
It's not possible to participate in this conversation unless you voted for Trump. So we're going to go and move on to our next guest, Andy. Guys, the rules are so simple. The rules are so very simple. If you voted for Trump, hop in the queue. If you're in that queue and you didn't vote for Trump, leave the queue. Andy,
Yo,
what is
do you
going
hear
on?
me?
Yep, what's up? Did you vote for Trump?
So I have not voted for Trump because legally I cannot vote.
All right, man. Then please leave. Like, I don't know what is going on. Brianna, thank you for the $2 over on PayPal. And Ty, thank you for the 10 Australian dollars over on YouTube Super Chat saying, I've been watching your VODs and I don't understand how so many people are willfully ignorant. Neither do I, man. But I definitely think that there's a little bit of a selection bias insofar as the people that end up coming on the stream. So, what is up, Asher? Did you vote for Trump?
Hi.
Yeah, I did. What's going on, man?
Yes, I voted for Trump.
How old are you?
21.
21. Is there any way that you could go into another room that's a little bit more quiet?
Is it loud here?
Oh, it's a lot better now. Maybe it was the other guy. So, Asher, why did you vote for Trump?
More of like a vibes type of thing. I'm just kind of like a vibes guy.
So the first guess I'm able to get up here essentially all day tells me that they voted for Trump because of vibes.
Yeah, just general vibes. Like I wasn't into, like
Vibes and aura.
vibes and aura and just like that type of stuff more so than like worrying about like details and facts and like studies.
Do you think that's a good way to vote? Just kind of like not worrying about the facts?
I think so because I feel like there's so many people around the president and like like the support system we have and checks and balances and all that, and those people can more worry about like the facts, and then the president can kind of be more like the figurehead.
Can I
just
tell
like,
you? Can I
who's
tell you a
gonna
little
get the
story?
job done?
Can I tell you a little story?
Yeah,
So,
go for it.
When the USSR existed, and they had this leader named Stalin, he, very similar to you, wasn't too concerned about the facts and was more focused on the vibes. So he fired every legitimate, fact-oriented scientist headed by the state, and he instead hired other people like him that were just focused on the vibes. And then what followed was a famine that killed millions of people because they didn't know how to grow crops, because they had fired all of their state scientists that knew how to do it successfully for such a large group of people. So,
is that
in other
what's gonna
words, the moral of
happen
this
now, you
story,
think?
the moral of this story is when you don't really worry about the facts and you focus on the vibes, people die.
Do you think that's what's gonna happen now?
Yeah, I think if you don't worry about the facts and you focus on vibes, people die, and this will be true. Even if we do this today, yep.
So what so far has led you to believe that people are gonna start dying about like 2 months into his presidency? What do you think?
Yeah, he
What
wants to
has led you to
ethnically
believe?
cleanse 1.4 million Palestinians off the Gaza Strip. I'm gonna assume that's gonna kill a few people.
That's fair. Yeah, I am pro Palestine though. So, but neither candidate was.
I can't even have a conversation with you. I'm so sorry, man. Fernando, what's up? Did you vote for Trump?
Yes, sir, I did.
Why did you do that?
Um, I don't think Kamala was the
Kamala.
best choice out of the two. I think he was the better choice, and I think in his first 2 months, he's done more than Biden has done in 4 years, in my opinion.
What metric are you using to determine that Trump's done more in 2 months than Biden did in 4 years?
I mean, I would say the immigration, that was a big problem for the 4 years. It was up in the millions of, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, it was up in the millions, and we got it down significantly. We got, rapist murders down.
Oh, wait. So
Um,
wait, so if somebody's held civilly liable for raping a woman and they show up to a legal port of entry to our southern border, should Border Patrol deny them entry into our country?
if they're trying to get in illegally,
No, what about
then
legally?
yes.
What about legally? I literally just said at a legal port of entry.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't hear that, my fault. Um, I don't really know, to be honest. That's a question. I mean, hey, I'm not a border patrol officer. I can't even say.
We're having a conversation about immigration to the border. I'm just asking you,
No, absolutely.
if men that have raped women should be able to become citizens of America.
Uh, yeah, I guess because I mean, if it's
What? I thought.
if
Wait. Weren't you just telling me that you cared about getting rapists and murderers out of America?
no, if they're came here illegally and we have no information about them, then yes. I'm talking about like the illegal immigrants. I'm not talking about the people that have
Okay,
done.
so you only care about undocumented migrants that have committed violent crimes. But if somebody wants to migrate into America through a legal process of entry, then you don't care at all, and you should just give anybody who entry into America. What's the
Will
point?
be
What's the point of a border at all if you want to even screen out people that have committed violent crimes?
Well, I mean, well, think about it. You have the people that do it legally, and they're getting cut in line by people that are doing it illegally.
You're not answering
That's the
my
main
question.
focus about it.
You're not answering my question. What is the point of even having a border if you're okay with rapists legally migrating into our country? What purpose does
I
the border serve?
It serves the purpose of getting people that are documented, knowing their history,
Wait,
and if
why
they
do we
do
need
allow
why do
people.
we need to know their history if they're not going to do any if we're not going to do anything with it? Like, isn't getting to know people's history just like a wasteful expense if we're not even going to act on denying entry to rapists?
No, absolutely not. I mean, if they do deny it to rapists, then that's them. I don't know what they do down there.
I know. I'm
If
asking
they
you what
allow
we
it,
should do. Should we deny
oh,
entry to rapists?
um, I mean, Truthfully, I don't know. I don't have the answer to that.
What?
If it was up to, if hold on, wait, hold
Wait,
on,
wait.
let me finish.
So you don't?
Well-
Should we let serial killers legally migrate to America?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, so
I
we shouldn't let
think-
serial killers legally migrate to America. Should we let serial rapists legally migrate to America?
I don't think so either. I think
Should,
okay.
So should we
I
should we
agree.
let a one-count rapist legally migrate into America?
I would look into. I would say it depends on the case. It depends on everything like that.
Okay,
I would
great.
Look into the
Forced
history.
unconsensual intercourse.
I'm sorry.
Forced unconsensual intercourse.
Then yeah, I would say no. I would say the people that need to come here that want to do something good with their lives here in this country. I
Okay,
think that's
all
the
right. So
only-
you think that we should deny entry into America for rapists? Do you think it should be harder to become president or citizen?
Oh, I would say definitely president.
Okay, so you don't think that you should be able to become a citizen if you're a rapist, and it should be harder to become a president than a citizen. So obviously, you shouldn't be able to become a president if you're held civilly liable for rape either, right?
Right. Are you trying to refer to Trump right now?
Well, I am, because Donald Trump has been held civilly liable for the rape of E. Jean Carroll, and you just affirmed that Donald Trump shouldn't have even been eligible to run for the presidency.
Has he been convicted of it, or has he just been alleged?
I just told you. He was held civilly liable for it.
Was he? And again, man, I'm not saying he's a good person. I'm just saying out of the two candidates, he was the one that was the best pick. I'm not saying he's a great person at all. Both candidates aren't great people, in my opinion.
But you do agree that
I mean-
he shouldn't have been able to run?
Sure. I mean, if there was a better choice,
Has Kamala Harris done anything that you would find to be disqualifying?
yeah.
Like what?
I would say because I remember seeing your debate with Charlie Kirk, and I thought that was a really good debate. Between y'all two too. I mean, I know you and your friend Parker had that debate, but that's getting off topic.
He's
but
actually debating Charlie Kirk as we speak.
really, that's cool.
I leaked that.
and
I should
again-
have leaked that. I'm such a bad friend. Continue.
Hey man, I'm glad I got the insider. But I think both of y'all made really good points. Again, I think Charlie Kirk brings up really good points. I'm not saying that you didn't bring up any good points either. But as he said too, correct me if I'm wrong, when she was the DA of, was it San Francisco?
DA
Am I
of
right on
San
that?
Fran. There you go.
Yeah, and then the GA as well too. Crime rates went up. Criminals were getting let out. It was just terrible. She had no good leadership on that part.
Wait, Donald
And
Trump
then
said that
also-
San Francisco was great while she was DA.
Oh, did he? I've never seen that before.
Yeah, he said 15
mean,
years ago San Francisco is great. That's when she was DA.
I'm sure people say a lot of things that they don't mean just to, for publicity. Trust me, I think that's a thing that happens everywhere.
Wait, so you're saying that
But-
Donald Trump didn't mean it? Could you give me any evidence that Donald Trump didn't mean it?
I also think the fact that
Wait, can you give me any evidence that Donald Trump didn't mean that?
no, I'm just saying I'm just saying that a lot of people say a lot of things that they don't mean.
Okay, and I
or
was
they
just
just say
asking
it
you if
just
you
to
could give me
sound
any
nice, you know
evidence
what I
that
mean?
Donald Trump didn't mean what he said about Kamala Harris.
I couldn't. I couldn't. Off the top of my
Okay,
head. no,
okay.
sir.
Do you think it's okay to believe in things without evidence? Wait. Actually, give me
I
one
mean,
second.
again, I
give me,
think
give me,
it's- I
give me
think
one
there's-
second. One second here, man.
No worries.
Yo, Parker, I'm on stream right now, and everybody could hear you.
I'm sorry, dude. Charlie Kirk just kicked me out.
What?
Kicked me out.
What happened? Wait. Tell the stream real quick. Tell the stream real quick.
Okay, Chad. So I just showed up to California State University to debate Charlie Kirk in person, and he just kicked me out after a few questions. I asked him to do the Elon salute, and he wouldn't do like the direct, specific salute, but he was acting like he was doing it. And then I brought up the fact that he disagreed with slavery throughout all history, and he wouldn't answer the question. He actively was trying not to answer it. It was really funny. It took me so long to try and get him to answer that, and he wouldn't do it. And then he kind of contradicted that. And then also at the end, I was like, he's like, "Do you want a cap?" I'm like, "No, I wouldn't take a hat that supports a rapist." And then after I was like, "Oh, so do you support him even though he was held civilly liable, forcibly penetrating E. Jean Carroll's vagina against her will?" And that was pretty much it. And then I got kicked out. And they said, "Oh, you're done," and I had to walk away.
And you got it all recorded, right?
Yes.
Well, Parker, I cannot wait to see this. I'm so happy that you were able to show up and actually talk to him and shit on Charlie Kirk. We've all been wanting to see that for a while.
He's so scared. He actively was terrified to talk to me. I
Well,
was like, "Bro, why are you scared to talk to me?"
did
I was
he
"Would you debate me after?" I asked him would you debate me after, where we're not in a podcast? He's like, "No." Like, I only debate people who are acting in good faith.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Well, Parker, we appreciate the update. When you're back at the crib, you should hop on the stream and tell us more.
I will. Appreciate y'all.
All right. Peace out, Parker. Peace out, Parker. Everybody, show some love to Parker down below in that chat. Show some love to Parker down below in that chat. Now, Fernando, going back to where we picked up, we're going to go and pick up where we left off. So I asked you if a rapist should be able to become a citizen of America. You said no, right? And then I asked you if it should be harder to become president than a citizen. You said yes. So then I affirmed that means you also think that a rapist shouldn't be able to become president. And you said yes, in which I then informed you that Donald Trump is an adjudicated rapist, meaning that you think that Donald Trump should have been disqualified from the presidency. You conceded. And then I asked you if Kamala Harris has done anything which is disqualifying for running for the presidency, and you've still yet to tell me.
No, I did. I definitely did. I said
You told me that she was shitty DA. Under what metric? Also, just being a wait. You think that being a shitty DA means that you shouldn't be eligible to run for the presidency, and that's equivalent to raping a woman?
No, I never said any of that. I mean, I don't appreciate the words being put in my mouth. I just said off of what the debate was said. What the debate was said between you and Charlie Kirk, again, which is ironic that Parker just debated him. But even the fact checkers at Jubilee put that she got, really terrible ratings as a DA. And
wait, what was one bad decision she made as a DA?
Oh, that I know of? I don't know. But
so then why are you talking about things that you don't know about? Like if you're gonna make the claim that Kamala Harris was a bad DA, right? Well, then I'd find it quite necessary that you'd be able to instantiate at least like one bad thing she did, right?
Right.
And then why do you care about Kamala Harris's supposed bad ratings, but then you don't care about Donald Trump's?
I never said I didn't. I'm just trying to speak my mind. So
well, I'm just trying to determine why you think that Donald Trump is a better presidential candidate than Kamala Harris. That's all.
Because he has more experience. I think the 2016 and the 2020 was not a great presidency, but it was definitely a lot better than it would have been under Kamala Harris.
Kamala Harris is how you pronounce her name. Okay.
Kamala.
So you're saying that he had more experience. So did you know that Donald Trump's running point in 2015 was that he had no experience in government? And not to mention that Kamala Harris quite literally has more experience than he does in government?
Sure. But again, he was also a great businessman. There was no new wars under him, I believe.
Wait, false. We had a new Turkish-Kurdish war under his presidency, as well as we had a proxy war with Russia and Syria, as well as a 432% increase in drone strikes in the Middle East. Not to mention that the new wars under the Biden-Harris administration were not caused by the Biden-Harris administration, so I don't understand why you'd attribute any responsibility or culpability to them for them.
Right. And also there weren't any veteran deaths for 16 months as well, too. I was going to add on to that.
Wait, veteran deaths? Do you mean like deaths of like active serving combat members?
I believe so. I think that's what it was.
There were significantly more like deaths in battle under Trump's administration compared to Biden and Harris's administration. 16
Not
under
the ones
Biden,
that I've seen,
16 under Biden and Harris, then like 63 under Trump, and that's coming straight from the DoD's website.
Again, like I said, it was for 16 months. So after the 16 months could have been some, but I think that was a long time for there not to be any casualties.
Why should we care if there was more deaths under Trump's administration as a whole?
I'm just saying it's an added benefit. And
I don't think it's an added benefit because there was more deaths under his administration.
Oh, well, not that I've seen. But again,
wait, that's coming straight from the DoD website. That is literally coming straight from our Department of Defense.
Again, that's why I said, correct me if I'm wrong. That's why I always say it, just because I don't know everything, and it seems like you do. That's all I say it. I mean, again, I'm not trying to do a gotcha on you, but I'm just saying what I've seen and read. That's it. And to cite them specifically, I couldn't do that.
Can I ask you a question real quick? What is your favorite Trump policy?
Trump policy? I think the immigration one, and then also
what's his immigration policy?
To get every illegal immigrant out of here that's not supposed to be here.
So you agree with mass deportation?
Sure.
Can you name one way that undocumented migrants that have not committed violent crimes harm, hurt, or affect you, me, any other American or America as a whole?
We don't know anything about them. We don't know where they came from. We don't know their background. It is also unfair that the people that are trying to come here legally, like my grandfather, get cut in line by people that just want to break in. I don't think that that's right.
Okay, so can you answer my question? So are you saying like the harm that they generate is being unfair to individuals pursuing legal means of entry?
Well, I mean, you said without saying like attack and assaults. Is that what you said?
Yeah,
without
undocumented
without
migrants that have not committed violent crimes. What is one way that they harm, hurt, or affect America in a negative way?
okay, harm, hurt, or affect America. So, like I said before, we have no history about them. We don't know what they've done, where they came from. We don't know what their intentions are. Again, and it is also
But
unfair that
that's
we are
not
trying
answering my
to.
question. Like
I don't
you're
know.
you're reading off of a note card saying that we don't know who they
I'm
are
I'm in
doesn't
my room
harm,
right now,
hurt, or
bro.
affect anybody. Like I'm asking you to name one like negative consequence of undocumented migrants that have not committed violent crimes in our country.
And that's an illegal crime as it is. That's a felony as it is.
Okay,
Crossing a border
so you think that breaking
illegally.
the law always
I
generates
don't know.
harm. So when gay marriage was illegal, if two gay men got married, would that be harmful?
Absolutely. We're not talking about marriage. It's marriage and border are two different things, man.
Well,
You
no,
can't
you just
compare
told
the
me
two. I
that
mean, it's
they hurt America by breaking the law. So your principle here is
yes,
that
and it's
breaking the
also
law hurts America. So when two gay men would get married, when gay marriage was breaking the law, when it was illegal, did that hurt America?
no, because at that time there's a lot of stuff going
Okay.
on. I mean,
Okay, so
see,
then
stuff
just
that
merely
happened,
just
that happened
merely
50
breaking
years
the
in the
law.
past that happens now.
So
It's
breaking the
not.
law doesn't necessarily hurt America. So why does undocumented
It depends.
so then how do
It
undocumented
depends on the
migrants
law that
who have
is.
not committed violent crimes hurt America?
Okay, it depends on the law that is being broken.
Well, if it
That's
depends
why
on the
there's
law
levels
that's
to
being
it. That's why
broken,
there's.
wait. If it depends on the law that's being broken, then it doesn't hurt America because it's breaking the law. It hurts America for some other reason.
It still hurts America, though, right?
But you're saying it'd be for some other reason, not that it's merely breaking the law. So what's the other reason
Right.
that
Again,
undocumented migrants
like
have
I
not committed
said,
violent crimes hurt America?
right. Like I've said, there's different levels to crimes. I'm pretty sure getting gay marriage, like how long ago was it? 50 years ago or so?
No,
Wasn't a
early
huge crime.
2000s.
I'm sure it was illegal in the 2000s.
Yes.
Really? I did not know that.
Okay.
Well, again, we've grown a lot since then, and now it's become legal. But again, it is a different thing because we know about those two gay guys. We don't know anything about these people coming over, man. We don't know anything about them. We don't know who they are and what they've done. Again,
Okay, well,
that's
if your
why I
only issue
said
with undocumented migrants in America is that we just don't know who they are, so seemingly if we were to offer them a pathway to
it's
residency or citizenship, we'd be able to document them, know who they are, and acknowledge that they could continue to live in America while productively providing to the economy. So seemingly mass amnesty would solve the problem that you have with undocumented migrants, no?
right, but they need to do it the right way, like everybody else. That
What
every
do you
other
mean the right way?
legal, you do the process, man. Yeah,
Wait.
I don't
But
know.
if we were to implement a process of offering undocumented migrants a pathway to residency or citizenship, they would be doing the process. They would be doing it
Yeah,
the
absolutely.
right way.
Yeah,
So do you
as long
support
as you
offering all undocumented migrants in America that have not committed violent crimes a pathway to residency or citizenship?
yeah, as long as they do it the right way, as long as you do it the legal way, and as long as we know who you are and what we're letting in, that
Wait,
is
so
all
then
that
you
matters.
disagree with
But
mass deportation because you'd prefer a system in which we offer undocumented migrants mass amnesty. So you agree with the Democratic position,
I,
not the conservative position.
I said do it the right way. The fact this is a hypothetical that you're putting up. The right way is you get in line and you wait your turn and you do what you do the process basically. These people that
Wait,
are
so then
coming
is
in are
why
doing
is mass amnesty not the right way?
because it's not up to what I or you want, man. It's higher up than that. I mean, I
Fernando,
hate to say
that
it.
sentence made no sense to me. I'm asking you why you disagree with mass amnesty.
I've never heard of it before. You've brought it up. To be honest with you, I've never heard it before you brought it up.
Okay,
So
I'm
you're
gonna
saying
try to give you my position here. I disagree
sure,
with
go
mass
ahead.
deportation because it's really expensive, and undocumented migrants pay a lot in taxes, all right? And it has a lot of ethical concerns because I don't agree with stripping a working mother or father away from their family. Okay? What I prefer over mass deportation is to instead offer all undocumented migrants that have not committed violent crimes a pathway to residency or citizenship, where they could become citizens just like you and me. Continue to be productive providers to the American economy, continue to live and stay with their family while working and increasing the GDP to increase their quality of life and our quality of life.
Okay. I mean, again, if that was a way to do it, then that sounds great. But unfortunately, it's not. And the legal way to do it, they're choosing not to go to the legal way.
That is a way to do it. Why is that not a way to do it? I'm confused on what you're saying here.
Is the amnesty implemented? Like, can they do it now?
Can they do it now? Yes, they could do it right now, but instead, Donald Trump decided to implement mass deportation. And that's why I think that decision was bad.
No. I agree. I get what you're saying. I get it. I truly do. But they have already committed a crime by coming in here illegally. So we can't overlook that crime and just say, hey, we get it. You want to be in here, and we get it. You want to, help our economy, and we get it. You want to do all this, but you still committed a crime, a felony too, as well. You crossed the border. What is illegal. They knew what they were doing was wrong.
I have a question. Why can't we overlook that?
Because it's a crime.
Wait.
A felony.
Okay, so you're saying we can't overlook it because it's a crime, therefore they don't deserve to exist in America. First of all, no, it's not a felony, it's a misdemeanor. And then second of all, should we go ahead and deport people that jaywalk too? Should we go ahead and put people in jail for 4 years for a speeding ticket? And if you care so much about crime, you wouldn't have voted for the felon.
Again, it was the best out of the two picks, in my opinion.
Wait, you're just going right back to that. So you think that the felon's the best? Wait, how come you can overlook Trump's felonies, but I can't overlook undocumented migrants' misdemeanors?
Never said I couldn't overlook his felonies.
You did overlook it when you voted and made him president, sir.
I never said I didn't. I held them accountable. I held both of them accountable. I just think that.
Wait. If holding a felon accountable is making that felon president, why isn't holding undocumented migrants accountable making them citizens? Like, if you think accountability is just rewarding them, I think that under your worldview, you'd want to reward the undocumented migrants because you think they're terrible felons, right?
No, absolutely. If he has been convicted and
so you just gotta reward some felons, not others?
Wait, no, hold on. Let me speak, please. Let me speak. I'll let you speak. Let me speak.
Mm-hmm.
I think what he did was wrong. If he did them, absolutely it's wrong. Should he be in jail? Sure, maybe. Absolutely. Again, but it's the worst out of the two picks. You have to pick the worst or the best out of the two worsts.
Oh, so let's just use your logic here. So there's other concerns in which you use to determine that although Trump had committed a crime, he was still the better out of the two options. Couldn't we just apply the same logic to undocumented migrants? Although undocumented migrants have committed a misdemeanor by illegally entering into America, still yet offering them a pathway to residency or citizenship is the better alternative compared to mass deportation because it's significantly better for average qualities of life, significantly better for median wages, significantly better for GDP growth, etc. So overlook that misdemeanor of the undocumented migrants, just like you overlook the felonies of Donald Trump.
To overlook that many would be too much. In my opinion, it'd be too much. I mean, and again,
for what reason? Wait. Why is overlooking a misdemeanor too much, but overlooking a rapist felon is not enough?
Because they're not they're not running for president, man. They're
right, exactly. Which makes my argument stronger, not yours. Why will you overlook it when it's somebody running for president, but you won't overlook it when it's somebody that wants to be a citizen like you and I and go to work to provide for them and their family while also making our lives better in turn?
Because the amount that they came in and the amount that they did harm, again, and you said,
quantify any harm that undocumented migrants that have not committed violent crimes cause. Name one way that they hurt America. Name one way that they hurt you. Name one way that they hurt me. Name one way that they hurt anybody in America. Just name one way that undocumented migrants that have not committed violent crimes generate any level of harm.
Okay, they didn't pay taxes. That's one of them.
Undocumented migrants pay $100 billion in taxes per year. You're wrong.
Okay, sure. Maybe some of them did. Maybe some of them did, but not all of them. Right?
What is this statistic? 30% of American citizens don't pay taxes either, and I've never seen you bitching about that.
But we don't. But we know who they are. We don't know who.
What?
Undocumented.
What? I'm so confused. And then on the broader scale, when we're looking at undocumented migrants as a demographic, right, on the general scale, which is the scale in which you want to persecute, which is the scale in which you want to remove from America, it is the case that they're productive providers and pay more in taxes proportionate to the benefits that they receive compared to the average U.S. citizen. So your statement, this generalization of undocumented migrants, that they generate this level of harm by pulling more away from our government than they put into our government, is abundantly false.
Right, but at the same time, to eliminate a whole entire group, saying that excluding assault and excluding murder and everything like that it's a big thing to eliminate, because that's one thing that these illegal immigrants have done a lot. They've murdered, they've killed, they've raped, like you said before too. And again, I agree, man. Trump is.
Are you a
not
natural
great
born U.S.
person.
citizen?
Yes.
You're 2 times more likely to murder, kill, or rape compared to an undocumented migrant. Should we deport you first?
We don't know anything about those people that are coming in, though. So
Sure
if they
we do.
get away with
We do know something about undocumented migrants. We do know that they're 2 times less likely to commit violent crimes than you. My source is PNAS.
Sure, maybe to your statistic, I am 2 times more. I don't think I am. I don't think I ever will.
Statistically speaking, you literally are. It's not like facts over feelings, man. Undocumented
Again,
migrants
and
are 2
you're-
times less
and you're-
likely to commit violent crimes than natural U.S. born citizens.
And for 8 billion people versus however many millions of people that came in, I think that does make sense because you're only taking a few million versus 8 billion people. And if you want to cut it in half, say 4 billion people.
Wait, do you think there's 8 billion U.S. born citizens?
Is that not the whole entire? However many are in the country right now. Sorry, that's what I meant. How many people are in the?
How many Americans do you think there are?
In the USA?
Yeah.
Ooh, say maybe about what, like 2 billion?
How many undocumented
Am I wrong on
migrants? No, you're right. There's 2 billion Americans. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. How many
Are you being
undocumented
sarcastic
migrants
or
are there in
you-
America?
I think the last time I checked, it was what, 10 million? Was it? No, maybe a little bit more. 20? I have no idea. I'm generalizing right now.
So 2 billion.
Am I right on that number though?
By 20 million.
I don't know that number, to be honest with you.
So what do you think 2 billion divided by 20 million is? Sorry, 20 million divided by 2 billion.
I don't know. Can you tell me?
Yeah. So assuming that you're right about how many Americans are there, this means that unironically, 0.01% of people in America are undocumented migrants. Convince me that that's an issue. Oh, wait, actually, I got to kick you. Sorry, man. You got my live restricted for stereotyping and demeaning statements. That's actually a new TikTok restriction that I haven't seen. And I think I agree with that. No, that's good. Yeah, I mean, he totally was. I mean, I was just here to like counter, the demeaning stereotypical statements that he was perpetuated on the basis of undocumented migrants. What is going on, Flower Girl? Did you vote for Trump?
I just want to say that he is lying. Trump has not even been paying his taxes for years on years. No, he hasn't. My friend over here doesn't know what he's talking about.
Wait, tell the person you're on FaceTime with to join up. Tell the person you're on FaceTime with to join up, Flower Girl. What is going on, Under? Did you vote for Trump?
Yes.
Okay, awesome. Before we do hop into our debate here, I just do have to thank a handful of people for their very kind donations. Thomas with a $25 donation over on Venmo. Say, Jesus Christ, you're cooking this guy. Well, we're having a good day today. I want everybody to show some love to Thomas. I want to see at least 250 big W Thomases in those live comment sections as we speak. Alongside Erica with the $2 on Venmo saying, keep up the good fight. You're on the right side of history. I appreciate that, Erica. Kaya with a $1, City with a $5, Talon with a $5, and Sarah with the $10. Everybody, please show some love to our donors, as well as Kiara with the $2.45, and Kalina with the $5 over on PayPal, and Joshua with the $10 on PayPal. Guys, thank you so much. If you're watching and you want to support this stream on TikTok, you can find the link to my Venmo and my PayPal in the link tree in my bio. If you're watching over on YouTube, you could find them in the pinned message, as well as you could support me on Super Chat. I'd also like to thank Luke for the £10 over YouTube Super Chat, saying thank you for being awesome. I love you, Luke. And Sam with the $5. Anyways, Mr. Under, why did you vote for Trump?
So ultimately, I was looking at Kamala, and ultimately, from what I experienced financially, because I work a 9 to 5, and I worked about 30 or so hours a week for the last 4 years. And compared to my economics and how I've been seeing the world going over the last 4 years when Kamala was vice president, compared to about a year and a half when I was working during the Trump presidency, original presidency, I believe that economics were just better, and I found a lot of issues with Kamala's and Biden's presidency, and it's like,
You're good, man. You're good, man.
I just can't pronounce words for shit. I'm sorry.
Oh, dude, I just like to let people know how to correctly pronounce the name. There's a lot of people that mispronounce her name not out of bad faith, but because that's how Trump told them to pronounce her name.
So, I thought both candidates were bad. it's like picking, as Fernando said earlier, picking the better of two evils. I think ultimately Biden's administration failed in a sense, but if it failed, then why are we putting somebody from a failed administration in office of power? From my experience, it did fail. Personally, I feel like.
So why do you think that their administration failed you economically speaking?
So first off, the whole oil mining incident where Biden's like, hey, I'm not going to shut down oil. And I know that wasn't Kamala's call, and it wasn't her call. And Biden said, I'm not going to shut down oil or drilling sites. And first day he shuts down. And there goes my...
This guy get banned? And there goes my phone. I think like his phone died or something. Okay, I guess we're gonna gotta get the next guest up here because I don't really know what happened there. But if you're curious, we actually drilled for the most oil in America's history under Biden and Harris. So don't really know what happened there. What's up, Jake? Did you vote for Trump?
Yeah, I did. I'm surprised he didn't make fun of the last guy like he did with the guy with cerebral palsy. But anyway, yeah, I did vote for Trump because he messes with rich people, and I think if you're poor, you're just not trying hard enough.
Jake, that was so disingenuous of you, and I honestly find it grotesque for you to intentionally misrepresent a scenario, to like perpetuate a narrative that inevitably just leads in like more harm towards JT.
Well, I didn't say anything. I mean,
yeah, you accused me of making fun of someone with cerebral palsy. I mean, Jake,
you did.
If you watch this stream, you know that's abundantly false.
You did? Didn't you do that like 2 days ago? Though, did you not do that?
No, I didn't make fun of somebody with.
You have to get off live because you were crying.
So I mean,
well,
were you watching the stream?
Yeah, no, we were. Yeah.
Did you need a tampon break? Or?
All right, no. So the reason.
I'm so sorry. I think like criticizing somebody for being like upset at the fact that they'd unfairly and accidentally like caused distress to an individual.
Wait, I'm getting gifters. Can I thank my gifters?
No, I'm gonna put you on mute. I think that like criticizing me for like being fucking sad that I'd confused JP with like another troll that had come up and mocked a stutter to like make fun of people with stutters, and then realizing that later is like honestly like really weak of you. Like I don't know, I've from like a lot of younger men within like the Republican Party right now. I see you like stigmatizing education. I see you stigmatizing empathy. I see you stigmatizing these traits in which I believe real men should possess. But then you turn around and then you get mad at the system that you create because of that stigmatization. Like, I could swear to you that you, as well as your buddies, are definitely like those little shitheads that will scream at the top of your lungs about how little society cares about men's mental health, how little society cares about how men are doing, and how little society is to really hear a man out for how they feel and what they think. But then as soon as you see a man expressing how he feels, you ask them if they have a tampon shoved up their ass. You know what I mean? It's like you want men to be oppressed, right? You want men to be the victims, and that's probably the message that you perpetuate because that's what the right tells you to perpetuate, right? And then you'll try to point out any issue you can, such as the underrepresentation of caring. Why did I get suspended? What did I get suspended for? Harassment and bullying. How long was the restriction? Well, let me check it. No? Yeah. What do you mean I got banned? I thought it was being pretty chill today. Let me appeal it? Okay. Yeah, it was a 1-week ban for harassment and bullying, y'all. I think I should get the account back because I don't remember like harassing or bullying anybody. So we're just going to wait here for like 10 minutes before we inevitably hop back on. I feel like it's likely that we will end up getting that. I think it is likely that we'll end up getting that account back. So just give us a minute. For everybody in here, feel free to just kind of hang out with us for a moment. Banned. Yeah. We got banned for harassment and bullying. Usually like I could like point out like something I did or something I said to like justify the ban, but I actually can't this time, which just makes the appeal even more likely. Especially because it's a weak ban. I bet it'll go through. Ben, thank you so much for the $5 YouTube super chat saying MAGA lives on false narrative. That is all they have. No, they do. And it's so easy to point out. So We're gonna move on to the next. Wait, what am I? Dude, I'm literally so brain rotted that I just about said that we're gonna move on to the next guest. That's wild. That's wild. That's wild. That's wild. Alexis, thank you so much for the $5 donation over on Venmo. Alexis says, been watching you for over a year now. Thank you for what you do. I appreciate you for the love, Alexis. Yeah, that's so wild. I'm literally like so fucking brain rotted. Okay, all right, guys, we're gonna move on to our next guest. Dude, I need to shut the hell up. I need to take a chill pill. Okay. Well, guys, we'll probably be hanging out in here for about a minute to 5 minutes while that appeal goes through. I think that appeal going through is incredibly likely. Dude, like now people are like in my Discord asking if I made fun of somebody with cerebral palsy. Man. MR, thank you for the $5 YouTube super chat, as well as Finkish. Thank you for the $5 YouTube super chat. The last two guys were really scummy. I'm sorry that you had to deal with people like them. Well, I mean, I'm sorry that they didn't have a chance to respond. I feel really sorry that they didn't have a chance to respond because they would have been fucking cooked. Unreal. Why do all of these callers sound the exact same, or is it the same 10 people every day? No, it's new people every single time. We actually try to always find new people that we haven't already spoken to have these discussions with, but they just all sound the exact same. Okay, the appeal updates. Appeal approved. Phenomenal. All right, guys, we got the appeal approved. We're going to go ahead and hop back on. You already know. Fern, thank you so much for the $20 YouTube super chat. I do really appreciate you for the love, Fern. Everybody show some love to Fern. Fern says those losers probably mass reported you just to be jerks. Love how you stood up to them. Well, I appreciate you for the love, Fern. Everybody, W's for Fern in the chat. As well as Fred with the $5. Can we ask your parents and Parker's parents to have more kids? You know, I have a sister. I have a sister and a brother. They didn't quite come out like me. You know, so my sister, she's MAGA, but like uneducated and only MAGA because that's just how we grew up. And I'll talk to my sister about politics sometimes because she actually will just genuinely ask me questions about politics. And I think it's really endearing. That's so sad. Well, I appreciate her for asking questions, and I actually think I've been able to, make her a little bit more liberal in like the last 2 years. But then my brother is like ultra MAGA. For those that have been watching for a while, I mean, shit, like that guy ended up like kicking me out and shit, you know. Old stories. I actually have not spoken to my brother since the day he kicked me out. And I don't really want to either. According to my mom, I guess like he wants to make amends. But I just don't, man. Unless he's coming to me and he's apologizing to me, like I'm not going to make amends with the guy. Like the last text message I have from him is him like threatening to sue me for posting about him on Twitter. You know, like what happened to free speech, man? Dude's a communist. Come on. Mona, thank you for the $10 donation over on PayPal for the entertainment. I appreciate you so much for the love. Wow, sounds like my family. You know, I definitely do have a lot of interesting people in my family. You know, like same thing over on my dad's side. You know, my dad, he actually really supports me. He's probably the most supportive family member that I have. Although he's, you know, older white guy, pretty Republican. He's always had political disagreements with his parents because those are my super lived out grandparents. And in fact, you know, they've kind of gotten into time periods, my dad and his parents, where they haven't spoken to each other at all because grandparents are based libs and he's like ultra MAGA. And, you know, he's always communicated to me about how much that hurts him, like having that division in the family there, politically speaking. So his goal with me is always to be like, you know, even though we disagree politically, like I still love you, which is honestly, you know, not like a sentiment I see often. So, I mean, I appreciate it. I appreciate it from him. Based grandparents, dude, the grandparents are so based. They're like ultra based. So I've always known that my grandparents were like institutional Democrats, right? And you know, one day the issue of Israel and Palestine got brought up, and they were talking about how much they hate Israel and how much they're pro-Palestine. And I was like, holy shit, like they're so based. Like these like 80-year-olds are somehow able to escape the Biden propaganda. And be pro-Pally. It's awesome. Very, very awesome. Anyways, we're going to go ahead and restart the stream over on TikTok. Can you guys hear my cat yapping in the background? No? Okay, yeah, the cat's yapping. Cat's yapping. All right, we're going to go live. Show us the kitty. Should we open the door? She'll just come in here and start yapping on the stream. Can't let that one slide. Don't worry. My girlfriend will be home very, very, very soon to play with the kitty. Very, very, very soon. So, okay. All right, and we are live over on TikTok once again. Quite frankly. Here we go. Phenomenal. For everybody joining back in the TikTok live, welcome in, y'all. We did get taken down for hate speech and bullying or some crazy stuff like that. Luckily, we were not really bullying anybody. We've actually been a little bit more chilled today than we usually are. So we got the account back and the appeal got approved, so we're going to go ahead and hop right back into the debate. So for everybody joining up on the TikTok stream, it's good to have you all in here with me. Make sure that you're double tapping on that phone screen for me, and make sure that you're sharing out the stream with a handful of friends for me. Obviously, because we have a lot of these same faces coming back into the stream, we're just going to go ahead and pick up exactly where we left off by hopping right back into those guest requests and saying who is first on the chopping block to have a conversation with us. I'm seeing a lot of hashtag free momos in the chat. That is crazy work. But okay, we're going to go ahead and get that first guest, Sam, up on that live. If you are in that queue, please do make sure that you voted for Trump. Once again, if you are in that queue, please do make sure that you voted for Trump. And we're going to go and get that first guest up of the night. Here we go, everybody. Okay, awesome. What is going on? Sam, are you driving?
No, but I'm in a car.
Okay. Do you have somebody else driving?
Yes.
Did the driver just say what's up real quick?
So,
shit. All right, Mr. Sam. Well, did you vote for Trump?
Yeah, so I was the space guy from a few days ago. And I just wanted to thank you for a great discussion that we had.
Oh, I remember.
I really appreciate it. Yeah. I just kind of had a question. I know you don't debate people like twice, but I do just have a question.
Ask away.
So if you have like two candidates that you acknowledge are evil and bad and have done bad things, is it okay to vote third party or no? Should people just pick the lesser of two evils in a two-party system and just suck it up?
So honestly, in the political landscape in America today, I highly recommend just picking the lesser of the two evils on the major party tickets. Now, of course, I only recommend that because of the system that we exist under. I wish the system could be different, but unfortunately, that's just simply not the case. So.
Okay, I think that's fair. It's tough because going forward, it's like so since our debate, I've done a lot of research, and I did vote selfishly because of, I'm working in the space industry. So I'll fully acknowledge that. And unfortunately, I think looking back, I really do regret it.
I'm
just
happy to
like,
hear that, Sam. I'm happy to hear that.
Yeah, I guess just like going forward, I don't know. I think they're both evil, but I guess, probably voting for the lesser two evils is probably not a necessarily bad thing.
That's the way to do it. Well, Sam, I appreciate you for joining me here today, and I hope that you have a good rest of your day, man.
Yeah, you too, Dean. Great talk.
Great talk. Good to see that Sam came around, man. That is awesome. Unfortunately, the next guest on the live will not be the same as the last guest. If they load up, their name is a little crazy. Let's see if they load up. No. They left like immediately. Their name was like White Lives Matter. Okay, wow. You know what? Don't run away, Beta. I need you to hop back in that queue for me. We're gonna go to get the next guest up here right now. But first, Carmen, thank you so much for the $20 YouTube super chat. Saying, keep educating these MAGA donuts. You're making a huge impact on the world, Carmen. I appreciate you so much. You've been here virtually every single day. Just know that I really do appreciate you. Everybody, please show some love to Carmen. As well as please show some love to Corinne for the $5. Thank you so much. And what is going on, Storm? Did he vote for Trump?
No, I did not.
All right. I do appreciate you for joining, Storm, but we are just looking for debate, so we're going to move on to the next guest. If you're curious on why I got my phone out, I'm just using it to load in and out guests. It's a whole lot easier than the computer. What is going on, Giggs? Did you vote for Trump?
Indeed, brother.
You did vote for Trump. Why did you do that?
It's a good choice, bro.
So why was Trump the better choice than Kamala Harris? I'm kind of feeling like you're not going to give me anything, if I'm going to be honest. Yeah, what did I tell you? I have a question. Continents. How many are there?
7, brother.
Holy shit, okay. You might be able to give me something. So I'll ask again. Why was Trump the better candidate than Kamala Harris? And we're back to nothing, quite frankly. He just left. Quite frankly. And Jake's back. Oh, yeah, this guy's back. Let's go and get Jake back up here. Hey, Jake, our conversation cut off because the live got taken down.
You're right. I'm sorry. Let's be civil.
Yeah.
Be respectful.
I don't know if you're capable of that. Why did you vote for Trump?
Because Trump is a fan of the wealthier side of America, and I think that's what we need to focus on, because I believe that if you're of low income, you're just not trying hard enough.
Okay, there's plenty of teachers in America that exist as low-income Americans that work harder than you or anybody in your family.
You think they work harder than me?
Are teachers just simply not trying hard enough?
No. Don't they also get 3 months off, though?
Yes. And many teachers have a second job that they work during the summertime.
Well, so what is so special about their work that makes them... Do you think teachers deserve a higher pay grade?
I do. And did you really just ask me what is so special about the work of the educators of the next generations of Americans?
I mean, I think I could teach like a second grade class. I don't think that's too hard.
Okay, let's fact check that. What is 3 squared?
9.
How many continents are there?
7.
7? What continent has the smallest amount of humans on it?
Antarctica.
Wow, okay. What's 4 times 4?
That's how it works. I could teach second grade.
Lena, thank you so much for the $2 over on PayPal. I do appreciate you for the love. No, I want to trust you with the second grade class. So inevitably...
Why do you say that?
Why do you say that? I don't know. You sound like what, 18?
Yeah, but...
Yeah, I think that you should probably get a degree in education first.
Well, I think I have enough understanding of like basic second grade knowledge to be able to teach a class.
I don't think that you're educated yourself to be an educator. But anyways, back to what you said. I don't think that your statement there is true. I don't think that having more money necessarily means that you work harder. Like for instance, Barron Trump has a higher net worth than like half of like the top 500 richest people in our country. And I don't think that means that Barron Trump has worked harder than 99.9%.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you could say that having more money.
And then also, like it's also very possible that there's a lot of like company execs or day traders that don't work as hard as educators. So under capitalism, I don't think that there's a direct and necessary association between income and how hard you work.
Oh, this chat's really rude. I mean, yeah, I guess you could say that you don't have to work. Exactly. Well, which kind of brings me to my point. I mean, it doesn't take too much work to be able to get a lump sum of money. But I mean, if you just think smarter and not harder, like there's a lot of people in this chat that I'm sure are not.
Okay, are you just
doing
rage
that well
baiting? Are you just rage
financially.
baiting, Jake? Well, I have a question. How much money do you make? What do you do for work?
Well, I do crypto, so I kind of got lucky with my money, to be honest.
You do crypto. What is your net
I
worth?
do crypto, and actually Trump's coin in specific actually kind of that kind of gave me.
So wait. I have a question. What's a ledger?
Yeah, it's that thing that you ledge.
Okay, so you don't do crypto if you don't know what a ledger is. So why did you lie to us about what you do?
What'd you say?
You don't have like a high net worth in crypto if you don't know what a ledger is. So don't lie to us about what you do. It's kind of cringe.
It's like that It's the thing that you ledge with, the ledger.
It's called a cold wallet. Actually, what is a cold wallet, Mr. Crypto Man?
Like those wallets that are cold and shit.
Yeah, so no, you're not in crypto. So don't lie to us about what you do. I mean, what?
Well,
like you're 18, still living with mom and dad?
I'm not with mom and dad now.
Oh, truly? Do you own?
Well, I mean, I'm in a dorm right now, to be honest.
Oh, you're in a dorm, so you go to school.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have a question. What
right,
is the interest rate on your student loans?
8%.
8% interest rate on your student loans. So
it's kind of crazy.
So I'm gonna go ahead and assume that your parents are paying for that too, yeah?
Well, yeah, that's true.
Yeah, so but you don't work hard.
Whoa, how do you know I don't work hard? Oh, just because I was blessed. And I have parents to pay for my education doesn't mean I don't work hard.
Well, you told me that you're 18 living in a dorm, probably your freshman year of college, lying about what you
I work
do
at Subway. That's hard work.
Wait, really? Okay.
I'd argue that that's
wait.
wait.
I want to see if you're even lying about that. I have a question. What goes on a meatball sub?
Meatballs, provolone, salami, pepperoni. Yeah, well, that's our number 7. So.
Okay, dude actually does work at Subway. So what the fuck? So you voted for Trump because he's better for the ultra wealthy, even though his economic policy hurts anybody making under $395,000 per year. But you work at Subway?
His
daddy is rich.
I was blessed with a good inheritance, actually.
You're blessed with a good inheritance.
Just like our president.
And wait, but that doesn't mean that your reoccurring annual income, right, will be taxed at any lower rates because your reoccurring annual income is like what, $40,000 a year, if even? As like a part-time student, you're probably making under that. I'm gonna say like $30K a year because you're probably working part-time. You're going to school. It's your freshman year. You're having
manager,
fun.
actually,
You might
so-
even be cutting some hours. Okay, a
Hey, don't
part-time
you get all
manager
your
managing
income
like
off
3 to 4
middle-aged moms donating to your stream?
3 to 4 like shifts a week.
Your entire income is off middle-aged moms donating to you.
Okay, let's just not forget about the middle-aged dads too. Thank you.
All right, well, all right. Let's. I mean, we.
Oh, wow,
can-
was that supposed to be a dunk or something?
No, that wasn't me. That was my boyfriend. But
I'm so sorry. I mean, the only reason I'm shitting on you, it's not because you work at Subway. I think that's
Right.
cool that you're working a job while you're also living in dorms going to school. That
Thank
makes,
you. It's
that,
harder
make-
than
that,
me.
that makes school a lot more difficult. I understand that. I've been there myself. But the reason why I'm bringing this up is because then you turn around and you tell me that you vote for Trump. Did you just say boyfriend?
yeah,
Okay, so you remember the LGBTQ plus community and you voted for Trump for the ultra wealthy while you're working a minimum wage job?
what is? Wait,
no, we're just roommates that fuck.
All right. I mean, yeah, but there's nothing wrong with that. I mean, I don't
Okay,
know why
I'm
he's
pretty
just
sure
like a
that-
good-
I'm-
Wait, what was? How was that? Wait.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure those guys are just trolling. Like literally just wasting our time because they're bored. So we're gonna move on to the next guest. Everybody just give us a minute here. Yo, Corinne, thank you so much for the $2 over on YouTube Super Chat. And then Jennifer with the $10 over on YouTube Super Chat. Love from a middle-aged mom. Thank you so much for the love. Total Trash with the $10 over on YouTube Super Chat saying, my name is Landon and I'm a teacher myself and absolutely respect you for standing up for us. I appreciate you so much for the love. Thank you. Nerd with the $5 over on YouTube Super Chat. Then Carmen with another $10 as a teacher. Thank you so much for the love, Carmen. I'd also like to thank Danessa with the $5 on PayPal from a middle-aged mom. Zachary with $5 saying, now am I a middle-aged mom? Lana with the $10 on PayPal from a middle-aged mom. You guys are awesome. I appreciate it. All the middle-aged moms in the chat. We get a big W for all of the middle-aged mothers. Okay, let's fucking go. What is going on, Mr. States? Did you vote for Trump?
Love you, Dean.
Yeah, I appreciate you so much for the love. You're awesome. What's going on, Ricky? Did you vote for Trump?
36. Yes, I just have one question, Dean. Under Parker's Gavin Newsom post today on X, is that Sig Hail, that image of him, real?
Good question. So first of all, like Parker's never intentionally thrown a Sig Heil, or in other words, a Nazi salute. I mean, me and Parker have known about that screenshot for a while. I mean, we've talked about it openly as well. It's most likely that photo is edited. The reason why we believe it's most likely that photo is edited is because his shoulder looks like not human, meaning that it's most likely like an edited photo. Then secondarily, if it isn't edited and it's real, it's definitely like taken out of context. He probably had his hand in the air for some reason apart from hailing Hitler. He doesn't really seem the type, but good question. But why did you vote for Trump?
Okay, fair enough. That's all I need to know. Bye.
Okay. All right. Well, I appreciate you for coming up. We're going to move on to the next guest. Everybody just give us a minute here. All right. Let's go ahead and get the next guest up in here. We got Anthony loading into the box. Jasmine, thank you so much for the $10 donation over on Venmo. I do appreciate you so much for the love, Jasmine. Everybody, please show some love to Jasmine down below in the comment section. At least 1,000 W's for Jasmine. All right, here, you guys. As well as Harry with the $2 over on PayPal. I appreciate you so much for the love. And Kelsey with the $10 on Venmo saying, I'm not a middle-aged mom, but that a-hole. That guy's an a-hole. I appreciate you, Kelsey. Wendy with the $10 on Venmo from the middle-aged moms. Let's go. Huge shout out to the middle-aged moms. LFG, bro. What is going on, Anthony? Did you vote for Trump?
I did, yeah.
You did vote for Trump. Why did you vote for the worst president of your life?
He's not the worst president of my life.
Why are we getting some lag over
so
on YouTube? It's a little strange. Never mind. Sorry. Go ahead, man. Sorry.
Definitely not the worst president of my life. A lot of the decisions I make are because I'm prior military. I'm from the Midwest, and I don't really adopt to the new culture that's being pressed on everybody. That's mostly mine, but that's also my own personal prerogative. Definitely don't recommend anyone else to adopt that. I just live my own life.
So you voted for Trump because of the culture war?
Not necessarily a culture war, just my values align more with his when it comes to his mentality on how like kids should be brought up.
Can you be more
How the
specific
military.
about? Can you be more specific about the values?
So like I don't think, and again, everyone's entitled to their own opinion. I don't fault anybody, but personally, I don't feel like same sex anything, transgender anything like
Okay,
that should be taught to children.
we cannot talk about trans individuals. TikTok will take us down. Slippery, thank you
Okay,
so much for
well,
the $10 super chat over on YouTube. But I do want to ask you about being like we're just going to use the term lesbian. That's like the safest word that we could possibly use to refer to two individuals that are attracted to one another of the same gender or sex. So why do you why do you think that like children shouldn't be taught about the fact that some people may have a mother and a father, but some other people may have two mothers or two fathers? Because as far as I'm concerned, that's age-appropriate content material that young children should learn, because it is a fact that lesbian and gay couples do exist. And if you advocate for willfully, misleading younger generations into believing that something doesn't exist and which does exist, you're just actively advocating for anti-intellectualism, and it doesn't make sense to me at all.
So, if what's it called? Let me answer. So I don't agree with the spoon feeding that a lot of teachers have been doing. My cousin's a teacher. A couple of my friends are teachers as well, and they've left the system they were in because it was being allowed to where history teachers are taking moments to teach kids about the things that we can't speak about on here because it's going to get taken down.
We could talk about lesbian individuals. Like, what about lesbian individuals as being taught to children that you disagree with?
I just I think that if people are going to make that decision, it needs to be their decision. And if you're constantly spoon feeding that to someone who's 5, 6, 7 years old, they're gonna grow up.
You've already made a false presumption. It's not a decision to be lesbian.
Not for everybody, but for some people it is.
No, it's not for anybody. Can you choose to be aroused by me right now?
So people who are originally straight get into a relationship where they were beat on, raped, everything like that, so they can't stand to look at men.
Say grapes, please.
They still
say grape, please.
So where that happens to them, right? They can no longer stand to look at men, can't be around men. They're terrified of men, X, Y, and Z. But they still pursue love. They still pursue connection. They still pursue that, and then they transition over to that, right? Were they born that way, or was that a choice?
Okay, so you are perpetuating propaganda that is older than yourself, and this propaganda has been disputed and debunked by all reputable institutions of medicine and science before you were born. Okay, so the statement that forms of abuse or other external variables can lead an individual into same-gender attractions is false. But I'd also like to point out, even if that was true, you're saying that external variables influence this individual to have same-gendered attractions, meaning that it still wouldn't be a choice, okay? Right? Like, did that individual choose to get abused? Did the individual choose to get raped? No, meaning that even if that did influence their attractions, that it still wouldn't be a choice. But the idea that that did influence their attractions is wrong, and the reason that we know that's wrong is because of the biological associations that we'd see in the genome, the neuroanatomy, the anatomy and biology, that of a gay man compared to a straight man, and where we could see the dimorphism and differences depending upon one's sexual orientation. Like, for instance, GAY men have a larger anterior commissure in the context of the neuroanatomy that's a nerve lining between the hemispheres of their brains compared to straight men, okay? That's something that can only be influenced. He got banned for hate speech. So we're going to move on to the next guest. But before or while we're moving on, I'm also going to, finish explaining that point. So the nerve lining between the hemispheres of your brain. So it's larger on average in gay men. That's something that could only be influenced by development in utero. Same thing with associations on the genome. There's been genome studies on 400,000 people of varying sexual orientations. There's associations along the genome dependent upon your sexual orientation, such as the XQ23 chromosome. Okay, these are things that could only be influenced via in utero development. Not to mention that we see the same diversity in sexual orientations and attractions in other species, like bonobos, for instance. All right, are 99.9% genetically similar to humans, the most genetically similar species alive on the planet outside of humans, right? And it is the case that bonobos exuberate homosexuality as well. What is going on, Sophia? Did you vote for Trump?
I'm sorry, I misclicked. I am not American.
No worries. We're going to move on to the next guest. If you're one of the 6.4 thousand people watching the stream, you guys make sure that we're double tapping away on that phone screen. Hey, it's me. I appreciate you for the $5 super chat. Thank you so much. And I'm happy that these streams can do something good for you. What's going on? Did you vote for Trump?
Yes, I did. I voted.
Sorry, Tyler. Your mic is shit. Feel free to request when you don't get a car or something. Then Ama, thank you so much for the $10 YouTube super chat, saying if I could choose to be a lesbian, I would, but I'm regrettably attracted to men. Yeah, that's damn facts, bro. Like, I think if it was a choice, we want to see many women choosing to be straight nowadays. What is going on, Cutie? Did you vote for Trump?
No, I didn't vote for Trump, but I have.
I'm so sorry for kicking you. However, we are just looking for people that did. If you're one of the 6.6 thousand people watching the stream on TikTok and you voted for Trump, hop in that queue for me. And of course, if you want to support the stream, you can support the stream through the link tree in my TikTok bio, both Venmo and PayPal.
No way.
Josh, did you vote for Trump?
Dean, no, I didn't. I just wanted to say hi.
What's going on, Josh? See you later, Josh. We love you here, but we're just looking for some debates. Moving on. Quite frankly. All right, where's Parker? I don't know. What's going on, Kenny? Did he vote for Trump? Patty, did he vote for Trump?
I did.
Mr. Patty, why did you do that?
Holy shit. First of all, I didn't think this was real. Awesome. Second of all, I'm 20 years old, so this was actually my first election, which is actually a pretty sick one to have like a first election.
Wow,
just talking from a historical
you're obviously too young to be able to have informed political opinions, so I'm automatically going to
I would beg to differ. I would beg to differ. Differ. If you don't mind me asking, Dean, how old are you?
I was making a joke. I'm also 20.
I was gonna. Oh, okay. Because I honestly, you got me there. But I did vote for Trump. Actually, now personally, I started getting back into politics. Well, not back. I first started getting into politics when Trump first got into office back in 2016.
It's pretty young to be getting into politics, man. Good on you. 12 years old into politics. Crazy work. So why'd you vote for him?
Yeah, it was like that because I remember back in like sixth grade. Well, when I was in fifth grade at the time, my sixth grade class, they did like a whole poll within their own thing where it was basically who would win the election, and it was Hillary or Trump. And I remember, did you ever watch CNN 10 back in elementary?
I did not.
Oh no, Carl Azus. Anybody in the chat know who that is? Oh my God, you missed out.
What made Trump a better candidate than Kamala Harris?
So, I would say, from my standpoint, as a young adult getting ready to go into the job market and getting ready to go into the housing market and everything, after seeing what Biden did, but hear me out. So I'm not trying to correlate what Kamala is to Biden. I obviously know they're two very different people. They obviously had two separate standpoints, but what I just kept coming back to was like Kamala Harris was the VP for years. And I think that if she was, I know she made the argument that Trump was just running on issues, but I think she almost did the same thing where it's like, if she wanted to get all these done, she would have had some influence to get some stuff done like that she wanted to get done within those 4 years of Biden being president.
Yeah, man, she did. She did have influence on getting things done, and she got things done. The Biden-Harris administration was the most effective presidential administration at resolving domestic issues in modern American history. They were exuberantly more effective than even Trump was during his first administration.
Now, one of the big issues for me was, I would say, probably the immigration issue. I believe that even my local town, so I'm from New York, and I go down to school in Virginia. So when I went, I just paid attention to local politics and everything. My town literally had to make a vote and say that, hey, we're going to call an emergency session, and we have like a lot of hotels.
So you voted for Trump because of immigration? I want to nail down a specific issue so we could have a back and forth here, man.
Oh, sure.
You thought
Okay,
that Trump
so
was better with
let me go
immigration?
off of, well, I would say immigration is one, but my main point is international relations.
International relations. Okay.
International
All right.
relations.
I hear ya. I think that Trump is the worst president that we've had since Bush, maybe even on the same level as Bush, with shit international relations. He wants to, maybe even worse than Bush, honestly. I might even hold that.
If you don't mind me asking, why is that?
Yeah, he might. He told us that he might want to use the military to invade Greenland, which would start a war between Europe and America. He wants to occupy and own the Gaza Strip and forcefully remove all of the residents, ethnically cleansing 1.4 million people. He's imposed tariffs on our allies, distancing ourselves from leaders of democracy, while just blatantly bowing the knee to Putin, right? Offering Russian oligarchs a $5 million gold card to residency or citizenship in America, while also revoking all military aid to Ukraine, while also considering deporting all Ukrainian refugees from America, which the reason why they're here is because they had their homes fucking destroyed by invading Russian soldiers, while making Putin make no concessions, but asking Zelensky to make many concessions. His foreign affairs are some of the worst I've ever seen. And I mean, like even today, he said that he's going to give Israel absolutely whatever they need to, like, you know, continue the fight, the war, and the cleansing against Palestine.
I personally think that that's coming to an end, hopefully sometime soon, because the please correct me if I'm wrong, but they do have a ceasefire as of right now, right?
There's implementation of a ceasefire prior to Donald Trump's inauguration, thanks to the Biden-Harris administration. And if conflict does come to an end in the immediate region, it is because Donald Trump forced all the Palestinians outside of the immediate region through ethnic cleansing, which is not a good thing.
Oh yeah, I know that. Yeah, absolutely.
So then you're just telling me that Donald Trump does not have good international policy.
Now let me get back to that. So if we just rewind back to Trump's first presidency, was he not the one and only U.S. president to step foot in North Korea?
Yeah, he was. Yeah, but I don't think that changes any fact I just said.
I think that honestly lowered tensions because
a Photoshop with
said
Kim that achieved nothing doesn't really change anything.
Sorry, can you say that one more time?
He took like a photo shoot with Kim for like North Korean propaganda and achieved
He also stepped foot. I mean, hear me out. I think tensions with North Korea were a lot sure, they were pretty tense, but back then, once he stepped foot over there, we didn't really have to worry about that. And
wait, nothing changed before or after he stepped foot in North Korea. He called, he continued to call him his silly little names, and they continued to do their missile testing. It changed nothing.
And well, okay, I'll give you that one. Yeah, sure. And so are you saying? I mean, please correct me if I'm wrong, but Kamala Harris was basically saying that Trump is going to be best buddies with Putin. But yet again, then why did Putin endorse Kamala Harris publicly?
Yeah, because Putin knew that would not blow over well in Western media. You understand that the DOD, the CIA, and the DOJ have found evidence and even proved Russian involvement in the last 3 elections to help get Trump elected. Both in the 2016
in the last 3, including 2020. I'm sorry, including 2024.
Yeah.
I'd like to see those because I personally haven't seen a lot of those. I've known is
all I want you to do is look up Benny Johnson, Tim Pool, DOJ funding from Kremlin, and yeah, you'll find like a 30 to 40 page report about how Tim Pool and Benny Johnson were receiving funding from the Kremlin to push pro-Trump, Putin, pro-Kremlin propaganda. I mean, like Tim Pool and Benny Johnson even admit to it. They just argue that they didn't know that money was coming from Putin.
Through people like Benny Johnson, because I've definitely heard of that guy. Don't get me wrong.
No, that was Russian interference with the 2024 election.
That's actually pretty interesting. I got to take a look into that. But yeah, if you can tell, I'd like to play both sides. You know, I'd like to get a complete understanding rather than just be like, oh, I voted for Trump because Trump's the best. And then if you're a Democrat, you're obviously wrong. You know, I like to get everything from a full understanding because.
Yeah. Can I ask a question?
Yeah, of course.
What is Trump doing good in like foreign affairs? I can't pinpoint one good thing he's doing.
As of like his administration right now?
Yeah, with international affairs. Name one good thing he's doing for international affairs.
Well, I don't know too much about the World Health Organization, so I'm not going to be like, oh, stepping out of the World Health Organization was a great thing. And personally, who would want to step out of that?
So what's a good thing that he's done?
One of the good things he's done, hold on, sorry, I just got to think. As of this administration, well, as of a couple days ago, he did send if you saw that message he sent on, I believe it was Truth Social or something. He sent the last warning out of Hamas. But like I said, this is only going to be only 1 month into his his presidency as of right now?
Yeah, but I don't think that is relevant because you just conceded one bad thing he's done with international. I don't know why you did that. Like I was just asking for like one good thing that Donald Trump has done with international affairs, and you're like, he pulled out of the WHO, which I think was a bad thing.
Well, yeah, no, I'm not saying that was a great thing.
So
Like I said, I
we
need
know
to do
that
some
he's
more
done at
studies
least
on that
one bad thing with
But-
his international affairs in the last month. So what's good? What's
Well,
one
I'd
good
like to
thing
see
that
where
he's done?
things go with Ukraine as of right now. Like you said, like we had that, as you saw and the world saw, we had that that interview a couple days ago. But I think he said that Ukraine has been. I think they've been doing talks behind closed doors, and I would like to get back to you in a couple of months. Maybe not even a couple of months. Give me like 2 months, 1 month, and then let's see where the world is right now. Because
Okay.
obviously, change takes time.
So that's
Change takes time.
So, Patty, that's fine. Okay,
Mhm.
like if you can't name one good thing he's done in international affairs, that's fine. I was able to name 5 things he's done in international affairs that have been very bad. So,
Well, are we talking
So
about-
if you voted for Trump on the basis of international affairs, I mean, like,
Yeah, well, I'm also
seemingly, like the
going
fact
off
that I've
of
been able to name
international-
5 objective bad things he's done, and you can't name one good thing he's done. Where does that leave us?
I'm
Like, that
also
leaves us
going
with
off
the
of
conclusion that you
international
should probably
relations
regret your
as
vote.
of his prior history as well, from his 2016 election.
Okay, so like under like his first 4 years, I understand that there's less conflict on the global stage compared to Biden and Harris's 4 years. I don't think that Biden and Harris are culpable for any of the conflict on the global stage under their term, just like I don't think that FDR caused World War II. But I think that the consideration of the state of the world under his first 4 years is irrelevant now that we understand what he's already done and what he wants to do with global relations under this term. The tariffs isolating us from our allies, breaking trade agreements, lying about conversations with the president of Mexico, possibly entering into war with Europe, making Europe put boots on the ground in Ukraine, making it easier for Russia to start World War III by invading European countries that are part of NATO, pulling out of the WHO, pulling out of the Paris peace climate accords, possibly pulling out of the UN and NATO, advocating for ethnic cleansing in Palestine, like literally saying that we should go in and kick 1.4 million Palestinians out. These are all like very bad things that surround international affairs. So how can
Now,
you
if
say
you-
he's better in the context of international affairs when he's done so many bad things? International affairs is probably where he's like caused the most harm in his first 2 months.
Well, I would say with his international relations history from his first 4 years, I think that he's trying to move the pendulum back to where it was because with every administration as they come and go, it moves. It obviously moves from like one term gets things done and then the other party comes in and then gets some other things done. And maybe that moves the scale a bit. And I would say that the scale since his first administration has moved backwards with
That doesn't
the
make
war in
sense.
Ukraine. And now hear me out. I'm not saying that it's all Joe Biden's fault, but I think that in order for him to make change, he has to first get his feet back up on the ground. So I think in order for there to be peace, he has to come to terms with everybody.
I'm so sorry. This is the worst argument I've ever heard. You're saying that he's
sorry?
going to achieve peace through war.
When
He's
did I
gonna-
say he was
he's-
going to make peace through war?
Because you're saying that what he's doing right now in international affairs is moving us closer towards world peace. Threatening a military invasion of Greenland, the annexation of Canada, Panama, alongside everything else I just named, is not moving us towards world peace. It's moving us to a third world war.
No, I'm not talking about making the 51st, 52nd, whatever U.S. territory he's trying to do.
So you're just
I'm talking
ignoring the
more of
things
on
that
a
he's
scale-
doing. Yeah, exactly. You have to ignore a lot of the things that he's done in order
Like,
to make
I don't
an argument.
agree
You
with
can't do
that.
that.
I don't
you can't.
agree
No,
with
no,
that,
no, 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 no. We're not discussing like a virtual reality here. We're not playing Sims. Okay, we're talking about the facts of the matter. We're talking about like the reality as it is. You can't ignore things Trump has done to make an argument about what Trump is going to do. Why would you like you gave me the position that you think that Donald Trump is going to be moving us closer towards world peace, and then you're like, well, I'm not talking about any of these things that he's done to move us away from world peace. You can't ignore the things he's done to move us away from world peace to make an argument that he's moving us towards world peace. That is so disingenuous.
Now, has he actually done anything with Greenland and Panama and Canada besides tariffs?
Besides tariffs, which have also destroyed foreign relations and literally made our allies launch a counter-economic war on us. Besides that, once again, ignoring things that move us away from world peace. No, it's only a threat as it exists. But I think a threat is all that we need to conclude that this individual is a threat to world peace. If Donald Trump threatened to grape a 10-year-old girl, would Donald Trump be a threat to children?
If he threatened to grape a 10-year-old girl, would he be a threat to children? Is that what you said?
Yeah.
I mean, I'd say so, yes.
So if Donald Trump threatens to invade another country with their military, is Donald Trump a threat to world peace?
Now, I would say so, yes. Now, but if you hear me out, would you agree
You just
with
conceded.
everything? I'm sorry for talking really loud for a second. I had to scratch my mouth. But would you agree with every single thing that Joe Biden has done during his last 4 years?
Yes, I agree with every single decision made by every Democrat ever. No, I don't. But this is irrelevant. The reason this is irrelevant is because you've spent. Let me actually see how long you've been on the live, because I could click on the multi-guest feature and see how long you've been up here. So just give me 1 second. It typically takes a little bit to load. My computer is not the fastest. You've been up here for 14 minutes and 30 seconds. In the last 14 minutes and 30 seconds, you've been arguing the position that Donald Trump is good with foreign relations and is for world peace. You just conceded that Donald Trump is a threat to world peace. Does that mean that you concede the argument that you've been arguing for the last 14 minutes and 30 seconds?
Sorry, what was that last question? You spoke way too fast for my brain right now.
Does this mean that you concede the position that you've been arguing for the last 14 minutes?
I wouldn't say so. I would say that he's made bad decisions. Yes, but overall, I think, like, his term isn't over. It's been one month.
What is Donald Trump doing to
less than
How about
60 days?
How about this? What is Trump doing to move towards world peace?
He's actively talking with Zelensky, and he's trying to end the killing, ending the fighting, as he says, in Ukraine. And he's trying to aid Israel and Palestine to come to a ceasefire. Well, I mean, they're already in a ceasefire, but to come to peace. And
So a proposition of ethnic cleansing of 1.4 million humans is a proposition of world peace to you.
Now, what do you mean by ethnic cleansing? Do you mean killing?
The forceful expulsion of an unwanted ethnic group from a society.
I gotcha. And it's because of him wanting to put the U.S. in the Gaza Strip?
To own it and expel the Palestinians. Yes.
Mm-hmm. Now, if that is a official part of their peace agreement where it's like, you end the fighting and we come in, then I will fully say that, no, I do not agree with that. But how do we
You told me
know?
You told me that he's pro world peace because of the arbitration between Israel and Palestine. But a part of this arbitration is a violation of 1.4 million human rights. So I don't think that this is pro world peace. I think that this is anti world peace. Do you disagree?
That the American owning of
the occupation, ownership, and forceful expulsion / ethnic cleansing of Palestinians from the Gaza Strip is anti-world peace.
No, I would say so. And I'm taking actually a course on colonialism, knowledge, and power. And this is literally just modern day colonialism. I personally think
so far that we've been able to get you to concede that Donald Trump's potential invasion of Greenland is a threat to world peace. Donald Trump's ownership, annexation, occupation, and ethnic cleansing of the Gaza Strip is a threat to world peace. Tell me one thing that Kamala Harris had to offer on the global stage that was a threat to world peace outside of her support to Israel, because I will absolutely concede that that was.
That her support of Israel was a threat to world peace?
Yeah, it was anti-world peace. So can you name one thing outside of her support for Israel that's anti-world peace?
Just to be clear, anybody that supports Israel is anti-world peace?
Indeed, yeah.
Now, Israel as in the country or as the people who run the country? Because I think the Jewish people have gone through a lot. And I think that there should be a separation between the Jewish people and Israel itself.
Well, I
Would
do.
you agree?
I do separate Zionism and Zionists from Jewish individuals. And I am referring to the government of Israel.
Okay. Now, what about those people who identify as Jewish and identify Israel as their homeland?
Wait. I'm so sorry. I'm asking you a question to refute the one argument that you've been giving me this whole time, and now you are completely sidetracking us.
Because I'm just confused about why everybody who is in support of Israel is against world peace.
Yeah, because Israel is currently committing genocide and ethnic cleansing and expelling individuals from their homeland, and like killing children, killing women, and displacing hundreds of thousands of people, while also once again in full support and condoning, in fact, wanting to give the Trump administration the permission to ethnically cleanse 1.4 million Palestinians off the Gaza Strip. Not to mention that leaders inside of the IDF have straight up advocated for nuking the Gaza Strip, killing everybody there. I mean, obviously that position should be quite relevant. I mean, do you think that Russia is a threat to world peace for wanting to annex and ethnically cleanse Ukraine?
Yes, but at the core of war.
Yes, but is there a but there? I want a yes or no. Is Russia a threat to world peace?
Well, no, I'm saying yes, but war as a whole is displacing people.
I don't know a but. Yes or no? Is Russia a threat to world peace?
Yes.
Okay. Is Israel a threat to world peace? Because they're literally doing the same thing Russia is doing to Ukraine, but to the Palestinians.
Yes.
Thanks.
But
Concession.
What was the defense? Like, is a nation not allowed to defend itself now?
Oh my God. Okay. Wow. Yes. Israel's doing such a good job at defending themselves from amputated children and women.
Okay. Now, what happened on October 7th?
Yeah, you're talking about when Hamas went into Israel and did a lot of bad things. I'm not pro-Hamas. I'm anti-Hamas, okay? Right? I obviously think that Israel would have the right to defend themselves from the individuals that went into Israel and killed Israelis. The reason I am pro-Palestinian is not because I'm pro-Hamas. It's because I'm pro-humanity, right? And I strongly and very vehemently disagree with the cleansing and killing of innocent people. And for you to equate, right, the innocent Palestinians, which have already been cleansed and which have already died and which will be cleansed by the Trump administration, to being one and the same as the Hamas militants that went into Israel and killed Israelis is insane of you. It's nuts. It's bonkers. Like, why even do that? And he left alive. So we're going to move on to the next guest. Everybody just give us a minute here, Al. We're going to get the next guest up in the live as we speak. Do keep in mind if you're in that queue to make sure that you voted for Trump. I don't really know what's going on with our guests today, but a lot of these guests are not that much fun, man. Valentine, I appreciate you for the galaxy. Like, these guests are just not giving me anything. I spent 20 minutes talking to that guy, not one concession, even though I was proving him abundantly wrong. Caitlin, thank you for the 28 Canadian dollars. Say not him trying to think for so long, but coming up with nothing. Yeah, that was that whole conversation in a nutshell for you. Let's get at least 300 big W's for Caitlin in both of the live chats. If you're watching and you do want to support the live stream, support the studio, you can do so through the link tree in my bio if you're on TikTok. I have both my Venmo and my PayPal down there. I've been banned on Venmo for the last week, but we finally got the Venmo back, ladies and gentlemen. I paid the piper. I had to pay Venmo $1,800 to get the account back, which was insane. If you want to support the stream and you don't have Venmo or PayPal, you could also support over on YouTube through YouTube Super Chat. Anyways, what is going on, Goddess? Did you vote for Trump? All right, Goddess is not here. Go ahead and drop a MAGA for me down below in that live chat on TikTok if you do want to join up and debate, y'all. What is going on, Jay Slice? Did you vote for Trump?
I did not.
All right, thank you so much for your time, man. Just looking for debates. Moving on to the next guest. Olivia's loading up. If you're in that queue, make sure that you voted for Trump. Y'all already know. Quite frankly. Fred!
Hi, Dean, I love you. I love you so much.
Oh, thank you so much for the love, Olivia. You were phenomenal. And Fred, thank you so much for the $20 YouTube Super Chat. Holy crap, Fred. Thank you. I want to see at least 200 W's for Fred. Fred says, can you tell your viewers daily what they can do about all these things and what actions they can take? Yeah, like right now, honestly, an action that I'd suggest everybody take is pressuring your congressmen and women, specifically the Democrats, into showing more protests against the Trump administration. The reason why I'd say that's an action you should take right now is I think that Democrats were incredibly complacent with Trump's State of the Union, and I wish more individuals would have been vocal. What we need right now is voices from our Democrat congressmen and women to be very loud in a vehement support and protest against the Trump admin. And I don't think their little fucking signs were doing enough. Tyrese, go ahead and unmute that mic for me.
Hello.
What's up? Are you driving? Yeah, they're obviously driving. I don't even know why I asked. What's going on? Lil Young Banana, did you vote for Trump?
I'm from Denmark.
Oh, based. Okay.
So I would be
this means that you didn't vote for Trump. Once again, guys, only looking for Trump supporters, as I've already stated. Next guest is loading in right now. If you're curious of why I'm on my phone, it's because I'm adding the guests up from the phone. It's a lot easier than the computer. What is going on, Beth? Did you vote for Trump?
Oh, geez.
Yes, I did.
Beth, why did you vote for the evil orange man?
Well, here's the thing. I thought that Harris, okay, I don't think she's evil. I think that the things that she believes is evil.
Oh, geez. Abortion?
Yes. And
I read you like a
when
book.
you have
Christian?
there's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah. Utah?
What? That's Mormon.
Oh, well, Mormonism is
Mormon-
technically
Mormon-
a
I
branch
do-
of Christianity. I guess I overstepped
Well,
a
I
line
don't-
with that. American South,
I
Tennessee?
am. What?
Tennessee,
Oh,
Georgia?
do I sound? Oh, that's cool. No, I'm not. I'm from Michigan.
I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm sorry. I'm giving you a hard time. I'm giving you a hard time. Go for it.
It's okay. As a mom, especially abortion, yeah, we can go there too. But Harris and Waltz, they were fine with taking kids away from parents for things that I do not think were wrong. Such as a kid who wants to become a different gender. Kids are way too young to make that decision. And
Hey,
if my son
real quick,
decided,
I'm so sorry for cutting you
Yeah.
off.
It's okay.
I promised you that I wouldn't cut you off, but now I have to. We cannot discuss trans individuals
Oh.
on TikTok.
Oh, that's right.
They take
Sorry.
my account down. They'll take your account down.
Yeah.
But
Oh, I
go
don't
ahead.
care about count. I've heard that before. Sorry about that. So, yeah. How do I rephrase this? Sorry, I lost my toddler is playing. So if my son decided that he wanted to change.
Bruh, what did I
And-
just say?
Oh, we can't mention it at all. Oh, sorry. I thought we just couldn't use the word.
No. It's just I've learned it's better not to discuss
Okay,
trans individuals
okay.
at all. I want to make it clear. I wish that I could advocate for trans
No,
individuals
yeah.
on the live. I wish that I could rebuttal your arguments. But like quite literally, TikTok won't let me. So let's talk about something.
It's just weird that you can. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Well then, yeah. That kind of. So we can talk about abortion.
Yeah, are you pro-life? Do you think abortion's wrong?
Yeah, and the thing too that doesn't make sense to me is first of all, people who don't believe in the Bible and don't believe in God, I do not expect them to agree with that because if they don't believe in that, then why should they? Like, I do not expect them to. I think that I have an expectation of people who believe in God to think that it's wrong just because I believe that it's murdering. And I know people don't think that when they're sorry. Oh, shoot. You should probably just kick me off because I'm gonna.
Wait. Just let me hop in here. You're pro-life. You think abortion should be illegal because you're a Christian. I have a question. Are you Catholic
Yeah.
or Orthodox or non-denominational?
I would say I don't like being under a denomination
So
just
you're
because
non-denominational. Perfect.
Yeah.
So do you agree with the New Testament where it says that God views all sins as equal in his eyes apart from blasphemy?
Mm-hmm.
Phenomenal. Is it against the 10 Commandments to murder?
Yes.
Is it against the 10 Commandments to lie?
Yeah.
Does God see those two sins equally in his eyes?
Oh yeah.
Should lying
I'm
be
not-
illegal?
Oh, that's a good point, but also
It's a good point that I'd like you to respond to. Should
you're
lying
good.
be illegal?
Yeah, you're good. Well, okay, it kind of is illegal to lie, but at the same time, it's only about certain things. So
Should it be illegal to tell your daughter, your son, that Santa Claus is real?
I wish it was, but well, it's not. So yeah, I guess I did. I don't.
I'm going to go ahead and re-ask the question. So I'm going to clarify. There's two possible answers to this question.
Well, wait. Where does the Bible say? What does it say about name the 10 Commandment where it talks about lying?
Thou shalt
Like
not
it
bear
said-
false witness, the 6th commandment.
Okay.
I think it's
Yeah,
the
I guess
6th.
so.
So anyways, I'll go ahead and continue. Should telling your child that Santa Claus exists be illegal?
No.
So then why should abortion?
I've never had anybody I've had people talk about or disagree with things. Well, I've never really gotten in a debate with people, so I've never had anybody use that point Because it's a good point. I mean, lying should be illegal. I view
What?
it differently.
Wait. I thought that you're the party of free speech. wait. How could you say that you're the party of free speech? Then you want to criminalize information you disagree with.
Here's the thing, though. We're not basing the country.
Wait. If lying should be illegal, should Donald Trump be in jail for telling 30,000 lies during his first term
ridiculous
and telling the biggest sitting lie he's
people.
ever told with his denial of the outcome of the 2024 election? Should Donald Trump be rotting in a jail cell right now for being the biggest liar ever?
Yeah, you definitely got me with that. That was good job. You're making us people look. You're making it so that you look right.
Can I tell you the resolution of this?
What is it?
The resolution of this is to recognize and understand that your religious beliefs offer a completely incoherent and tangible solution to, justifying laws or criminalizing actions. That is the reality of the situation. I myself am not a Christian. One route that is most typically taken when debating Christians who support pro-life legislation is to, try to falsify Christianity. I don't even believe that is required because Christianity offers no basis for a criminal justice system. In fact, it is so incoherent for the reasons that I just pointed out. So when you want to justify why you think something should be legal or illegal, you shouldn't do so by merely just stating it's a sin, by stating it's immoral, by stating the Bible advocates against it, but by rather giving other reasons not associated with your religion to justify that point. So the resolution to this issue isn't for you to stop worshiping your God. The resolution of this issue is for you to kind of reframe the perspective that you analyze laws through and maybe reconsider that although you do think abortion is immoral in accordance with your faith, understand that other individuals don't share that faith and that faith is incoherent to legislate upon. So by product of that, you should probably advocate for pro-choice legislation because you don't want an incoherent basis dictating what 170 million women and girls can and can't do with their bodies.
Well, and then they're not doing it with just with their bodies. They're doing it with another human being's bodies. So if you don't think it's a human being, then that's oh, you do? Okay. So it's just like, and the fact that Democrats voted that they didn't want to move forward with the Stay Alive Act. So a baby, it can be born when they survive an abortion, but so they're outside of the mother's womb and they don't want to save it. So it's different. They're saying that it's a woman's choice and it's her body, but it's outside the body. It can be disconnected from her body completely and they still don't want to save it. If you're doing that just like...
Okay, but that's a debate, yeah. But that's not the abortion debate. I want to debate you about abortion first, because quite frankly, I don't even know what you're talking about. I've never heard of this act, the Stay Alive Act, before.
I thought
at all.
Yeah,
no,
okay. I'm not going to be say something rude about. I just thought I knew you knew a lot of what was happening, but
on the context of abortion specifically, right? I have no issue with abortion before 20 weeks. The reason why I have no issue with abortion before 20 weeks is because I don't value. What's your name? Beth? Okay, Beth.
Yeah.
The reason why I think you have the right to life isn't because of your species classification. If you were born on Krypton and you joined my live with the use of ultra-fast radio waves sent over light years of space in a matter of microseconds, I would still think it'd be wrong to kill you, even though you're not a part of my species. Now, Beth, imagine that you and me were having this conversation 1,000 years from now, and your AI was your consciousness was artificially uploaded to a robot's body, but you were still the same Beth I'm talking to now. I'd still think it's wrong to kill you, so I don't think it's wrong to kill you because you're biologically alive. Okay, so in other words, you don't have the right to life because you're a human. You don't have the right to life because you're biologically alive. You don't have the right to life because of your species classification. So what does that leave us with? Okay, I think that you're valuable and I think that you have the right to life because you are a conscious, sentient entity that can express subjective first-person experiences. Okay, right? And the ability to have those unique first-person experiences only emerges in the life of the fetus at about 20 to 24 gestational weeks. Okay, and because that is what I value before it has the ability to express those things, I don't value it at all. And I think that the mother is well within her rights to terminate that life as it's infringing upon her bodily autonomy without good reason.
Which, as you like you said, you don't say you're a Christian. You don't believe like so. I don't expect you to think that. But as I think people get really upset about us thinking what we think, like some Republicans don't care about abortion. Like that's not a big deal for them. And I don't think Trump I know isn't like fully against it, which I don't like, but I do think that his policies he
Damn, so
didn't.
you're pretty against it. You're pretty good. Do you think that great victims should be able to get abortions?
Because of what I think, no, because that's not the baby's fault that they were made. It's just not. It's still another human being. And like I said, I don't expect you to believe that since you don't, but because of what I believe.
Well, I could actually assume what you believe to be true, and we could still justify a great victim getting an abortion. So for a conversation on the subject, we're going to assume two things. We're going to assume that I'm a Christian, and I think that fetus has just as much value as you and I. We're also going to assume that, no, it's not the fetus's fault that is reliant upon the great victim's bodily resources to sustain and grow its life. So you may be asking, well, Dean, how can you justify that great victim getting an abortion? Well, think about this. I'm going to give you a hypothetical. There's a sleepwalker that grapes me every night in my sleep. The only way for me to stop that sleepwalker from graping me is to kill the sleepwalker. Would it be justified for me to do so?
If you are being harmed, then yes.
Well, precisely my point. That sleepwalker has the right to life. That sleepwalker has just as much value as you and I. And it's certainly not the sleepwalker's fault that they're graping me. They're asleep. They're not conscious. They're not sentient. They don't have these intentions.
You're saying this in a context of they're not being told.
Just allow me to finish here. Because that sleepwalker is infringing upon my bodily autonomy and causing me harm, I'm allowed to take any means necessary to stop that rights infringement. And you agree that it's okay for me to kill that sleepwalker if necessary. And think about that sleepwalker like a fetus growing within the womb of a great victim. Okay? It's not that fetus's fault that it's growing there. It didn't intend to cause harm to the great victim. It didn't intend to violate that great victim's right to bodily autonomy. But because the only way for that great victim to remove that fetus from her uterus and terminate that rights violation is to kill it, under your worldview, it should be justified for the great victim to do so, just like you'd say it's justified for me to kill that sleepwalker graping me at night.
Well, and okay, so if they're in the middle of graping somebody and the person they're being harmed and they kill them, we're in the middle of that. Like they're not, they weren't conscious of that, but they're also not innocent. And
oh, well, now we're getting into the weeds. Because you're saying that sleepwalker is not innocent because they're perpetuating harm against the individual being graped without intention.
Have you heard of people?
I can say that the fetus is not innocent as they are perpetuating harm against the great victim without intention.
Oh.
So now we could actually frame this conversation in the sense that fetus is not innocent.
I'm currently pregnant. I do not feel like my baby in me is harming me. Yes, I don't feel good, but to say that they are harming me is I don't get what you just. I'm just trying to understand.
I can explain this one too. Okay. When I engage in consensual intercourse with my partner, I don't feel like they're harming me because I want it. But what if I didn't want it? Then would it be harming me?
Oh, yeah.
Sophia, if you didn't want that, Beth, if you didn't want that pregnancy, would that pregnancy be harming you?
Okay, yeah, I guess. If you're saying in like a mental way, yeah.
Wait, you don't think that possibly having a fissure between your vagina and anus is physical harm? Or like 9 months of pain, trauma, and suffering isn't physical harm? There's so many physical harms associated with pregnancy and childbirth. But, of course, at least we could agree on
you're telling me. Yeah, okay. I've done it before. I know. So, But yeah. And again, you don't have to agree with me. So it is interesting. I am interested in getting like your point of view and just like learning the different ways that people can argue with this, because your point of the person who's sleepwalking, raping somebody, I don't know. It seems like if someone is doing something in their sleepwalk, that's not the first time that they've done something inappropriate, but I don't know.
Well,
So,
I mean, no, listen. I'll tell you what the point of the hypothetical scenario was. The point of the hypothetical scenario that I gave you about the rapist sleepwalker was to demonstrate that if literally anything, right, is infringing upon your bodily autonomy, causing you harm, that you don't have an obligation to provide for, that you didn't cause to be in that place with consent. Under any circumstances, you're okay to use the necessary means to end that rights violation, regardless if it's a person that is meaning to cause harm to you or if it's a person that doesn't mean to cause harm to you. Okay, and the way that this principle applies to a grave victim getting an abortion is that you can assume that the fetus is morally valuable. You can assume that the Christian worldview is true. But because that fetus is infringing upon that mother's bodily autonomy, the mother does not want it there, and that fetus is causing that mother harm, the mother has a right to use the necessary means to terminate that rights violation and get that fetus out of her womb, even if it unfortunately results in the death of the fetus. That is the point of the hypothetical, and this is why you can be pro-life while making exceptions for great victims.
yeah. It's just, I don't want to. I understand. No, I don't.
Wait, no, you should want to.
No, I don't. Let me explain. I didn't explain fully. I don't. Sorry, I'm so sorry. If you have to cut me off because he's loud. Oh, he wants my water bottle.
If you need a tent for your child, go for it.
No. He just liked my water bottle over his. I'm sorry. Shoot, my brain doesn't always. We're talking about abortion.
You were talking about how great victims shouldn't have access to abortion. I cleared you.
Oh,
I demonstrated why under your worldview they should.
I don't want to think it's okay, but I would be okay with that. I think what bothers me the most, that doesn't bother me as much. And I think that it's like, I don't think that it's okay, but we are so loose on the abortion laws that I don't like that. I think that if things were like, if you became pregnant, I'm saying that I don't think abortion is okay. But politically, saying that it's legal, people get abortions because they don't like what sex it is. And they don't like that it has, like, it's just like, really? You're going to do that? But if people's reasoning...
Fine, we could completely pivot and change the topic and discussion away from great victims. Listen, the reason why I wanted to talk to you about why you don't think great victims should be able to access... I'm gonna go to mute you while I'm speaking. Don't apologize. The reason why I wanted to debate you about why you don't think that great victims should be able to access abortion is because that position entails so much harm. Every single 24 hours, like clockwork, 60 great victims are denied access to abortion because shit legislators and shit states agree with your position. But that position is not defensible regardless of where you are coming from. It is the least defensible position known to mankind. Everybody should agree that great victims should be able to get access to abortion, even if you're pro-life and you think that the fetus is just as much value as you and I. And I gave you a very clear, logical analogy to demonstrate why. Now, okay, moving on to your new point, that individuals get abortions because they don't like the sex of the baby or it has a disability or something related. Okay, I still think those abortions should be legal. Now, why do I think those abortions should be legal? It's very important. The reason why I think those abortions should be legal is because although the intent is immoral, that does not make the action immoral. I'll give you an example to show you what I mean. If there's a white supremacist, very racist firefighter that is only a firefighter and only saves people's lives because he wants to save the quote-unquote white race and wants to prevent as many white people from dying as possible, and he goes into a burning building and saves a white family of 5, what I would say is that the action in a vacuum of saving those people from burning to death is not immoral. But we could simultaneously recognize his reasons why he saved those people from burning to death is immoral. So ask yourself here, should that firefighter have been prevented from saving that family? No. Should the firefighter be condemned for their reasons why they saved the family? Yes.
Oh, sorry, it gave me I didn't know I had to unmute myself. I don't really think that I personally don't think that that's a great analogy because they're doing something good. Like, again, as I said, abortion, killing a baby isn't okay. So what he was doing was okay. So getting them in trouble for doing something right doesn't, like them being like, it's like, oh, you did it for the wrong reason. You did something good, but you did it for the wrong reason. So you're gonna get in trouble for that. Doesn't really seem the same.
So your counter argument is that, well, the action in a vacuum of saving people from a burning building is good. Meanwhile, the action in a vacuum of killing a fetus is bad. So this means that you don't think that an abortion is wrong because of the intention of the woman that's getting it, but you just think it's wrong because it's terminating the life of the fetus, completely changing your argument, right? Which is fine, but I've already demonstrated my reasons why your argument is insufficient, is properly detailing why any abortion should be illegal. I've also given you my argument insofar as why I believe it should not be legal due to the lack of moral value instantiated in the fetus, in which you give no contestment to. At this point, I will either ask you to give a single contestment to any of my arguments, or I'm going to move on. Beth, I really feel as if I've had no pushback from any guest today, and essentially everybody that's come up on my live has kind of just held to their beliefs till the end of the conversation and kind of ignored the words that are coming out of my mouth. And it's starting to upset me a little bit because I want to debate where somebody actually engages in good faith with the words that I say. And I don't really feel like you or many other guests have been doing that.
I'm sorry. I don't debate with people, so I don't know.
Yeah.
But
yeah,
you do it a lot, so I don't exactly know what you're like saying. So you want,
I
so I know.
I guess I just ask you to like consider the positions that I've said, and if you can't like sufficiently rebuttal them, like probably change your beliefs.
Rebuttal them. You want me to?
Like I want you to prove me wrong. I want you to prove me wrong, and if you can't prove me wrong, like concede and believe what I do. But at this point, Beth, I do appreciate you for coming up, and I'm going to move on to the next guest.
Thank you. Have a good day.
You as well. You as well. Before we move on to the next guest, I real quick got to thank, let's see here, Emma, once again with a $20 YouTube Super Chat, at least 300 W's for AMA in that chat. Emma says, as a mother and a woman, it is absurd that the guest is ignoring abortions. Women get to save their own lives for their existing children. I honestly should have asked her about her thoughts on that before she left. I bet she would have argued that the woman should die. For whatever reason, I genuinely do believe that. She would have said that. Braden, what's up? Did you vote for Trump?
What's up, bro?
Did you vote for Trump?
Indeed, I did.
Why did you vote for the worst president of your life?
Honestly, I believe in what he stands for, you know?
Nice. Like what, sir?
But listen, I'm not on here to change your mind.
What are you on here? What are you on here for? Wait,
because I
want
to show people that
a debate to hopefully change your mind.
No, I do want to debate, but what I'm saying is I'm not trying to change your beliefs or the way you think. I just want to show people that
you should be.
Because I know you're not going to change the way you think, and I'm not going to change the way I think. I just want to show people that you can have a civilized debate over
real quick. Are you
like sensitive topics?
So you're saying it's possible for me to change your mind? It's impossible for you to change your mind?
Not impossible, but on certain subjects like what you just debated about. I did not see that you changed your thing. I apologize.
Bro. Okay. Just...
What's up?
I'm sorry, man. I know that it's incredibly unlikely that a lot of the guests that I debate will inevitably never have their mind changed. But when they like run out of the gate saying that you will not change my mind, just straight up, explicitly stating that it just will never happen, it could not happen, I'm just going to move on, unfortunately. What's going on? Did you vote for Trump?
Yes, I did.
Why did you vote for the worst president of your lifetime?
So I was actually going to ask you a couple questions first, just to start off. So what is your positioning? I came in the middle of your debate with the abortion topic, so I didn't get to hear like the whole thing, not before like the woman that was talking to you. So what was your view on, because I do agree with the rape victims, that they should be able to have an abortion. However, from my belief and standpoint, that I think in certain situations, so I believe there should be an X factor, and there is a huge gray line that I think that America in general and the world, that we have to talk about it. So I would love to hear your point on why you think that if the intent, which is what she was saying, I think that I heard, of if they just don't want the baby because of maybe they have Down syndrome or a specific genetic disorder or et cetera, et cetera. And you said that it is okay for that. And I'm just curious on to why.
Yeah, sure. Well, so first of all, I didn't say the like the whole picture of, well, actually no, because you just specified the intent. Oh, I don't think the intent's okay. I think the intent's immoral, and I'm gonna make that incredibly clear. Okay, is it immoral?
Okay.
Like eugenics is bad. All right, like wanting and intending to kill somebody because of their race, because of like a disability, etc., is very immoral and very bad. We could all agree on that. All that I'm saying is that doesn't give us good reason to criminalize access to abortion. Because although we could agree that the intent is immoral, because a fetus has no traits in which are morally valuable, right? Why would we say that the action is immoral? On top of the fact that we want to make a very clear distinction between the intent and the action in of itself. And on top of that fact, the fuck are we going to prove intent insofar as a criminalization of some abortions?
Which I think goes, and I think that varies from abortion to abortion, as in like it varies on that specific scenario. So I can agree to that. So I also wanted to talk about, and your question is, why do you support Trump? So I want to answer that. And this is from a personal aspect of it, but I genuinely do dislike the Department of Education. So I know I'm kind of changing topics here, and I want to explain why. So I believe a lot of people in America do have the opportunity to create the best opportunity for themselves and work hard and do better, correct? So, but there are, I think, thousands of people who struggle day to day, and it's because of either they don't have the resources or the money to be able to have the opportunity to get to the next level. I believe that there are certain aspects that start in high school. So when you're in high school, you have to get certain grades, get in certain standardized testing that the state provides to go on and move on to college, correct? So in applying for scholarships, and you have to follow these guidelines and instructions to get money from
Hales,
the
thank you so much for the
government.
motorcycle. I appreciate you for the love. Thank you. Yep.
And so, and I think that, and from my perspective, I am in a very great spot. I'm not speaking for myself, but there are, I think, thousands of people who live on the inner city, even in suburbs, just depending on who the family is, who don't get that opportunity just because of how, like you talk about the boomer, I want to say, what is it? Like the boomer era.
Can you like put your argument into like a sentence or two? I'm lost.
So pretty much what I'm saying is, yes, this is the land of opportunity, but I think that in general, that we do not have a criteria for the people who are struggling and don't have a way to get out because they don't have housing, they don't have food, they don't have water, and it's literally right here in our own states.
So you want to get rid of the federal Department of Education because some schools are underfunded, which gives a worse education to underprivileged students.
Because it's the type of education.
What?
So I want to
wait.
So
what
listen.
Hold
on. So
I
I'm
just
saying,
want to clarify that there's not a single soul that understands your argument.
Okay, so what I'm saying is the stuff that are taught in schools, in high school. So I believe that there should be classes, and there are certain classes in certain schools that have this. There are certain classes that show or have like doing their taxes, doing how to buy a house, et cetera, et cetera.
You want to get rid of the department, the Federal Board of Education, because of you want more personal finance courses?
Why not? There's thousands of kids that don't understand. No, listen, there's thousands of kids that go to college and they're literally in debt, and they're never going to be able to get out of it.
Why can't we have both?
That's fair, but that's fair. I can agree to that. But Trump is saying
also there's like no mandate from the like federal board of education that if high schools or school districts offer courses on personal finance that they won't receive federal funding. So if we were to get rid of the Department of Education on the federal level tomorrow, school districts across our country would have the same amount of autonomy as they have today to implement courses surrounding personal finance. What we would probably see is less schools implementing said courses because they are not seen as core curriculum. And when we cut funding to school districts across our country, they're going to take the funding that they have left over and divert it into what is necessary for an education, not what is considered complementary to an education. Okay? So if anything, we'd see less personal finance courses in school districts across our country if we were to get rid of the federal Department of Education.
I should have clarified this in the beginning, but I was more of talking state legislator, but I do understand your point, and I can't exactly see what you're saying.
What the hell is going on? I have no clue what's going on. Not a clue. Hey, another thing real quick. The first question that you asked when you came up here was about a mother aborting a fetus with Down syndrome. I just think it's funny that, you'll fight for the rights of a child with Down syndrome in the womb, but you won't fight for the rights of a child with Down syndrome outside of the womb. As getting rid of the Department of Education at the federal level will severely underfund special education programs, which will then have incredibly detrimental consequences on students with Down syndrome across our country.
I guess I should reiterate. I don't want to defund. That's not the proper word I want to say. I don't want to say reinvent. Like, I don't want to just say like F the Department of Education. I want it to be revitalized.
Okay, well, Donald Trump's
That's the point I'm trying to say.
He's getting rid of it. So when you tell me that you
there
for
has
Trump,
to be something. So
no,
it's not.
He doesn't. He doesn't think that there has to be something. He wants to send it back to the states like Roe v. Wade.
I would definitely have to see some proof on that, but I don't necessarily believe that.
Agenda 47 is the proof. Trump saying, the first thing we're going to do is get rid of the the federal Department of Education. Quite frankly, the first thing we'll do the first 2 weeks is we'll get rid of it. That's what he said.
And I will say, I think that he is, I do agree that he's a smart ass. So that was funny. But I just think that in that scenario, and I think that there's a lot of blindness by the media, and I think that's on both sides, like party-wise. I am 100% think it's blinding on both sides. But he is a smart ass, and I think we take a lot of things out of proportion, especially what he says, because he is a smart ass.
Okay. Fuck you. And I mean that. Do you want to know why I mean that?
I do.
Because this is announced policy on Agenda 47, where he says explicitly that he wants to get rid of the Department of Education. And when you perpetuate the narrative that these aren't things that he actually wants to do, you're literally just like propagandizing Donald Trump's administration and trying to manipulate people into supporting him, even though there's obviously bad things that he wants to do that hurt people. And my evidence specifically on this point is that Reuters reported this morning or yesterday on the fact that the Trump administration has already drafted their executive order to get rid of the federal Department of Education. And we are expecting that to be signed into law very soon. So, no, it wasn't out of context. It wasn't hyperbolic. It wasn't beyond what he actually intends to do. Those were his plans. And when you say anything but that, it's political propaganda.
I do agree that there can be political propaganda, but my point to that was it happens on both sides. But I appreciate your time. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Have a good one, Austin. We're going to move on to the next guest. Okay, we're going to get that next guest up in here right now. We got Jenna's World loading in. And oh my God, Janet! Holy shit, Janet! Janet with $100 saying if Christianity is to eventually get to heaven, then why wouldn't anybody that wants/need an abortion want the fetus to go straight to heaven. Actually, we used to talk about that a lot here on the pod. Elena, thank you for the galaxy. In fact, there's been a lot of crusades throughout history where they'd go into an area with like a Christian and non-Christian population, and yet they'd be instructed to kill everybody because if they killed a Christian unknowingly, they just go to heaven. Fun fact about history. But let's get 1,000 big W's for Janet down below in both of the live chats. And if you're watching and you want to support me, you can find my Venmo, my PayPal, the link tree in my bio. We finally got the Venmo back. I get 100% of the proceeds on those platforms. They go straight to me. You get a notification at the top of my phone screen where I could thank you, shout you out, and read off a message. And I appreciate everybody that's been donating so much. It literally funds the show, funds the studio, and keeps me in here for 4 to 5 hours a day. What is going on, Alex? Did you vote for Trump?
Yes, I did. Thank you.
Real quick, what do you call Lays?
What do I call what?
What do you call Lays?
What do you mean?
You know what I mean. What do you call Lays?
Lays? What's that?
Oh, you don't know what Lays are? We're off to a bad start. What time is it there, bud?
10:10.
What? 10:10. Okay. Well, I don't think that you could vote for Trump from the UK. So.
Yeah, but I want to ask you why these.
Grace, hello. Did you vote for Trump?
Oh my God, that was an accident. So sorry.
No worries. I hope you have a good rest of your day, Grace. If you're one of the 8.7 thousand people watching, make sure that you're double tapping on that phone screen for me, spamming that chat and sharing that live. Now, of course, if you're one of the many people watching and you want to come up here and debate me, tell me why you voted for Trump, hop in that queue for me. Yeah. What's up, Ashley? Did you vote for Trump? Ashley! Oh, I can hear you. Ashley! Ashley!
I didn't. Oh my God! Wow, that's weird. I didn't mean to do that.
Oh, no
This
worries.
is so weird.
No worries.
Sorry,
No worries. This guy's driving. Moving on to the next guest. Everyone just give us a minute. We're going to get that next guest up in here right now. We got Brokeback Bob loading into the live. Here we go. Brokeback Bob. Hello, Brokeback Bob. Brokeback Bob! Do you speak, Brokeback Bob? He's sleeping at 3 a.m. Sorry, 3 p.m. on a workday. Mr. Brokeback Bob. Sorry, man. We're going to move on to the next guest. So, everyone just give us a minute here. What's going on? Al Tony, did you vote for Trump?
Hey, how you doing, man? Yes, I did. Twice, actually.
Cool. Why?
Yeah. So we can be unburdened by the previous administration that burdened us.
Ah, okay. What are one of their bad policies that burden us? Just out of curiosity. I mean, I'm guessing that you know some of them, right?
Funding the war in Ukraine, first of all. Spending my tax dollars in stupid proxy wars. Second, funding all the
funding the war. I have a question. Did Russia have the right to invade Ukraine?
The war in Ukraine, it was not a starting war by Russia. It was by Ukraine in 2014. The war did not start 3 years ago.
So, no, fucking Ukraine did not start the war by having the individuals that lived in Crimea claim that they were part of Ukraine. Also, if you knew your history, you know that Crimea was a part of Ukraine.
If you know your history,
I'd appreciate it. I'd appreciate it if you let me finish.
CIA
I'd appreciate it. I'd appreciate it.
2014.
I'd appreciate it if you let me finish. No. Well, actually, how? How did Ukraine start the war in 2014?
I was just telling you. You have the Madain Square massacre in 2014. If you know your history, it was a CIA and a couple of congressmen from the United States that went and met there in Kiev and overthrew Yanukovych, the elected president of Ukraine. And they brought Zelensky, a puppet, an actor.
Okay, so you're saying that they killed the
How come
Ukrainian
nobody
president?
spoke about the war for 10 years, but they were so focused on the ISIS?
Wait, I thought that you were talking about how like Crimea self-identified as a part of Ukraine, which then caused Russia to annex Crimea. I just want to ask you a question. Do you think that Russia had the right to invade Ukraine?
It's not an invasion. That's what I keep telling you.
Wait, okay. Define invasion.
Because, first of all...
No, I'm not asking you to define because, you fucking Russian bot. Define invasion.
You know what an invasion is, my friend? You have the Ukrainian soldiers in 2014
No. Define
Killing their own
invasion.
people by shelling.
Define invasion.
I just told you.
No. You give me an example of what you think is an invasion. Define invasion.
An invasion would be another country's army going and attacking another country's army.
Yeah, cool. So an invasion is one country's army or military resources going into another sovereign territory and killing and attacking people and claiming land. I have a question. Did the Russian military go into the sovereign country of Ukraine, attack people, and quote-unquote reclaim land?
No, because that area is populated by the Russians.
So you're saying it wasn't an invasion because you're saying that it wasn't an invasion because it's just a part of Russia. Wait. So I have a question. I have a question. I have a question. So then how can you say that Biden and Harris were funding Ukraine if Ukraine's not Ukraine and Ukraine's actually just Russia?
I never said that. That's what you said.
Yes, you did, because you said it wasn't an invasion as they weren't going into a sovereign territory. They were just going into another part of Russia. Also, for everybody saying in the chat, let him speak. Why the fuck should I let this guy have the right to speak if he doesn't think that Ukrainians should have the right to self-determination? Give me one goddamn right now, please. Explain it to me.
You just want to be right. You don't want to debate.
No, please.
You just want to sit there and scream. If you want to debate, I'm giving you some facts.
No,
you don't have to let me if you don't want to. This is your life. I'll go away. But have you ever lived in that region?
No, I have not.
Thinking you're the history? So how would you know all this shit? You're telling me they invaded? How are you invaded when you got the Russian-speaking Russian-speaking population all over?
What time is it? Yeah, you're not even American. Yeah, you're not even American. You didn't even vote for Trump. You're literally just a Russian NPC that's felt.
That shows your stupidity. I'm Albanian.
That is false. That's false. That's false.
Years.
Wait. I don't call you a Russian NPC.
I live in Florida.
Wait. I want to clarify. I don't call you a Russian NPC.
You should be ashamed.
As if you are from Russia. I'm calling you a Russian NPC because you are literally an NPC bot programmed by the Kremlin to spread propaganda and misinformation to send Americans down an alt-right rabbit hole to be sympathetic to war crime, ethnic cleansing, invasion, and killing. But because he, is not from America and he didn't vote for Trump, we're going to move on to the next guest. We got user 59 loading up into the live. He said he's from Florida. Well, he wasn't from Florida because I asked him what time it was and he did not answer the question. So everybody just give us a minute. Just do be patient here. Just do be patient. We got Babylon loading up into the box. But yeah, by the way, in accordance with that guy's worldview, Biden and Harris weren't actually funding Ukraine. They were actually just funding Russia. So because his last argument was it wasn't an invasion as Ukraine wasn't a sovereign territory, but it was rather a part of Russia. What is going on? Oh, Babylon, you got a little bit of an echo, so I'm going to go ahead and kick you here. Wait, never mind. You don't have echo anymore. Babylon, did you vote for Trump?
Why, yes, I did vote for Trump.
How old are you?
I'm 27.
Phenomenal. Bethany, did you vote for Trump? Bethany's not here. So Babylon, why did you vote for Trump?
Gosh, well, I think there's a lot of reasons why I voted for Trump. One of them being to end the war between Russia and Ukraine.
Well, I just have a question about that real quick. So if he wanted to end the war by forcefully displacing all Ukrainians to other lands and then giving Russia some of that Ukrainian land, would you support that?
One more time?
So if Donald Trump's plan to end conflict and death between Russians and Ukrainians was to ethnically cleanse 1.4 Ukrainians, then give that land to Russia, would you still support Trump?
If he were to ethnically cleanse Ukraine of Ukrainians and then give the land to Russia, would I still support him?
Precisely.
So are you talking about basically genocide?
Well,
because that kind of sounds...
Ethnic cleansing would be the more specific definition.
Ugh. That's a tough one. I mean, I don't really think Trump would even do such a thing, to be honest with you.
If he did, would you still support him?
If he did, would I still support him? That's a tough one. That really is a tough one.
Jesus Christ, man.
Yeah, Jesus Christ.
Do you have an answer to the question?
I mean, could you give me a definition of ethnic cleansing? Because I believe this is the first I've heard of it.
Of course. Oxford Language's definition of ethnic cleansing would be the forceful expulsion or killing of an unwanted ethnic group or religious group from a society.
Okay, so if Trump were to cause genocide to Ukrainians, I don't think I would support him.
Ethnic cleansing.
Yeah. If he were to purposely murder Ukrainians, then no, I don't think I would support him.
I didn't say purposely murder. I said ethnically cleanse through displacement.
Right.
So if he ethnically cleansed 1.4 million Ukrainians through forced displacement, would you still support him?
Through forced displacement, probably not.
I need a certain answer. If he did this right now, today, would you support him tomorrow?
No.
Good boy. So this is Donald Trump's,
good boy.
This is Donald Trump's plan for Palestine. He wants to ethnically cleanse 1.4 million Palestinians, forcefully displacing them from the Gaza Strip. Does this mean that you do not support Donald Trump?
Wait, so he's he's ethnic cleansing Palestine?
Yeah, that's precisely what he wants to do.
Okay, so how do you know this exactly?
Because
Did he even
told us
say
this.
he was going to do that?
Yes.
From what source did you hear this from?
A press conference he had with Benjamin Netanyahu as well as Truth Social.
Okay, so yeah, I don't even think he's gonna ethnically cleanse Palestine. To be honest with you, I think that sounds like a bunch of misinformation. I think you're spreading a whole bunch of lies, and I just no.
Okay, go on Google, type in Trump wants to expel Palestinians and own the Gaza Strip, come back, apologize with at least 4 tears and 1 ukulele.
Trump is not going to expel Palestinians. Why would he do that?
Because he's an idiot.
I think the only idiot here is you.
You're mad that I'm right and you're wrong?
Listen to this guy. He's right. I'm wrong. Listen to this guy. He's right. I'm wrong. You fucking idiot. Yeah, okay. Yeah, you're right. I'm wrong. Okay. So how exactly am I wrong?
The U.S. will take over the Gaza Strip, and we will do a job with it, too. We'll own it and be responsible for dismantling all of the dangerous unexploded bombs and other weapons on the site, level the site and get rid of the destroyed buildings, level it out, create an economic development that will supply unlimited numbers of jobs and housing for the people of the area. Do a real job, do something different. Just can't go back. If you go back, it's going to end up the same way it has for 100 years. The U.S.
So if you're curious on what you just heard Donald Trump announcing his plan to take ownership of the Gaza Strip without the consent of the Palestinians, while then giving them no right to go back to their land after he levels it, which he also then affirmed on an interview with Fox News after the fact, and he wants to relocate them to Egypt and Jordan, and he announced his plan for relocation on multiple scenarios as well. So who's laughing now, bitch?
I think you might be the bitch, not me.
So is that all you got to say about the clip I just played and the explanation I had? Give me a little bit more than that, man. Where'd that laugh go?
Why don't you, baby boy?
Bro, what the fuck are you doing? What kind of crash out is this?
Yeah, what the fuck are you doing?
What am I doing?
Pussy.
Dude, are you serious? Is this all you got?
Are you serious, femboy?
Dude! Well, Dean did play me a clip of Donald Trump explicitly saying what Dean said he did after I called it misinformation, but I'm gonna call Dean a femboy, so he's wrong.
Yay.
Wait, yo, Chance, thank you so much for the $15 donation on Venmo, seeing Dean cooked. Thank you so much for the love, Chance. Everybody show some love to Chance. Can I get a W Chance from you real quick? Say W Chance right now. Oh, wait, where'd you go? Why are you so quiet? Good boy. Thank you so much for being quiet for me then. Sitting on mute. Super gagged. Hella gagged. W's for Chance. W's for Chance. He gagged himself, chat. You know, that one was satisfying. That one was satisfying, babe. I'm just basking in it. Because now he's gagged. He has nothing to say, has nothing to add. I didn't even mute him. God, I'm just sitting in it. I'm just basking in it, Babylon. What are we doing?
Yeah, you're basking in on me. I'm just letting you go on your little rant is all.
Oh, my rant's over.
I just didn't want to interrupt you.
No, my rant was the clip of Donald Trump affirming everything that I said about his plan was true after you laughed for 30 seconds calling me a propagandist. So do you have a response to the clip I played of Donald Trump?
What are we talking about?
Oh, I'll tell you. Don't worry. We're talking about the fact that I told you that Donald Trump wants to forcefully expel the Palestinians living on the Gaza Strip while giving them no right to
Are you
return.
sure it's forcefully expel them?
Yeah, I am. Yeah, I am sure. The reason why I'm sure.
I mean, how is he going to forcefully expel them? What does force have to do with? How is he going to forcefully expel them?
Well, I can tell you why I know he wants to forcefully expel them. How about
Please do. Tell me. Please do.
Yeah, because he said he was going to take ownership of the Gaza Strip by Israel, even though Israel doesn't own the Gaza Strip. The individuals, the Palestinians living on the Gaza Strip, said that they won't give it to Trump. But then Trump was like, we're just going to level and destroy it all, leaving you nowhere to live, nowhere to stay.
Do that?
And we're going to give you a pathway to we're going to give you a pathway to live in either Egypt or Jordan. So that's why I think that. Yeah. Yeah. And then about your next question here about, oh, is he really going to do that? Yeah, that's just like like the final cop out. Like, I could literally say anything. I could say Trump supports slavery. I could say like Trump supports.
Oh, Trump supports slavery. Do you really think he supports slavery?
Wait, just give me a minute. I could say that Trump supports slavery, and then play you a clip where Trump's like, I support slavery. I could say Trump wants to overturn the Constitution. Then I could play you a clip where Trump's like, I want to overturn the Constitution. Or I could literally insert any other claim with certain evidence that it's what he wants to do. But then if he hasn't done it yet, you'll just merely be like, do you really think he wants to do that? So that didn't actually rebuttal any of my claims. Try again. But try harder this time, bud.
Okay, the fact that you just said that Trump supports slavery and he wants to overturn the Constitution, why would you even think he supports slavery? Why would you even think that? Give me one example of why you think Trump supports slavery. Give me one example.
Oh my God!
On why you think
just
Trump
gonna go ahead
supports
and
slavery?
move on to the next guest, you guys. We're just gonna go ahead and move on to the next guest. If like he couldn't connect the dots there, insofar as the argument that I was making against him, like we're just gonna move on because I feel bad. All right, what is going on, Fuzz? Did you vote for Trump?
Dean, I must accidentally push it. Sorry.
No worries. We got the next guest bucket B6 loading up in. If you're one of the 10.5 thousand people watching this stream and you want to support this stream and keep the studio up and running, keep these lives going for 4 hours a day, feel free to support me on the Venmo and the PayPal found in the link tree of the bio of this account. I get 100% of the proceeds on those platforms. I'll go straight to me, and I'll happily give you all a shout out. Appreciate. Oh my God! Wait! How did that get turned on? Why?
Hi.
Wait! Where did my do not disturb come from, bro? Wait! I haven't thanked anybody for like their donos in like a fat minute because I had my do not disturb. I'm so sorry, you guys. Hey, what's up, Bucket? Did you vote for Trump?
Hi, no. So actually, I'm from Europe, and I'm just gonna be here for really short.
Okay.
I actually support the views. I just wanted.
I appreciate that, man. I think that's awesome. I'm so sorry, but we do have to move on to our next guest because we just got to get our next guest up in here. Dude, oh my God. Dude, I used to do this all the time. I would accidentally turn on my do not disturb like before I went live, and I would just miss everybody's love. And I'm so sorry, you guys. I'm going to make sure to thank everybody that donated. Hail Mike, thank you so much for the $25 YouTube super chat saying hi from New York. Great debate the other day. Are you Mike the lawyer? If so, yeah, it was a good conversation. I appreciate you for that, man. Huge shout out to Mike. But let's go and get that next guest up in here, you guys. Let's go and get that next guest up in here. What is going on, Scott? Did you vote for Trump?
Hey, how's it going? Yeah, this election I did, and last election I abstained from voting, honestly.
Are you driving?
Yeah, I am.
Unfortunately, can't have you on the live if you're driving, man. I do apologize. We're going to go to get that next guest up in here. Oh my God. Okay, I'm so sorry, you guys. Holy crap. I'd like to thank Nicole, Rachel, and Cassandra all for the $5 donations on PayPal, as well as Tamara with the $5 and Alexis with the $5. Everybody, please show some love to them. Also, Dawn, thank you so much for the $15 donation over on Venmo, and Zoe with a $10 donation on Venmo. Everybody, please show some love to Dawn and Zoe. But we're going to get that next guest up in here. Go ahead and drop a maggot down below in that chat. Everyone, show some love to Dawn and Zoe. You guys are phenomenal, guys. Thank you so much. But we got the next guest loading in right now, y'all. What's going on, Ethan? Did you vote for Trump?
Yeah, I did. I'm not trying to debate. I just want to ask your opinion on something. It's the whole abortion thing.
I'm sorry, Ethan. You sound like a sweet guy, but unfortunately, if we're not trying to debate, I got to move on since this is the debate live, but I appreciate you for coming up here, man. Isn't it crazy how we have about 12.5 thousand people watching live right now on YouTube and TikTok, and not a single person wants to come and debate me? Crazy work. Lewis, what's going on? Did you vote for Trump, man?
Yeah.
Great. Before we hop into the debate, I got to thank Tamar and Nora for the $3 and $2 on Venmo, as well as the Contrary with the $30 on Venmo. At least 600 big the Contrary W's. Thank you. Catherine with the $10 as well, and Jim JIM with the $25 on Venmo, saying thank you for all that you do. I appreciate you for the love, Jim. And then Mary with the $25 as well. Huge shout out to Mary, Jim, Catherine, the Contrary, Nora, Tamara. All of you guys are incredibly awesome. Thank you everybody for the love. Anyways, Lewis, why did you vote for Trump?
I thought he was a great man, but then
Whoa! What do you call A's?
Pardon?
Whoa! What time is it?
What?
Oh! What time is it? I'm sorry, that's funny. He sounded like Tom Holland. Yo, Sally! Oh my God, Sally! Thank you so much for the $25 donation over on Venmo. Says, just doing my part to support you. Sally, that is so incredibly kind. Thank you for the love. I want to see at least 250 big W Sallys in the chat. That is so kind. Thank you so much for the love. What is going on? Newcast, did you vote for Trump?
I did not vote, no.
Okay, well, I don't know why you're here then. Oh, thank you so much for coming up, though. Moving on to the next guest. Here we go. All right, let's go ahead and see who's next, you guys. Stay in that queue if you voted for Trump. Don't join that queue if you didn't vote for Trump. Having a little, some little struggles finding that debate. Some little struggles. Also, Jasmina, thank you for the 120 Norwegian dollars. Thank you for the love, Jasmina. And Miss Kathy, did you vote for Trump? And Miss Kathy is leaving. Miss Kathy is leaving. All right, you guys. See, this is always the most difficult part of the day. Just find anybody who's willing to debate me. Emily, did you vote for Trump?
No, I'm so sorry. I don't know how I got up here.
It is no worries at all. Hello, Kiwi. Did you vote for Trump?
Oh my gosh, this was an accident as well. I'm sorry.
Absolutely no worries. Lita, thank you for the $4.20 over on Venmo. And oh my God, Ken with the $50 Venmo donation. Holy crap, Ken. That is K-E-N. At least 500 big W's. Ken says cooking MAGA in seconds. I always try to do my best. Thank you for the love, Ken, as well as Jessa with the $10 Venmo donation saying, love listening to your lives. Thank you, Jessa. It means the world. Huge shout out to Jessa and Ken. And Archie, what is going on? Did you vote for Trump?
Smeg.
I don't know what the fetus said, but I do understand that that is a fetus. So we're going to go to move on. Jennifer with the $10 donation over on PayPal. Thank you for the love, Jennifer. Huge shout out to Jennifer. You guys are being so incredibly kind today. Thank you guys. Then Autumn with a 1. Thank you. What's going on, Jackson? You vote for Trump? Jackson's not here. This is always the hardest part. Okay, here's what we're going to start doing. We're just going to start loading up a bunch of people at once so we could try to just get one person who's ready and willing to debate. You know what this tells me is that we low-key won, you guys. If we have 12,000 people watching and not one person willing to debate, we fucking won. Star, did you vote for Trump? No. Eli, did you vote for Trump?
Hello? Yes, sir. Can you hear?
Oh no, I kicked the one. I meant to kick the person doing the impersonation, but I accidentally. Oh no. Also, Emma, I didn't mean to invite you. I'm so sorry. Oh no, I kicked the one person that was gonna actually be here for a debate. No. Oh my God. I'm so sorry, chat. I'm so sorry, bro. I'm so sorry, you guys. That is on me. I'm so sorry. That is on me. Okay. All right. Still looking for the next guest. Put a MAGA in the chat right now. I'm so sorry. That one's on me. That one is on me, you guys. Your impression was good, by the way, Griffin. What is going on? Teach Trump your ways. Did you vote for Trump? No, they're not even here. Still trying to get the next guest up. Put a MAGA in the chat if you want to come up and debate. And Victoria, thank you so much for the $10 Venmo donation. That means the world. Thank you so much, Victoria. Everybody, please show some love to Victoria. At least 100 big W's. What is up, DA24? Did you vote for Trump?
What's happening, Dean? Yes, I did.
And okay, why did you vote for the worst president of your life?
Sure. You want my, I guess, top 3 reasons? Is that okay? Or
that is fine by me.
Cool. Yeah, the economy, for one, I would say. Foreign policy and immigration reform. Probably my top 3 reasons.
Okay, and I'm going to try to rebuttal that using as little words as possible. Your first concern about the economy. Trump is destroying the economy. 1 month ago, the Atlanta Fed projected 4% GDP growth in the first financial quarter of 2025. Now the GDP is expected to go down by 3. Trump's tax policy will only benefit people making over $395,000 per year when we factor the impact of his tariffs into account. One might ask, Dean, what is your source? My source would be the Institution for Taxation and Economics. His tariffs are causing reductions in the stock market, and 1 hour after his announcement 2 days ago, the stock market went into a free fall, and all the gains that had been lost in major index funds were lost under his administration were lost. So Donald Trump is very bad for the economy. Moving on to the second point, foreign policy. He's pro-war, anti-peace, which is very bad. He wants to possibly invade Greenland with military action, which would start a war between America and Europe. He wants to ethnically cleanse 1.4 million Palestinians off of the Gaza Strip. And he's pro-Putin and anti-Ukraine. Meanwhile, Ukraine is the victim and Putin is the aggressor. Your third point was immigration. He has no long-term sustainable immigration solutions, and he doesn't actually care about the border, or he wouldn't have torpedoed the bipartisan border bill under Biden and Harris's administration, not to mention he had no effective border policy during his first administration.
Okay. 1, it is how many days into this administration?
We're getting close to 2 months.
Yeah. How many days, though? I mean, it's less than 2 months, right? It's about 6 weeks, 6.5 weeks or so.
We'll assume around 6 weeks. I think it's 5.5.
Okay. And the inflation numbers that came out were for the month of January most recently, correct?
I'm unaware of the inflation figures that have been reported by the Bureau of Labor Statistics for the month of January. And my argument was not about inflation, but was rather about GDP growth to demonstrate that Trump's economic policy so far has us barreling towards a recession.
Yeah, I disagree on what has us barreling towards a recession. I think that what's had us barreling towards a recession is 3 things, right? Inefficient government spending, printing money into oblivion that the Fed has seemingly done over the last, 3 to 4 years. And then the fourth of it the third, I should say, being, this money that was printed didn't end up into the hands of middle class, working class Americans. So you can see that by the real median wages when they're adjusted for inflation. During the previous administration's 4 years, we actually lost wages. When you compare that to Donald Trump's first term, and specifically after the TCJA, when you adjust the real median wage growth for inflation, his real median wages were up about 7%. So when people went to their ballot boxes, this last November, they took those two things with them, right? We can debate. COVID definitely had some implications. I don't disagree, because I'm sure that's what you would say. But we can't disagree that, or I should say we probably will disagree, but we shouldn't, that certain regulations that Biden put in place, specifically executive orders during his first week in office, specifically hyper-focused in the oil and fracking industries, in some cases doubling and tripling the cost to get product out of the ground, had a snowball effect that, ended up with transporters of our produce having to charge more for transportation because their fuel costs were going up, having grocery stores essentially charge more for produce because their costs were going up. That ended up factoring into our homes and heating our homes, which skyrocketed the rate of inflation about 9% during Biden's first year as president. So, the economic barometer that we have between both Trump and Biden were a night and day comparison. That's why people voted for Donald Trump on the economy side. I think that furthering the tax cuts, once we finally get them put into place, whether it's keeping the current Tax Cuts and Jobs Act we have, as well as focusing on no tax on tips, no tax on OT wages, and no tax on Social Security, will show that Donald Trump is trying to represent the working class more so than the previous administration or Kamala Harris would have. So that was my reasoning for voting for him from an economy standpoint.
Dude, you have more to say? Jesus fuck. Okay, then you're not here to debate.
Well, no, I just was
if
trying
you're going to continue to speak, you're not here to debate. Listen,
go ahead. Sorry,
I have very strong memory retention, but like, holy shit, if you're like
Go ahead.
seriously going to
Sorry.
give me like a 10-page MLA paper is
No, sorry, buddy. I didn't mean to do that. Go ahead.
Okay. All
Go ahead.
right. So, first and foremost, you said a lot. I'm going to try to address and respond to everything you just said. So, first of all, your claim about real median wages, excluding tariff, under both Trump and Biden's administration being higher under Trump, is false. I don't know why you told me that.
It's not true.
Yes, it is. All that you have to do is go on Google, type in employed full-time median usual weekly real earnings, FRED, and you can see a graph since the 1980s. And then all you have to do is compare the growth in real median wages and the real median wages seen from 2016 to 2019, and then compare that to 2021 to 2024. And we'll see that there was higher real median wages under Biden compared to Trump. Okay.
Well, I said adjusted for inflation. You got to adjust those for inflation. The numbers are always going to be higher because we always print money, right? So
that's
money.
That's what real wages are.
No, I said real wages adjusted for inflation. They're two different things.
You're saying wages adjusted for inflation, adjusted for inflation.
No, median household income adjusted for inflation
is what you call real median household income.
Right.
So when I say real,
so I misspoke. It's not that sorry that I misspoke.
That's what real means. Real means adjusted for inflation.
Right. Yes. Yeah.
So real median wages were high under Biden and Harris's administration compared to Trump's administration, excluding tariffs. Excluding COVID. Now to move on to your second claim that you think you had more to say.
Hold on a second. Yes. Excluding COVID, right?
Yeah.
My wages that are adjusted for inflation that I'm talking about counts 4 years of Donald Trump's presidency and 4 years of Biden's presidency, right? And both of them had to deal with parts of COVID. Actually, in terms of the amount of spending, Donald Trump had to spend more money on C-19 response.
You
Biden did.
you want to include COVID's impact on wages in the labor market to make this point. if you want to do that, then all of a sudden Donald Trump is culpable for the highest level of unemployment that we've had in our country since the Great Depression at 14.8% in April of 2020. Like real median wages in 2020 were exorbitantly high because nobody was working and employers wanted people to work. Okay, right? And if you want to include that in your evaluation of under what administration we had higher real median wages, well, then I get to include that in my evaluation under what administration we had higher levels of unemployment. So let's go ahead and misrepresent COVID data that was not caused by the presidency as being caused by the presidency. Well, now your guy's to blame for the unemployment rate in April 2020.
Yeah, no, we can look at unemployment rates for 1 month, but we
So do you
obviously
think
can't.
that? Do you think that Donald Trump is culpable for the highest level of unemployment in the last 100 years?
No, I think obviously there are certain things that contributed to that, being C-19 for sure.
Wait, so
But
if
I'm not
C-19 attributed to the
discrediting that,
unemployment
but it
rate in
doesn't
2020,
mean-
well, how
it
did
doesn't mean
C-19 attribute to real median wages in 2020?
Well, it doesn't mean that we can't look at the data and just automatically assume that it's from C-19. I'm looking more so at a 4-year period. I'm
Well,
comparing
I mean, to be
both.
fair, if we can't make automatic assumptions on what caused data, then you shouldn't be able to make the automatic assumption that the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act cause increases in real median wages. I know that you don't have any evidence for that because I could disprove it. The way I disprove that is through a Brookings study that indicated the immediate result of the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act until the end of Trump's administration during his first term was no new macro level business investment, meaning that no business reinvested back into their business given more funding from the tax cuts, okay? Which means that we did not see higher real median wages on the macro scale at all caused by the tax cuts. So, thank you. That was the second point you made that I was going to get on to dispute. So now that one's wrong too. So far, we've disproved 2 points, that Trump had higher real median wages and that Trump's tax cuts cause high real median wages.
This is not true.
I did.
It's not true.
It is true, and I proved it to be true with the use of Fred's stats. I gave you the link, and then the use of a Brookings study, which I can give you.
So
the
yeah,
link.
what's the stat? Where's the Fred stat that you were talking about?
Bro, dude, literally, just look up median usual weekly real earnings, FRED. There's higher real median wages excluding COVID under Biden's administration. I'm surprised that you didn't do your research before.
Yes, yeah, I know, I understand that, but why are we? So when you exclude COVID, right?
Mm-hmm.
When you exclude COVID, how long are you thinking that Biden had to deal with C-19 response?
Yeah, I'm doing like 20 through 2021, like the immediate response.
Okay, so you're excluding Donald Trump's last year of his presidency and Joe Biden's first year of his presidency,
Yeah,
correct?
Yep, around there.
Well,
Okay,
around
can you
there
stop?
or there?
Yeah, around there.
I'm trying to understand the data because the numbers that you're saying are not factual.
I am.
Like real median wages in terms of growth.
So
in terms
the-
of growth,
I
there
just,
was way
I
higher
just,
growth.
I just want to put this out there. The highest real median wages that we had under let's see here, under Trump's administration, excluding COVID, would be $355, which are CPI adjusted. Meanwhile, the lowest real median wages that we had under Biden, even including COVID, was $356. So the highest point under Trump's administration, excluding COVID, was lower than the lowest point under Biden and Harris's administration, excluding COVID or including it.
Yes, but you do understand that, again, going back to the dollar, the actual number doesn't matter as much when you're printing as much money as you're printing. There's more money supply in the population. So when people's median wages go up, but it doesn't combat the price of or the rate of inflation,
Bro,
that's the problem.
Bro,
If you look at how much money was printed and injected into the economy,
dude, these are real wages. They account for inflation. They account for increases in the M2 money supply.
hold on a second. Say what you just said again. I
The
didn't understand. I'm understanding you correctly. Hold on. Good.
The highest real median wages under Trump's administration, excluding COVID, were lower than the lowest real median wages under Biden and Harris's administration at any point. Do I need to make myself more clear? This is insane. You're starting to piss me off a lot because I'm making a very clear point. I'm giving you my source. There's not much more I could do.
Well, you're cherry picking the data that you want to use, and you're pushing
What?
out the data that you don't want to use. Yes. Yeah.
I'm pushing. Listen, man. I'm pushing out the year of 2020 under Donald Trump's administration because COVID hit. If you want to include 2020 and assume that anything that happened in 2020 was caused by Trump, like, be my guest, but this makes it even worse for Trump because although that does mean that Trump had higher real median wages than Biden, that also means that Trump caused the highest level of unemployment in our country in the last 100 years. It also means that Trump was one of the only 2 presidents that caused a total net loss in job under his administration, as well as it means that Trump is responsible for COVID, killing millions of Americans. So if you just want to baselessly arbitrate that Trump was still responsible for the economic outcomes in our country in 2020 during COVID, well, all of a sudden Trump is one of the worst presidents for the economy we've ever had.
No, that's not. Again, you can look at a 4-year period. Every single president has things that happen during their administration that may alter some numbers, may make certain numbers look a little bit higher at certain points in time. But you
That's all that I'm
evaluate a
pointing out.
presidency over 4 years.
That's all that I'm pointing out, man.
You would keep.
You understand that that's all that I'm pointing out is that Donald Trump is not culpable for the economic outcomes in 2020. Do you agree?
No, but I don't agree. Like, I agree in certain contexts, but not in a
Wait. So how could you say that Donald Trump is culpable for high real median wages in 2020, but not culpable, like specifically for like the unemployment rate?
Okay, so 2 things, right? Do you know what the median, again, going back to what we're talking about?
I don't want a question. I want an answer. How can you say that Donald Trump did cause the high real median wages in 2020, but not the high unemployment rate?
Well, because we were operating off of his economy that was built the previous 3 years.
If we were operating on the economy that he built, therefore he caused the high real median wages, he also caused the high levels of unemployment. Because wasn't it a consequential effect of Donald Trump's economy under your view?
The economy is the economy. Certain things that happen that change the economy via, in this instance, C-19.
Now you sound like me.
Cause and effect. There's cause and effect.
Now you
right?
now you seem like me. Now you're saying what I was saying that you just shat on. You're literally saying exactly what Dean thinks right now.
No.
Yes.
No. If you again, okay. Median household income, right? During the 4 years of the Trump administration, from where he inherited in 2016, because obviously he takes office in 2017, right? He inherits
no. You're actually not pivoting around my question. How do you know that Donald Trump caused the high real median wages in 2020, but not the high levels of unemployment? I just want to point out that you've caused close to 2,000 people to leave because you're dense and annoying. But I'm okay with having you up here for right now because I'm shitting on you.
Cool. You're not. I know that.
Of course I am.
Not at all.
Not at all. Of course I'm shitting on you. I'm proving it right now. Tell me how he caused the high real median wages in 2020, but not the high level of unemployment. Explain.
Yeah, because we have direct correlation between the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act and economic growth. You're comparing C-19.
How much did the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act add to the American GDP every year?
I'm sorry?
How much did the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act add to the American GDP every year?
You want to talk about GDP or you want to talk about CPI?
Wait, GDP is how we would evaluate economic growth.
No, you wouldn't.
We wouldn't use real GDP to evaluate economic growth?
No, we would probably use the CPI as a better correlation of how the American people
Wait. CPI is just going to be how far your dollar goes. It's measuring inflation.
Right. Exactly.
All tax cuts are inflationary. I mean,
CPI.
The tax cuts are going to cost. Yeah. Fuck yeah, they are. What the fuck?
No, seeing how far you're inflation.
Whoa.
Is inflation inherently bad, Dean?
No. Inflation is not inherently bad in all scenarios.
And what would
inflation?
The correlation
Wait. Just allow me to finish
here.
Okay. Like inflation can be justified in certain circumstances. A well-oiled, functioning economy has inflationary pressures and disinflationary pressures. But I just want to clarify here. Can we understand that the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act did cause some inflation because tax cuts are inherently inflationary?
Yes, but the CPI
So then obviously,
again,
because the tax cuts are going to have negative implications on the CPI. So why are you using a measure of inflation, the CPI, as your evaluation insofar as if the tax cuts were good or bad? All tax cuts are going to have some negative implication on the CPI. I wouldn't even say because his tax cuts had negative implications on the CPI they were bad, because all tax cuts are going to do that, even Kamala Harris's.
Right, but again. I would not use the GDP as the barometer of how successful the economy is. I would use the CPI because it's a direct correlation of how far people's dollars are going in inflationary time and just in general. So yeah, so if you look at Donald Trump's, if you look at Donald Trump,
Wait,
during-
dude, I'm gonna.
Go ahead.
You don't know what you're talking about.
How so?
Because Donald Trump's tax cuts made people's dollars go a shorter distance.
That's not true.
Yes, it is. All tax cuts do that. That's not a reason why I'd say his tax cuts are bad, though. Could we like consumer spending, government expenditure, printing more money, all these things make your dollar go a shorter distance, right? Like when there's more people with more money that they go out there and spend, well, all of a sudden there's more demand for products with a consistent supply. The equilibrium price of a product goes up. What is it called when the equilibrium price of a product goes up? It's called inflation. Yes, more consumer spending causes inflation. That's, you know, okay, all right, but sometimes we want more consumer spending. It could be good, but all that this means is that all tax cuts cause inflation because all tax cuts cause consumer spending. But now listen, I'm not going to hold this against the tax cuts because all tax cuts do it. If Kamala Harris was elected and she passed her tax cuts, Kamala Harris's tax cuts would have caused inflation. Some inflation can be okay, right? But when you tell me that you're evaluating the efficacy of Donald Trump's tax cuts to be very good for America because of the impacts that they had on the CPI, you're basically telling me that Donald Trump's tax cuts are good for America, and you know this because they caused inflation.
No, that's not what I'm saying at all. Again,
it is.
look at the cumulative inflation during Donald Trump's first term. Look at the cumulative inflation during Biden's term. What's the differences?
If we want to look at the cumulative inflation under the two terms, we could do that, but we're no longer talking about the tax cuts. And I wanted to talk about the tax cuts. I thought that's the conversation we were having, right?
Well, we're having both. Yeah,
are we doing the weave like Trump is? I feel like you're just pivoting.
No, I think the weave started when you wanted to bring up not counting the first year of Biden's term or the last year of Trump's term, because you know the original point that I made would be proven. So then you interjected, once again,
then
you interjected a random month.
One second, don't lie. Don't lie. I told you that if you want, you could include 2020 and prove your point, but then all of a sudden Donald Trump is responsible for the highest level of unemployment since the Great Depression, and Donald Trump is responsible for a total net loss in jobs under his administration, one of the only two presidents to do so, and Donald Trump is responsible for all the negative implications of COVID on the economy. Like, I wasn't excluding 2020 to like be a Democrat, to be a liberal, to contort reality and change it to fit my narrative. I was excluding COVID because I don't think that Donald Trump is culpable for all of the negative impacts of COVID in 2020. And yes, that would also include the positive impacts of increases in real median wages. And like, once again, the reason why there's an increase in real median wages in 2020 was because 15% of our country was unemployed, couldn't work or didn't want to work. So then we had companies bumping up the wages for employees that were working because they needed to create more demand for essential jobs at a time where everybody just wanted to stay inside. So not only, right, am I excluding it because it was under COVID, but a little bit more specifically, I'm excluding it because Trump didn't cause it, but rather a lack of laborers in the workforce caused it. I mean, like, what do you do when less people want something? You make it more appealing to the people that you make it more appealing by making it more valuable. Like, you know what I mean?
But again, you what you're trying to do is think that they're the same thing. There's a cause and effect for certain things, right? So the cause of the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, the effect of that is obviously the economic growth that we saw. The cause of unemployment being high was because of COVID-19. Those are not the same.
So what you just
both
told
of them
us,
have cause and effect.
So
you wanting to blame Donald Trump.
You're incapable of learning.
In the example you're making that you want to blame Donald Trump for, there's a direct correlation between COVID-19. There's also a direct correlation between the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act becoming economic growth in our country.
Yeah. Okay.
So it's a false equivalence. What you're doing is a false equivalency.
Okay.
And you know that.
So do you have a study? Know that. No, I actually know that you're wrong. Okay. Do you have a study to show that the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act led to an increase in real median wages?
I have data.
Like the data on Fred? So you're making a correlation causation argument and you know that? Jesus
No, you have.
Christ.
You
Jesus
also
fucking
have.
Christ.
You also.
Jesus
Dean,
fucking
you also.
Christ.
Dean, you also
Jesus,
have.
I'm
and you know
trying
it.
to educate you here. Listen, I would
Dean,
bet
you're not
I
educating me at all.
I would bet you $1 million, okay, that you would never be able to find a study that is reputable that would say that the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act led to an increase in real median wages, okay? And the reason I would make such a strong and confident bet is because I have a study from Brookings that examined the economic impacts of the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act for the immediate 2 years after it was signed into law under Trump's administration that show that it led
Study
to
from
no
who?
new from Brookings that showed that it led to no new macro level business investment. Sir, do you know what
I don't.
macro level business investment is?
I mean, you could tell me.
So macro level business investment, right, is all of the companies, all of the LLCs, all of the S corps, all of the C corps, all of the businesses operating in America, and how much of their profits proportionate to their revenue. Sorry, I mean how much of their revenue they then reinvest back into their business. Business investments, okay?
Okay.
Right?
Mhm.
And what this study from Brookings showed us is that companies were reinvesting the same portion of their revenue into their businesses before and after his tax cuts. All right? What that tells us is that when these companies were given more profit, they didn't reinvest more back into the company. But that would have to happen for real median wages to go up. Because who's paying those
understand
real
that the
median
difference-
wages? One moment, is the companies. So if we don't see the companies reinvesting more after the tax cuts, then the tax cuts definitely did not cause an increase in real median wages. Now, I also want to point out that I'm doing a very kind thing for you right now that under normal circumstances, I would never ever do. I'm proving a negative. For everybody watching, never prove a negative. When somebody says something is true, they have to justify that it's true. You don't have to justify that it's false. But because this guess sucks, I'm justifying that it's false just for fun, because I know that you can never give me any evidence beyond your correlation causation by the use of identifying, examining external variables and isolating for them through a academic economic study that would, entail the conclusion that the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act led to a greater level of real median wages.
Okay, so what we're going to look at in terms of academic studies, your academic studies that you want to cite. I would imagine that some people probably have a like myself would have a problem with that, and I could probably find different studies that would prove my point as well.
Do it.
I live in the world of data. Living in the world. Hold on a second.
Dude,
I said 2 sentences and then you're already going at me.
because I know
Do you want
exactly
me
what you're about to
talk
say.
you, or do you want to just go-
I know
you can go to
exactly what you're about to
somebody
say.
else if you want
I know you're about to say.
What am I going to say?
You're about to say that, I live in the world of data. I see that real median wages increased under Trump's administration after he built the economy for 2 years after signing his Tax Cuts and Jobs Act into effect, meaning that the economy he built through his tax cuts caused his real median wages. Was I right or was I right?
I got a phone call in the middle of that. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
You're about to say that
I went-
you're a man of data, right? And you looked at the real median wages at the end of Trump's administration after he built the economy for 2 years, relying upon his tax cuts, which demonstrates that his building of the economy through his tax cuts caused the increase in the real median wages. Am I right or am I right?
No, you're partially right. Yeah, but you're not fully right.
Oh, really? Okay.
There's a partial.
Really? What
claim
do
there, for
you
sure.
want to add on there?
So you going and saying that businesses spent the same amount of money in their business before the TCJA and after it, you do understand that counts an overwhelming amount of small business owners, correct?
Yeah.
Like
it's on
you don't
macro
just
scale.
think that that's just the Walmarts of the world and all these other corporations.
It's on the macro scale, so it includes small businesses.
Well,
but you got to
right,
understand
so
that large
with that,
corporations
hold on. Let me
account for a vast majority of business investment.
Can I get
It's
to
like
my
fucking
point?
stupid.
Can I get to my point? There's in a situation where a small business owner, right, your local mom and pop shop down this road from you, is spending the same amount of money, but they're getting taxed at a lower rate. they inherently have more money in their pockets, right? Which contributes to their wage increases. You understand that by spending the same amount but getting taxed less on the revenue that you're producing, that you are
Bro,
inherently growing your wealth, right?
I can't do this. If they're taking the money that they have in their pockets to increase wages, then they're investing more into the business, you fucking donut. I'm done with you. You're such a you're such a
You
donut.
said that's not what you said. You literally said that before the TCJA and after it, that they are spending the same amount of revenue into their business. They're interjecting the same amount of revenue into their business growth, right? Okay. So growing your business as a business owner doesn't always mean that your real wages increase as you grow your business. Sometimes you do something like take profits to where you can interject that money into the economy for providing things for your family. And maybe you go and you buy a new car, maybe you go and buy a new home. But again, you don't just interject your net wealth via the business. You sometimes use that for yourself to contribute.
Yeah, nice.
You get that, right?
I get that you're conceding, yeah, because you're just conceding.
I'm not conceding anything.
Yeah, no, you're now saying that no, the tax cuts didn't lead to new levels in business investment, which resulted in higher real median wages. But you're just saying that they took that profit and they spent it elsewhere, probably leading to an increase in real GDP, right?
No, I'm saying that these are direct examples of how people earned more money, more revenue was collected. You do know that after the TCJA was implemented, that we actually collected more revenue for taxation, right?
So we did. And how much did we annually as a result of the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act?
I don't know the exact number, but you do know that we collected more revenue.
I do. Dean knows
the TCJA,
Dean knows the exact number. Can Dean share the exact number with you?
Go ahead, please.
Around $2 to $4 billion a year was the increase that we saw in government revenues as a result of the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, keeping in mind that the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act cost $125 billion in government revenues per year. So, on that speaking, the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act still put our government 19 to $123 billion in the red per year.
Right. So you're using all 4 years in this situation, correct?
I'm using the entirety of the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act.
Right.
Yeah.
So that's now you know what you're doing with the again, our government spending in terms of the deficit spending and certain things that we had to do during C-19 is again pretty simple and standard as to why our spending would go up during COVID-19. But when you're looking at the economy,
no. I'm literally only talking about the spending that was a result of the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. Nothing to do with COVID at all. This conversation does not include concern COVID at all. No. The Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, during its first implementation, cost the taxpayer $1.9 trillion. All right, for 10 years.
Yeah, where? Cost the taxpayer how?
The taxpayer, yeah, because we didn't cut funding, and when you cut taxes, it inevitably would cost the taxpayer that much insofar as reduced income.
What are we doing now?
What?
Are we attempting to cut funding now?
We are through Doge, which is what you're implying. However, we would have less government expenditure under Kamala Harris, all things considered, because her policy was less expensive than Trump's.
How?
How was it less expensive than Trump's? It just was.
Yeah.
The CBO estimated it to be, and it was accepted by both candidacies. What do you?
And then
what
the
do you mean,
American
how?
people felt
It
the
just
same
was?
way. The American people felt the same way. Is that why they brought the economy to their ballot boxes with them and had a direct correlation between the previous administration and Trump's first administration, and decided that the number one reason why they were going to vote for Donald Trump was because of the economy? Is that why?
That was the number one reason why individuals voted for Trump. But are you saying that populist opinion is indicative of truth?
What do you mean?
Just because a lot of people
I
think
would say-
something doesn't mean that it's
I would
true.
say that
I
the-
mean,
yeah, would you-
I
would you say
just want to point out that for majority of human history, most human lives thought that the Earth was flat and child marriage was moral.
Mhm.
So
do you think
500
that-
years ago, was the Earth flat,
Yeah.
and was it okay for older men to marry young girls?
Do you think that?
Dude, this guy's getting cleared
the
at every
most
single
people-
corner. Do you feel outmatched?
No, not at all.
Really?
I mean,
How
I'm
could
not
you
gonna-
wait? How
I'm-
could
I'm
you
having
possibly
a practical conversation,
How
and you're
could you?
talking
How could you
about
possibly
men
not
marrying
feel
children.
outmatched?
That's weird. That's weird. I'm talking about the
Wait,
economy.
wait.
and you're talking about men marrying
If you
children.
didn't understand, if you didn't understand the analogy, and you're just going to call me weird, then you obviously are outmatched because you told me
Not at all.
that Donald Trump is better for the economy because the number one reason why individuals voted for him was because of the economy. The underlying principle and assumption you're making there is that if a lot of people agree on something, it must be true. And my counter rebuttal to that was to grant you the analogy that for most of human history, there was a group consensus that child marriage was okay and the earth was flat, meaning that those two things must be true in accordance with the principle you just described. So instead of just calling it weird, how about you understand, right, the fact that I'm making a conceptual analogy to hopefully something we could both agree is weird and is immoral, just to demonstrate that popular consensus isn't indicative of what's true and false.
Yeah, but sure. Okay, I can now understand the analogy you're making, but the difference is predominantly the amount of people that voted in this election are working class or middle class citizens, right? You know, and they had a side by side comparison from an economic barometer of how they did during Trump's first term and how they did during Biden's term. When asked if she would change anything from Biden's term, she said, "quote Nothing comes to mind." And that Bidenomics was working.
Oh, Bidenomics was
And it
working.
was-
Their policy was awesome. And name one bad policy they passed.
That the Inflation Reduction Act was horrendous.
Why so?
What do you mean? Look at the cumulative inflation rate.
Cumulative inflation rate. The Inflation Reduction Act had disinflationary pressures insofar as the CBO estimated that it'd be deficit reducing in the 10-year lifespan of a bill. How could something that cuts government expenditure cause inflation, donut? Oh, wait, it doesn't. You're just
How
making
did-
a baseless
again-
fucking assumption between a policy and then what is true of the economy. You are literally saying because there was high levels of inflation under Biden and Harris's administration, then it must be a result of their policy, making a correlation causation fallacy. You would never do this for Donald Trump in a billion fucking years. I will never hear you blaming the levels of unemployment at the end of his term on his policy. I will never hear you blaming the price of eggs now on his policy in his second term. You make these correlation causation fallacies as it would apply to Biden and Harris's administration, and then all of a sudden you get a fucking 4-year bachelorette degree in economics as soon as it would concern discussing the result of Trump's economic policy in his first term and now in his second term. Okay, you cannot just assume that whatever happens in the economy is caused by the president's policy, and that is precisely what you are doing right now as it would apply to the Biden-Harris administration. I want you to tell me exactly how the Inflation Reduction Act caused inflation. Just merely saying, look at the data is not sufficient.
I don't know how looking at data is not sufficient.
Because it's a correlation causation fallacy. I want you to look at the data of how many people eat ice cream in the summertime and how many people murder in the summertime. When you look at the data, you will see when more people eat ice cream, more people murder, just like when Biden and Harris were in power, there was higher levels of inflation. Paul, thank you so much for the interstellar. I really appreciate you for the love. Everyone show some love to Paul. So does this mean that eating more ice cream causes more people to murder, DA?
No, but that's
No.
not the same correlation
Well,
and you
it
know
is. It is the same correlation because what I gave you was the textbook academic example of what a correlation causation fallacy is. And if you took a single poli-sci class in college, a single macroeconomic class in college, you would have heard this exact example come out of your professor's mouth. But how about we make the analogy even more comparable? If we want to say, look at the presidency and the data of the economy's performance under their presidency, it's obviously to blame on the presidency. Look at the presidency that we have today, that being the Trump administration, and look at the economy we have today. The Atlanta Fed is projecting a 3% decrease in the American GDP in the first fiscal quarter of 2025 under Trump's administration. We've now hit the highest prices for eggs ever under the Trump administration. Using your logic, can I say that those two things are to blame on Trump?
Can we use Biden's own, I guess, his own quotes, his own speech in terms of
I want you to
him
answer my
coming out and
question.
saying the Inflation Reduction Act failed to lower costs for Americans?
Do
Can
you-
we use him or no?
So
Is
what
he not?
So what Biden said specifically is that it shouldn't have been called the Inflation Reduction Act because because the main purpose of the bill wasn't to reduce inflation, which is true, by the way. The main purpose of the bill was to further reinvest into renewable energy resources.
Wait a second,
while
Dean.
also
They didn't
making
say
one
during the
moment.
Inflation
One
Reduction
moment.
Act.
While also making the biggest investment into fracking in modern American history, right? The only reason why I brought up earlier that it was deficit reducing in the long term, having disinflationary pressures, was to counter your point that it was inflationary. Okay? Yeah,
Hold
I
on.
agree
So-
that the Inflation Reduction Act was named incorrectly. But the argument that the Inflation Reduction Act was named incorrectly doesn't justify your conclusion that it caused inflation.
Thanks, Claire. So hold on a second. Now you're saying that the Inflation Reduction Act, they didn't promise to reduce inflation and make it more affordable for Americans. That wasn't the purpose of the Inflation Reduction Act at all. That's what you're now saying.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right.
We have a definite disagreement there from what they said and what was done and what Biden himself had said. Again, you
So
can look
wait,
at
is
that.
this supposed to instantiate
You can look
your-
at the EOs.
Wait, do you think that they did bad with
specifically-
inflation under their term?
Yeah, of course they did.
Then why did they do better than any other country in the G7?
God, sorry, I got a phone call there.
Then why did they do better than any other country in the G7?
It doesn't matter. We're the best. We're the largest.
Well,
of course,
okay,
listen, you understand.
We're the
you
best. It
understand
doesn't matter.
that-
So what should they have done?
Yeah, you understand.
No.
that we're
1
going
second.
to
So what
perform-
should they have done?
What do you mean? So what should they have done?
What should they have done to reduce inflation that they didn't do?
Yeah, I'll tell you what you don't do.
No. I want you. No. You shut the fuck up and you tell me what they should have done. What should they have done
Well,
to reduce inflation?
how can I tell you if you want me to shut the fuck up? You want me to shut the fuck up, or you want me to tell you?
I want you to shut the fuck up as it relates to answering a question that I didn't ask, and I want you to speak as it relates to answering a question that I did ask. Tell me what they should have done to further reduce inflation.
What they should have done is not overspend. What they should have done is not allow the Federal Reserve to print money at exorbitant rates that hyperinflated the rate of inflation. And what they shouldn't have done is pass executive orders that pushed Green New Deal, climate change bullshit at the expense of the taxpayers. That's what they shouldn't
Hey,
have done.
DA, you're about to feel really not that smart. You want to know why?
Mhm. Go ahead.
Because Trump spent more and produced less crude oil.
Again,
I'm being serious. Look at the CRBF. All right, the CRBF will tell you that under Trump's administration, he spent $8.6 trillion, which had $4.8 trillion non-COVID related. Meanwhile, Biden and Harris spent $4.6 trillion, $2.2 trillion non-COVID related. So your first point is cooked, your first point is done, your first point is over. Insofar as your
Not
second
at
point
it.
about
Not at
pushing the
all.
Green New Deal that's going to cause inflation by reducing the output, domestically speaking, of non-renewable energy resources, according to the what is the source, guys? Anyways, so we produced more oil under Biden and Harris's administration compared to Donald Trump's first administration. The source is the EIA,
Where were
the
our
US Energy
reserves?
Information Administration.
yeah, where were our reserves? Did we have more room to produce more, or no?
And we
Were
did.
we
Did
fill
you know also
on our reserves, or no?
Okay, well, I understand that you're now pivoting because you can't address
Not
the facts
pivoting
that-
at all.
Okay, well, I'm going to
Not
appreciate if
pivoting
you
at
let
all.
me speak real quick. So I do understand that you
No,
are
go
now
ahead.
I do understand that you are now pivoting because you cannot address the fact that you told me they caused inflation by exorbitant government spending, and I just told you and informed you and sat you the fuck down by informing you that Donald
You
Trump
didn't
spent
sit
more.
me down.
I
I was
did.
already sitting,
Wait.
dude.
I
You know, I was
did
already
sit you.
sitting. How could I-
DA,
you know, I was already sitting.
you have to come to terms with reality at some point, right? You made the argument that they caused inflation by wasteful government expenditure. Donald Trump spent more. You got sat the fuck down. You then made the argument that caused inflation by green policy, reducing crude oil export from our output from our country. They produced more crude oil than Trump. You got sat the fuck down. So then you pivot, right? Insofar as Biden not being good for oil reserves in America, I'm going to sit you down again because according to the EIA, every single month, every single quarter under the Biden-Harris administration, reserves only went up. It was Donald Trump at the end of his administration who emptied the reserves because he went back and forth with Saudi Arabia and Venezuela to negotiate lower oil prices. And it got to such a low point that it was unsustainable for the future prosperity of oil production in America that he then went to OPEC, told them to reduce their output by 10% to make imports of oil more expensive. And then he fucking dropped all of our reserves, right? And so far as prioritizing American oil. So thank you so much. You've now been sat down on the Biden-Harris administration causing inflation through wasteful government expenditure. You've been sat down, right, on them being bad for oil production in America. They produce more than Trump. You've been sat down, right, about them emptying the reserves.
Incorrect.
And,
Incorrect.
I wait.
Incorrect on all of it.
Wait. Okay, prove me wrong on the first point that Trump spent more under his first term.
Again, that's you're correct on that. You're correct,
wait, I thought you told me I was incorrect on all my points.
You're correct on the spending, but
wait. I thought that you told me that I was incorrect.
You're doing the same thing that you always do, right? You twist the facts to try to support your argument when it suits you.
So then, what are the real facts?
And then you change the playing field when it doesn't.
So then,
right?
what are the real facts about government? Wait. DA. What are the real facts about government expenditure under Biden and Harris compared to Trump?
Yep, there's a difference when a pandemic comes and we have to spend more money to keep people economically okay, to be able to support themselves and their family, specifically when...
You're going on mute. The reason you're going on mute is because
you don't want to prove any points.
No,
you could drop me, buddy.
No. It's because I already told you that under the Trump administration, there's $8.6 trillion in total spending. Meanwhile, there's only $4.6 trillion in non-COVID related expenditure. I literally accounted for COVID spending, and then your rebuttal is about COVID spending. Under Donald Trump's administration, there was $8.6 trillion of non-COVID related expenditure. Of $4.8 trillion of non-COVID related expenditure. Under Biden and Harris's administration, there's $2.2 trillion of non-COVID related expenditure. You understand that if we exclude COVID for Trump and we include COVID for Biden and Harris, that Trump still spent more? Because Donald Trump spent $4.8 trillion in non-COVID related expenditure and Biden and Harris spent 4.6 as a whole.
You do understand, Dean, that we're still operating under their budget this year, right? You do know that, right?
Yeah. Until we're not.
So
We're not. No. We're not. Wrong. You're wrong. The House Republicans passed their updated budget last week. Thank you.
Again, into effect for how long?
What? Wait. What are you talking about?
This week. So again, how long have we been in this calendar year? Did this calendar year just start last week?
No,
or a couple weeks ago.
Yeah, we were under Biden and Harris's budget until the House Republicans passed.
What was the budget revision? Yeah, what's the budget revision that they passed?
What is a budget revision? They cut $800 billion from Medicaid and approved an additional $256 billion per year in government expenditure. What does this have to do with our debate specifically about Biden and Harris spending less than Trump under their two first terms? Can you not pivot and actually respond to me on the phone?
So then I'm trying to understand where you're getting your numbers from. What year do you?
I'm getting my number. But I could just tell you. No, because I could just tell you. I'm getting my numbers from the CRBF, the Committee for a Responsible Federal Budget.
What year are you starting the Biden and Harris's budget counting?
Why don't we just go to the CRBF and look? Because they isolate for the new debt signed into law. So this isn't coming from years. This is coming from bills that they influenced and signed into law.
Wait, so it's not coming from years. It's not coming towards the overall spending. It's just the bills that were signed.
Yeah, it is not coming from overall spending because then you'd have to account for because it accounts for reoccurring expenditure. Like, why should we blame the $125 billion in reoccurring expenditure caused by the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act under Biden and Harris on Biden and Harris when they were Trump's tax cuts? So when we want to isolate for which administration signed more debt-related spending into law, we're isolating for debt-related spending signed into law by the administration.
So then we can't. So then we definitely can't possibly attribute Donald Trump and the price of eggs, right, and the cumulative inflation rate of our groceries and our
Yes,
gas.
no,
and
wait. Yeah,
that,
no,
that
Donald
has
Trump
everything
is
to do with the previous administration.
Donald
correct?
Trump is not culpable for the price of eggs under his admin, nor is the prior administration, by the way. But stop fucking pivoting. You talk about anything but the fact that Trump spent more under his first term than Biden and Harris. I'm going to kick you because I've been trying to get you to respond for this for how fucking long, you little kid? How long have I been trying to get you to respond to this fact, you little fucking kid? You child? You man baby? How about you grow up, you get a spine, and you actually address the points that I'm bringing up? You've been cooked and cooked and cooked and cooked
not at all.
time and
Not
time
at all.
again
Not
on
at
this
all.
live, and you fucking refuse to engage with the facts. You told me that I was wrong about government expenditure under Trump's administration compared to Biden and Harris's administration. So how about you fucking talk about government expenditure under Trump's administration and Biden and Harris's administration, you little spineless boy? CRBF. Donald Trump's administration spent $8.6 trillion in his first 4 years. Meanwhile, Biden and Harris spent $4.6 trillion in his first 4 years. And before you come in here and you talk about any of this COVID crap, if we exclude COVID for Trump, Donald Trump is directly responsible for $4.8 trillion of non-COVID related debt spending under his first administration, which is $200 billion more than every single bill signed into law under Biden and Harris's term, including the American Rescue Plan, which was specifically stimulus checks for COVID. So grow a spine, act your age, and rebuttal those facts. Guys, if he talks about anything but the comparison of government expenditure under the last two administrations, boo him, laugh at him. Now come back, little boy. You're on pause. You're outside of the TikTok app. Come back here, you spineless individual, and now counter rebuttal the position that I just gave you.
Okay. Yeah. Gross federal debt. Ready? Under Donald Trump, 7.8 trillion. Under Joe Biden, 8.4 trillion. Where are you getting your numbers from?
I told you the CRBF. And what did I tell you was very unique and special about the CRBF? The CRBF accounts for debt-related expenditure signed into law. I'm making the argument. I'm making the argument. Oh, then you don't care about what they're responsible for.
I care about overall spending.
So then
right?
why the
Regardless,
fuck
again,
should Biden and Harris
regardless
be,
of-
you donut, you spineless person. Why should Biden and Harris be responsible
Again,
for
regardless of
debt-related
what-
spending signed into law by fucking FDR? Why should Biden and Harris be responsible for debt signed into law by Abraham Lincoln? And most importantly, why should Biden and Harris be responsible for debt signed into law by Trump? Why don't you care about the debt they signed into law? If we're going to have a conversation about which administration is better for our government spending, we're going to be talking about what they're doing to the government expenditure. No? And how do we talk about what the president is doing for government expenditure? The bills and the executive orders that they make federal law that spend the taxpayer's dollar.
You do understand that when you spend in a time period when you do not have money to spend, and you directly start doing things from an area of weakness as opposed to an area of strength, they're not the same thing, correct? You do know
I understand that you're not responding to anything. I'm not responding to anything until you either concede or counter rebuttal that Donald Trump was responsible for. Okay. So explain to me how the Biden, give me a single source. Give me a single source that would say the Biden-Harris administration was responsible for more debt signed into law than Trump. A single source. A single one. Give it to me.
Well, I can talk now.
I want you a source right now.
It's okay for me to speak now.
No, I want you to respond.
Every time I unmute,
give me a source.
Time I unmute, I get muted.
Give me a source.
You want to have a conversation, or you want to just?
I want you to give me a source.
You want to just talk into a microphone?
I'll tell you what I want. I want you to give me a source that Biden and Harris were responsible for more debt-related spending signed into law than Trump.
Yeah, look at the overall debt. Look at
No,
overall
no,
federal spending.
no. How could that?
Yes.
Oh my
Yes.
God. What is your IQ? What is your IQ?
What does it matter what my IQ is?
Do you think that every dollar spent under Biden and Harris was by bills they signed into law?
Let me ask you something.
No, no, I'm
right?
asking you something. Yes or no? Was every dollar spent by federal government under Biden and Harris a result of what they signed into law?
Is it your mod or is it you that keeps muting me? Somebody
It is
keeps muting
me.
me.
I want a yes or no. Was every
Do you
dollar
want me to
spent?
answer a question? Or do you want me
I
to...
want you to
Go
answer
ahead,
a question.
ask it
Was
again.
every dollar
Ask it again.
spent
Go ahead.
by our federal government under Biden and Harris a result of bills they signed into law?
Is every dollar spent?
Yes.
No, no.
So then you're not giving me what I'm asking you for. Because I asked you for a source that shows they signed more debt into law than Trump.
Right, but what you're doing is, again, you're hyper focused on one point and not the overall concept.
I am.
And it's
I'm
pretty
hyper
simple.
focused
It's
on one
pretty simple.
point. No, I'm
All right,
hyper
if you
fixed.
give me,
No,
give me 15
no,
seconds,
no.
Dean. Give me 15 seconds, and then you can just go and whatever you want to do
I'm
after
hyper.
that. Give me
DA,
15 seconds. You do understand.
I'm hyper fixated on one point for a fucking reason. It's because you said that I was wrong about this one specific point. Dude, as soon as you get proven wrong, you just want to talk about something else.
No, it's not true. Again,
So then give me a source to refute it, you donut! If you're gonna say it's not true, then give me evidence to show that it's not true.
Take care, Dean. I'm not.
You're
gonna sit
running
here and
away.
just
Of
give
course,
you
run
15
away, run
seconds.
away, run
I'm
away.
not running away. You're talking to yourself.
Okay,
in
that's
your
me.
own echo chamber with your people. You don't want to have a debate. You want to just project all your bullshit. That's what you want to do.
Wait. If you're gonna leave
You
because I'm
want to twist your own facts.
If you're gonna leave
and just
because
look at, just look at a couple different things. It's not. We're not having a.
If you're gonna leave because I'm interrupting you, as soon as you unmute yourself, I won't interrupt you.
Cool. Here we go. Ready? You do understand that there is a difference between spending, even though you know going into administration, you have already had to guarantee certain points of a budget and federal spending from previous administrations, right? You can't use, well, I had to deal with this spending, so I inherently just spent more. That's like saying to somebody, well, I know I had to make a car payment. I signed that, years ago, but I'm going to go out to the bar and spend $1,000 that I don't have, and now I can't pay my car payment because of it. You do understand that when you're dealing with certain spending in times where your economy is not booming, the thing that you need to do is stop spending until the economy is adjusted and the economy is doing better. So you understand that the difference between regardless of who spent more, spending more when you are in a position of strength and spending more when you are in a position of weakness do not mean the same thing.
Does how you spend the money matter?
Sure.
And that's where this whole argument falls apart. Because your argument is that the spending under the Biden-Harris administration, although it was less than the spending under the Trump administration, caused the high levels of inflation that we saw because they spent it at a worse point, economically speaking. So first, we need to consider the fact that I could rule out your argument with one sentence. The one sentence that rules out your argument is that we saw the same inflation in other countries to a higher extent. What does this mean? It means that the inflation in our own country most likely was not caused by the expenditure by the current administration due to the fact that we saw the same inflation in every other country on the face of the planet. It's caused by COVID. Now, the second response to this is to get much more specific. And the second response, which gets much more specific, was that all of the bills that spent that money under the Biden-Harris administration did so to save the economy. Think about it. What was one of the biggest expenses by the Biden-Harris administration? The infrastructure bill. $1 trillion, $500 billion of which was spent under the Biden-Harris administration. What was that spent on? That was spent on paying people money to work. Why was it important for a federal government to spend money on paying people money to work? Well, because the economy was so bad, because people weren't working, and people weren't spending money because people weren't getting paid money and consumer confidence was low. So when we spend $500 billion to pay people money to work, you have more people going back to work, you have more people earning money, turning around and then spending it. And that is why we had the fastest economic bounce back compared to any other country in the G7. Now, chat, obviously, throughout this conversation I've been having with DA24, you guys have been able to tell that I've been very emotionally disturbed. I've been very upset. And now I'm going to show you why I've been upset. Because here's what DA24 is going to do. He's going to ignore every single word that just came out of my mouth, and he's going to come up with something frantically new. Okay, but what I want to leave you with before DA24 responds is that DA24 is not engaging in nuance like I am. DA24 will not explain to you what specific spending Biden and Harris signed into law that caused inflation. DA24 will not isolate for bills and how they caused inflation. DA24 will not engage in any of the nuance that I just did. Hopefully that should prove to you that DA24 is fucking wrong. But take it away, DA24. Well, DA24 actually might be leaving. Holy shit, yo, Robert! Thank you so much for the $100 YouTube super chat. This was from so long ago. I'm sorry that I haven't thanked you yet, Robert. I've just been so deep in the debate. Robert said Trump actually did do something good for the trucking industry. He made English the official language, which means states are no longer required to allow people who don't read or write English to take their written tests in their language. Wait. States are no longer required to allow people who don't read or write language, speak English to take the he left to take the written test in their language. Why is that a good thing? I think that's a bad thing, Robert. I do really appreciate you for the $100 donation, but maybe you could do more for me by hopping on the live so we could have a discussion. Yeah, DA24 ran away. DA24 left. That was a mic drop, and I hope that that demonstrates to each and every single one of you guys that these Trump supporters' worldview is predicated, right, on the inexistence. Oh, it was a joke. Oh, I think Robert was joking. Trump actually did do something good for the... Okay, I'm sorry. Yeah, that was a joke. I was just emotionally prone to, like, not seeing that as a joke because I've spent the last 3 hours talking to delusional Trump supporters that for whatever reason, those two sentences seem like something someone would mean. I hope you can understand, Robert, and I appreciate you for the love. All right. We're going to move on to our next guest. Everybody, please show some love to Robert. Also, Haley, thank you for the $10 YouTube super chat. Everyone, please show some love to Haley. I'd also like to thank Nathan with the $5 super chat. Everyone show some love to Nathan, as well as Traceless with the $20 YouTube super chat. Republicans, only spending we do is good. Those damn libs aren't allowed to spend money too. That ass. Thank you so much for the $20. That's incredibly kind of you. And we're going to go to get that next guest up here right now. All right. We got Diana loading into the box, and we got Michael loading into the box as well. Everybody just do be patient. As well as Ingrid. Thank you for the $10 donation over on Venmo. Thank you so much for the love, Ingrid. Noel with the $10 on Venmo as well. Lindsay with the $1. Victoria with the $2. I appreciate everyone so much for the love. You guys are awesome. Thank you so much. Autumn with the $1. Jennifer with the $10 over on PayPal. If you're watching the stream and you do want to support the stream, you could support me on Venmo or PayPal. You can find the Venmo and PayPal through the link tree in my bio if you're watching on TikTok, where I get 100% of the proceeds and I could give you a shout out. You could also show some love over on YouTube through the super chat. What is going on, Michael? Did you vote for Trump?
I did.
Okay, why did you do that?
Thing is first of all, I don't think before Harris kind of was like, I'll take the presidency and kind of whatever, and Biden dropped down and Harris went in. Whatever, I just thought everything was completely corrupt with them.
Name one corrupt thing they did.
Ukraine.
Supporting a contract. Sorry, honoring...
Go ahead. Because I listened to the whole thing the other guy was talking about.
Wait.
DA.
One second, man. So you just told me that
dude, I don't want to give you the kind of the time of day because you got to understand how
Run
are we
away,
going to give
run
them that
away,
much money in our
run away.
military equipment?
I can explain.
And then and then you have Zelensky come to the office, the Oval Office, and legit be a complete douchebag.
Okay, Michael, if you're gonna let me to explain that, I'm gonna need you to give me the time of day.
I am wide open for your bullshit. So go ahead.
Dude. Okay, first of all, you calling Biden and Harris's funding for Ukraine corrupt is just the most nonsensical claim I've ever heard.
Okay, so then why didn't Zelensky sign the mineral deal?
Michael, can you let me finish?
Sure, go ahead, buddy.
Thank you, Michael.
Yep.
You calling Biden and Harris's support to Ukraine corrupt is very nonsensical. I understand if you want to say that you disagree with it or that we shouldn't have been funding Ukraine, you could make an argument there, but calling it corrupt is nonsense. The reason why calling it corrupt is nonsense is because the only reason they were funding Ukraine was because of a contractual denuclearization agreement we made with Ukraine in the 90s. Honoring
100%.
contracts is not corrupt. All right?
Okay. Yep. I'll let you finish.
I feel like you're just calling it corrupt because you disagree with it. So just because somebody spends money in a way that you disagree with doesn't mean it's corrupt. So now, going on to the second part of the claim, that Zelensky was being a douchebag in the Oval Office, Michael, you're very out of touch. And I can't even believe that you'd say that. What did Zelensky say in the Oval Office that made him come across as a douchebag? And
Did you see his body language?
His body language?
Go ahead. Yeah, did you see his body language?
His body
language? Did you see him fucking roll his eyes?
Maybe he was rolling his eyes when J.D. Vance asked him if he'd ever thanked America, after him not only thanking America on 15 different occasions and 15 different tweets, but of how sub-fucking human and inconsiderate that was. Oh my God.
And then you don't dress up in a suit? You wear a fucking quarter zip? Are you kidding?
Zelensky has spent the last 3 years of his life fighting for his right to self-determination, as well as the right to self-determination of all constituents of his country. Zelensky has observed loved ones dying. Zelensky has observed children without limbs.
But
Zelensky has discerned just 1 second.
He can make that not happen.
Just 1 second. The ethnic cleansing of his people. And then your biggest concern is that he didn't wear a suit.
All right,
hey, I have a question. How do you feel about Elon Musk never wearing a suit?
No, that was literally where I was about to go. I saw that comment. No, he does dress up. He wears a suit jacket.
Wait, you think that wearing a blazer and a t-shirt is appropriate professional attire?
It's not. He wears a button up under it.
I have a question. What is a suit? Because when you call this, because a suit is not a blazer.
I would say a suit is wearing a suit jacket with a tie and a button-up shirt with
Okay. So Elon Musk wasn't wearing a suit.
That's what I would say. Yeah. That's what I would say a suit is, but...
So then Elon Musk wasn't wearing a suit because he wasn't wearing the other things.
Okay, but you're telling me you can't wear a button-up?
Typically,
for Zelensky?
Typically, we'd see like leaders, presidents, etc. of countries not wear suits or formal attire in wartime. The reason why we'd see this is because, the representation of Zelensky sitting in the Oval Office with a cleanly cut, well-fabriced, expensive suit while his constituents are dying of starvation and thirst and, Russian military equipment back in Ukraine, represents Zelensky not as a man of the constituents that are dying, but rather as a functioning, bureaucrat and costumer. And this isn't something that we see just of Zelensky. So during World War II, Churchill, the leader of UK, never wore a suit in meetings with FDR for the same exact reason.
I think back in the day it was a little different. I think nowadays that it's kind of more of a respect thing too.
If anything, people dressed more formal back in the day, so it would have been more disrespectful for like Churchill to not wear a suit than Zelensky. And if you think Zelensky not wearing a suit is disrespectful, you must be really sensitive.
I wouldn't even
cry
say
your
that
eyeballs out when you think of how disrespectful the ethnic cleansing of the Ukrainian people is, right?
I mean, I think Trump did the right thing to kick him out and not have the luncheon.
I have a question.
Yep, go ahead.
How many continents are there?
7, you dumbass.
What continent are you on?
I am America.
What continent is Ukraine in?
Ukraine would be motherfucker. I don't know. You tell me. Let's see if you know, because you probably just looked it up. Because I heard you typing.
I was typing on my keyboard, but I wasn't looking up what continent Ukraine was in. I was.
What is it?
It's in Europe.
Yeah. Okay.
See, here's.
What about it?
Here's the issue.
No. What about it though?
I'm not quite sure that you're qualified to speak on such a complicated geopolitical issue.
Sure you're not qualified to even be on TikTok because you're fucking stupid.
Really? Demonstrate to me how. Show my stupidity.
You fucking are a Harris lover.
Name one Harris policy that you disagree with.
Hate to do it, but I don't agree with men playing in women's sports. And
so, Michael, unfortunately, we cannot talk about trans individuals on this live. Now, of course, I do think.
Nope, I know that's why. That's why.
I'm hoping that you have a bigger concern than 10 people in the NCAA. And by the way, that wasn't one of Kamala Harris's policies. Just to put it out there.
Oh, really? Because
yes, really. But we have to stop talking about it now. If you disagree with me, keep that disagreement and research it on your own.
I will.
But
100%.
That wasn't a policy. Name a policy on Kamala Harris's agenda that you disagreed with.
Okay. Let's go. It's not really a policy, but the whole inflation.
So name a policy.
Let's go with I would say there's a couple on top of my head, but
by the way, you just got flagged for harassment and bullying just because you mentioned T women. I just want to let you know that. Isn't that? Yeah.
I just saw that.
I agree with it. I agree with it. Calling T women MEN should be flaggable. In the live, and he was banned. See what I mean, guys? So that's why we cannot talk about that particular topic on the live. That's why we cannot talk about that particular topic on the live. I just want y'all to know how quickly that shit happens. Now we're gonna move on to the next guest, but in the meantime, Anna, thank you so much for the $5 donation over on Venmo. It means the world to me. Thank you so much, Anna. Thanks from unfortunately Red Oklahoma. Well, it's good to see some spots of blue, right? Sid, thank you so much for the $20 donation over on Venmo saying, hi, Dean. Hey, Sid, I hope that you're doing well. Thank you for the love. I want to see at least 200 big W's for Sid. And then John Doe with the $15 donation over on Venmo saying, thank you for fighting the good fight. I try. Thank you for the love, John Doe. Thank you so much. As well as Mike, what's going on? Did he vote for Trump?
Hey, how you doing? Yeah.
Oh shit, real quick. Eric with the $50 donation. That's crazy. With the $50 on Venmo, saying nobody can compete with facts. Brilliant young mind. I'm in a workforce full of Republicans who regurgitate Fox News and prove them wrong every chance I get. Keep up the good work. Eric, dude, thank you so much for the love. That is seriously insane. I really appreciate you for that. In fact, Mike, could I get a big W, Eric, from you real quick? Mike?
Yep.
Could you say W, Eric, for me?
I don't know what W. Eric did, so I'm not gonna.
Well, Eric donated me $50.
Well, that's good for you.
Could you say W. Eric?
Okay, W. Eric.
Good boy.
All right. So this dude couldn't answer a question, and he didn't know he didn't know what continent Ukraine was in. So that's pretty crazy. But a couple policies that I didn't agree with were tax on unrealized gains. That is insanity.
Biden ran on that. Kamala Harris didn't run on that.
I'm pretty sure she mentioned it, but once again,
to be fair,
wait, just let me speak, please.
Okay.
When Kamala Harris was asked what would you have done differently than Biden? She had nothing. She said she would have not done anything differently. Therefore, I feel as if that's a policy that she would have also brought up.
Yeah, that you would have just given me a good argument if Biden never actually passed it. But that's something that he like promised, but they never pulled through on.
Yeah.
So if she wouldn't have done anything differently than Biden, and Biden didn't pass the wealth tax,
Well, they could have tried to pass it again, potentially.
well, potentially, but because we know,
And that is
Well,
potentially
no, just
why
wait.
I didn't vote for her, because
Well,
hear me
well,
out, hear me out.
Hear me out. How about you let me speak now?
Okay, you go, then I'll go, all right?
So if we had no further information of her policy or agenda, you'd be right. She could potentially pass the wealth tax. But because we had her agenda at kamalaharris.com/issues, naming every policy she wanted to pass, and it did not include the wealth tax, you speculating that she wanted to pass the wealth tax is a conspiracy theory.
I mean, there's a lot of speculation in this game of politics. I mean, a lot of people speculate.
But we should try to speculate as little as possible.
Yeah, but once again, people voted for Kamala because there was a lot of speculation of what Trump would have done.
Speculation such as what?
Anything related to abortion, right? So, for example, Arizona was a state that had voted for Trump, correct? But they also passed
what
the same day they passed a bill in favor of women's reproductive rights, correct?
Real quick, dude, with all due respect, nobody speculated about Trump's views on abortion. He already elected the justices to overturn Roe v. Wade during his first term. We can't speculate about something that already happened and we know it with certainty.
Okay, then why was abortion so attached with Kamala? You know what I'm saying?
Kamala is how you pronounce her name. And the reason abortion was so attached to Kamala was because she was going to codify federal protections for it again. Cat!
Okay.
Thank you for the $20 YouTube super chat. I do appreciate you for the love. That is KAT. Cat says, we're talking about a guy who's fighting for his home and his people, and this guy's biggest concern is his outfit. Honestly, that made me really mad. Yeah, I appreciate you for the love, Cat, and I agree with the sentiment of the message. At least 200 big buddies for Cat.
The next policy of hers that I didn't agree with was giving, hear me out, I am a real estate investor. I own a few rental properties, and I'm currently trying to buy another one. And as you may know, it is extremely difficult. You're competing with people who are doing cash offers. And I believe her policy of giving $25,000 for a first-time home buyers program, I think all that would do is inflate the price of a home by $25,000. You just put that premium on top.
Okay, so you're wrong. It wouldn't have.
You say that, but how many properties do you own? Are you a real estate investor?
I'm very familiar with a lot of real estate investors. But I'd rather I'd rather not share the specifics. Thank you. Now,
it's just the field that you're not in that you're trying to tell me about. You know what I'm saying?
Well, actually, this
listen. I'm a stock investor and I'm a real estate investor, and I voted for
Mike. I understand
who I feel.
I understand that you're pulling that authority on me because you're a real estate investor and I'm not a real estate investor. But I'll still be able to give a better argument than you. So I'd suggest you just allow me a chance to speak.
Go ahead.
You know what? Just because you tried to pull that rank in authority, tell me why you think that $25,000 subsidy would increase the price of a new house by $25,000. Be specific.
Well, it's pretty simple. You take the existing price of a home and you just add $25,000 on top of it. That's all that would do.
Is that as specific as you want?
I mean, I'm just letting you know what would happen.
So why would that happen?
Why would that happen?
Yeah. I want you to explain your arguments.
When you're handing somebody money out like that, all that's going to do is just create inflation, right? It's going to devalue the buying power and add $25K on top of what the house is already worth, because it's like you know what I'm saying?
Wait. If that's going to cause inflation and devalue the dollar because of government expenditure, does that mean that it also add $25,000 on top of a 10-piece McNugget from McDonald's?
I mean, with inflation going up, yes, it will.
So
You
it'll
saw
it'll
in-
make Mc,
so
it'll make
you-
a 10 count McNugget cost like $25,000 and what? Mr.
If
Professional,
something-
Mr. Professional, I think your argument's got to fall through here, Mr. Sir. Mr. Sir, real estate investor, economist, investor. Come on. This doesn't make
Can I
any
talk?
sense.
I mean, if there's any type of inflation, the price of everything goes up. So yes, the price of your McNuggets will go up.
Okay. I appreciate your explanation insofar as why you think that Donald
I'm not
that Kamala
convinced
Harris
you
is-
understand how inflation works or how inflation.
Why do so many people just think I'm this idiot?
I don't think you're an idiot, but I just don't think you understand how inflation works.
Okay, bud. I'm going to go ahead and give a response to the argument that you just gave me. So the reason why I asked you to kind of flesh out what you think and how you feel insofar as how that $25,000 subsidy is going to add $25,000 to the price of new homes was because you pulled rank. You tried to say you have authority that I don't have, therefore I'm automatically wrong. And I had you try to explain to me how and why it was going to add the $25,000 to the price of new construction. And you just kind of said because it was going to devalue the dollar. And then also said it was going to make McNuggets cost $25,000. And I just think your explanation was incredibly outlandish and shortcoming. So I'm going to tell you why you're wrong. And you're wrong because of the following reasons. So the $25,000 subsidy was specifically for new homes. Okay. And in a sense, you're right. So this $25,000 subsidy would marginally increase the price of new construction. Now, why would it increase the price of new construction? Well, because more people want new construction, okay? But it's supposed to do that. So you may ask yourself, why is a subsidy supposed to marginally increase the price of new construction? Because that marginal increase in the price of new construction incentivizes more developers to get out there and build more houses. Okay, and why do we want to incentivize more developers to get out there and build more houses? Because right now houses cost a lot, but because we have a supply shortage. We have a supply shortage because there's not that many developers going out there and building, and these massive corporations are buying single-family houses. So Kamala Harris's solution to this was to incentivize more developers to go out there and build and limit big corporations from buying single-family homes. But why would this glaring shortfall of this marginal increase in the price of new construction not be addressed by Kamala Harris? Well, it was addressed by Kamala Harris because if that marginal increase in the price of new construction was either equal to $25,000 or greater than $25,000, nobody would be incentivized to use that subsidy to go buy a house. Meaning that no new developers would go out and build new construction, meaning that no new construction would be more expensive. So, in order for that subsidy to increase the demand of new houses, it has to increase the price of new construction by less than $25,000, meaning there's still a net savings by the consumer. So that is why you're wrong. And that's why you shouldn't pull rank on me.
Okay, next topic.
Take it away.
I don't know. This is what you do for a living. What do you want to bring up?
The other reasons why you voted for
Oh,
Trump.
I can actually. Let's talk about this. Why do you believe the Democrats lost the election?
Oh, of course. Before I explain to you why, Traceless, thank you so much for the $20 YouTube super chat. I do really appreciate you so much. Saying the $25,000 subsidy would have been so good for Americans, especially those in lower income brackets. It would give us the option that many have not been able to previously have property. This would be good for the economy. Yeah, man, that would have been great for the economy. Like that would have probably allowed me to buy a house in the next couple of years. Not only because it would have been saving me money, but there'd be more new houses, bro. It would have been great. Yeah, I appreciate you for the $20. Anyways, I don't need 5. Yeah, Parker, I could get you up. Let me remove a couple of people from the box. Democrats lost the election because a lot of American constituents associated inflation in the country in the last 4 years is being caused by the Biden-Harris administration. By the way, Parker, I'm removing people. And this isn't unique to America. This is actually a phenomenon that we saw on the global stage. 2024 was a big election year globally speaking. Typically, incumbents win the election, but because of the inflation in the globe in the last 4 years, incumbents were rare to win. Because constituents of countries associated those economic impacts caused by the pandemic with the administrations.
Okay, I do agree with that. Ultimately, I think that Trump won is he was just on the side of normality. And I'll explain. So there's people who are Republicans who are going to vote for whoever the Republican candidate is. And then there's people who are Democrats who are going to vote for no matter who the Democratic candidate is, like yourself. So
Yeah.
what's going to
I'm
happen
gonna go
is
put my MAGA hat on and be apolitical, Dean, on the side of common
No.
sense and normality. Absolutely.
Okay, hear me out. So then what it comes down to is the independents, and it's the people who aren't necessarily into politics, who have hobbies and stuff like that, unlike yourself. And that is where Trump dominated, the college aged vote. And like I said, just people who aren't necessarily into politics.
Wait, would you say that what is normal is going to be described as what is typical?
Well, I'll explain what is normality. I mean, a lot of these topics you can't talk about.
Would you
as
say that
mentioned
normality
earlier.
is typicality?
I think normality is believing there's two genders. I think normality.
We're gonna have that discussion in a bit. Right now, could you agree that?
Well, that is
if we
part
are,
of my
if we're-
argument as to
well,
why.
I just want to be hyper specific here for a second. So normality, as a definition, is what is typical. If something is normal, it is typical. And then like typicality, okay?
Yeah, okay.
Right, in the sense that we're describing is going to be the average, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And the average, or the median, as I should say, will account for like the 50th percentile, right?
Sure.
Okay. Well, that 50th percentile of voters in the 2024 election voted against Trump. 50.1% of voters in the election voted either for Kamala Harris or a third-party candidate. So if we want to be hyper-specific about the words that we're using, it was actually
thing about voting for
atypical for one to vote for Donald Trump or for one to support his agenda.
So voting for somebody other than Trump and Kamala, you're just throwing your vote away. Those candidates have no chance. We all know that.
This doesn't change my argument. It was atypical to vote for Trump as he got a minority of votes at 49.9%.
Okay, so the votes, like I said, those votes.
Normality. No, he was an atypical individual to vote for.
I mean, that's why he won the popular vote.
No, he didn't win the popular vote because what? That argument makes no sense. Did you just say he won the popular vote because 49?
Did he not win the popular vote and the electoral college and win every swing state?
Yeah, he did win the popular vote and the electoral college. Doesn't change the fact that a minority of voters voted for him.
So the majority of people who voted
for Kamala Harris or a third-party candidate. Yeah.
Voted for normality.
No.
And they voted for Donald Trump.
No, wrong. Once again, a minority of voters at 49.9% voted for Donald Trump. A majority of voters voted against Donald Trump.
Okay, I don't quite understand this argument you're making, but
what? How?
This is my advice to you. This is just my advice to you.
I want to explain to me what you're not grasping. I'm just giving you facts. Out of all the voters in the 2024 election, 50.1% of them voted against Trump. 49.9% of them voted for Trump.
Okay, there's four categories, right? Or four. How many candidates ran?
I'm unaware. I don't know how many third-party candidates there were.
Okay, regardless of how many categories that ran, the majority of people voted for Trump.
Wrong. Just statistically incorrect.
Because there were third parties, it wasn't over 50%.
Yeah, okay. I understand the 50% thing. But out of the largest group, the majority of people voted for Trump.
But the largest group wasn't the majority.
Okay, let's move on to the next thing. This.
All right, interesting.
I'm going to continue talking about my topic of normality. So, California's governor today, debatably one of the most left-leaning governors in America, went on the Charlie Kirk's podcast. Which, by the way,
be careful.
I feel the same way about Charlie Kirk.
You're gonna get my live taken down, and you're gonna get the live banned.
I'll try my best to.
Funny that you're talking about Charlie Kirk.
No. I feel the same way about you as I do Charlie Kirk. I feel like other than politics, you guys have no identity.
What?
I've seen 100 videos of you, and I don't know. I don't know anything about you.
Hey, Mike, I understand. What I do on the internet is this. If I only saw you at work, would it be justified for me to believe that your life is only work? No.
Dude,
Like, please use your brain for 1 second, Mike.
No.
Think of reality in different
Parker.
perspectives. Don't just think of reality from the perspective that you have right now.
What does
Parker,
that
I
mean?
have-
I'm a person too, Mike.
Yeah, like what?
Name your hobby. Do you have a hobby?
This is my hobby that ended up turning into a job.
Like I said, you have no. There's nothing about you.
I don't have an issue with saying my life is politics, is
I'm so
debates,
sorry.
and is literally my girlfriend. That's it. That's my life.
I just gotta dispute this real quick because this guy's capping. What do you see behind me right now?
Books.
Probably books about politics. So why don't you post more videos of that? I feel like you'd get more respect.
He's done this on live before. You just weren't there.
Nah, this is my first time tuning in live.
Makes sense. We've done this plenty of times on live. And I've even posted videos of him doing this, actually. On, like, my second account.
Fuck you mean
Okay,
my
so-
identity is just politics?
So all I said
He's actually
was-
a chef, dude. He cooks a mean steak, bro. You should see that shit, dude. He kind of popped off last time, not gonna lie.
All I said was I've seen 100 videos of you and I know nothing about you other than
Exactly. This is like going to someone at work and being like, dude, all you do is work.
Well, no,
all you
because
do is work.
you
have no reality outside of work. Like going up to a teacher, being like, "You have nothing outside of being a teacher. You don't have a personality. Nothing. You're just a teacher."
Teachers talk about their hobbies all the time.
I talk about my hobbies all the time.
I don't know who you are.
This just also happens to be my hobby, and you don't know who I am. What are you talking about, bro? How do you know who Dean is, but you don't know who I am?
I've never seen you. I don't know.
What? Dean and I are live together like every day.
So, anyways, as I was saying,
Oh, it's a little out of
Charlie
tune.
Kirk
I was gonna play
had
guitar too. I was gonna
what's
show
his
you a
name?
little bit more of my identity, but the guitar's out of tune, so I can't.
Charlie Kirk had Gavin Newsom on his podcast or whatever that was.
Yeah, and Gavin Newsom is total L for that.
You think he's an L for that?
Oh,
So we know.
absolutely, dude. He did not show enough spine against Charlie Kirk.
Well, we're talking. Are we thinking about the same topic of what he folded to? Thinking.
And also, wait, you know Charlie Kirk? Did you watch
Dude,
the Jubilee
I
debate?
see him on TikTok all the time. Before
On
TikTok,
TikTok?
I was not into politics at all. Now, unfortunately,
Did you watch the Jubilee debates?
I hate those, dude. I try to avoid politics.
You try to. Where the fuck are you right now?
I know.
What do you mean you try to avoid politics?
I got sucked into
What?
this.
No, what do you mean you got sucked in like you didn't choose to sit in the guest
No, I
box
did.
and wait
I did choose.
until he got on the live?
I did choose. It's like an addiction. It's like you don't want to do it, but unfortunately
Caleb,
you
thanks
keep
for the
doing it.
Oh, so you're addicted to us? Aw.
I'm addicted to just debating for normalcy, normality.
Kylie,
Okay,
thank you
really?
for the $5 over on Venmo. Yo,
But anyways,
Meshi,
as I was saying,
thank you for the
so-
$20 Venmo donation. And I do see it. I will not read it, but it is two. It is two. Thank you so much for the love. I do really appreciate you for the love, Meshi. Everyone, show some love to Meshi. MESHY. Thank you so much. You're addicted to me.
So Gavin Newsom said the most normal thing today.
No, he didn't.
Yes, he.
Dude, okay, what can we just okay? So you voted for Trump because of the culture war. Listen, man.
Big part of it, yeah.
Did you know that according to Trump, you're a female?
What?
You heard me. You're a female according to Trump. Would you like to know why?
Okay, explain.
Because the executive order that he signed into law to classify two genders, quite frankly, classified everybody as a female in a technicality because it said that your gender, or male, female, your sex. I don't know why he calls it gender. Anyways, they started the moment of conception predicated on the size of your sex characteristics. However, it's only at about 5 to 7 gestational weeks that the SRY gene either activates or inactivates, making there a distinction between the male and female sex.
Yeah, that's
now
why we have.
prior
That's why
to-
we both have nipples, right?
Now, prior to 5 to 7 weeks, everyone has female sex characteristics, meaning that because under this bill, it starts at the moment of conception, before the SRY gene activated in both you and Parker, we're all females, according to Trump.
Okay.
Yeah.
Damn, I lost my train of thought.
So, like, according to Trump, no, there's not two genders. There's only one gender, females.
So somebody brought this up earlier, and it's the topic of, can we talk about people who are GAY? Can we talk about that?
Yeah, use the term lesbian.
Okay, so lesbians. I think you were talking about, should we not teach kids that these people exist? I believe the age to teach your kids about when they exist is whenever they start learning sex education. Was that fifth grade
Hard
or
to
so?
disagree, because kids learn family dynamics.
I think
before-
earlier than that,
Well,
it's
listen.
not that necessary.
Yeah, I think it is, because I think that kids learn family dynamics way before they learn sex education, as like family dynamics are not inherently sexual. And like the family dynamic of like having two fathers, two mothers, or mother and a father are going to be important to the development of our children. He just left, so okay. Yeah, we're gonna move on to our next guest. And of course, like the reason why I'd preface the importance of teaching non-heterosexual family dynamics to our children is to normalize non-heterosexual family dynamics. And if you disagree, you just agree with heteronormativity. And if you agree with heteronormativity, you have to argue, right, that non-heteronormativity is immoral. You'd argue that by saying that being lesbian is immoral. And I would implore anybody to come up here and defend that position and see how far you get. Yoshi, thank you so much for the 28 Canadian dollars on YouTube Super Chat for bringing up the SRY gene at all. That rules. Hell yeah, dude. Best counter argument ever, quite frankly. Thank you so much for the love, Yoshi. I want to see at least 270 big W's for Yoshi in the chat. Also, I don't know where Parker went. He probably got a phone call. So in the meantime, we're going to go to get our next guest up in here. What is going on, DJ? Did you vote for Trump? Okay, DJ's not even in here. What is going on, RUF? RUF, did you vote for Trump?
It's Rufida.
Thank you. Rufiva? Is that how you pronounce it?
Rufida.
Say it again. I'm so sorry.
Rufida.
Rufiba. Did I say it right?
Rufida with a D.
Rufida. Rufida.
Yeah.
Rufida. Okay. Rufida, did you vote for Trump?
No, I'm Canadian. Sorry.
No worries. No worries. I like your name. I like your name. We're going to move on to the next guest. Everyone just give us a minute. We got Sarah loading in. Kiara, thank you so much for the $10 over on PayPal. I do appreciate you so much for the love. Kiara, thank you so much for the love. All right, awesome. Just right after you learned her name. Well, I actually do enjoy learning like the pronunciations of names that I'm not that I'm not knowledgeable of. I think it's like, just education that's good to have.
What's up, everyone? Chat, today was an interesting day. Today was an interesting day. I don't want to take over Dean's Live, but I have so much to say.
So did you get all the clips from it?
Well, I'm gonna get them tonight, I think.
Bro, man, you gotta post them all.
I'm gonna be posting them tomorrow. Video for YouTube. I'm gonna be editing tonight.
Nice, man. Nice, man. What's going on, Will and Lisa? Did you guys vote for Trump? Well, feel free to leak to the chat if you want.
People want me to spill the tea. Okay, let me turn my live, everyone. I gotta turn on the YouTube live. All right, here. Let me go to YouTube real quick, and then I'll say everything. So give me 1 second, everyone. I'm almost there.
Live. Oh damn, guys, we've been live for a minute.
How long have you been live?
Over 4 hours. I didn't even. I kind of calculated my time on live wrong.
Dang, nice.
Yeah, man, I've just been having
That's
a lot.
actually sick.
I've been having a lot more fun with this setup. It makes my streams a lot more easy for some reason. I think I just really didn't like staring at a phone so close to my face.
Bro, I feel you. All right, everyone. Gonna let everyone know. Yes, today was absolutely wild. Okay. I saw that Charlie Kirk was going to be at California State University, Northridge, right? And I know where that is, right?
Dang.
And I saw that he went to. Hold up, Hunter. Can you please me? They didn't. I think they accidentally did that. And crazy shit happened. So I pull up. I know that he's going to be there, and I know he's going to be in a certain area, right? Because he went to USC. So I pull up. I have like someone there recording for me. Okay. So I hired someone to record for me, and I literally got a recording of me debating Charlie Kirk, and it was crazy because within I'd say 8 minutes, he kicked me out and he had the people escort me out. So don't worry, there's some crazy fucking shit that was there. Also, like there's a bunch of people there. For anyone that was there that's watching this right now, I just want to say hi, thank you. It was nice meeting you. There's like 30, 40 people plus that took pictures with me. There was so many fucking people that recognized me. It was unbelievable. It was really fucking cool, honestly. A lot of cool people there. Like on the outside, like not Turning Point people. And then like all the people who had MAGA hats on, I would ask them to debate me, and like practically all of them said no. They were all like not wanting to debate. And it's like, bro, like you showed up to a debate thing with a MAGA hat on and you don't want to debate. Interesting phenomena. That's I can go into specifics about everything, but like chat, it's crazy. Some of these clips are insane. Like to give you all the first thing, I asked him specifically like if he thought Elon Musk did a Nazi salute, and he said no, and I asked him to do it. Okay, so just letting you know, there's a lot of crazy shit that's gonna be in this video. Okay, a lot of crazy. That's just one fucking thing. There's other crazy shit. He wouldn't answer my questions. I don't want to spill everything because I want y'all to see it. You know, right? Like, but like, yeah, a lot of crazy shit happened. Chat. It was unbelievable. I don't even know how to say it. There's like I have background stuff. I've literally I had like 30-minute conversations with 2 random Trump supporters. Low key, one of them was like real, or both of them were like really nice. But like I got a lot of clips for this. Everyone. That's practically the tea, y'all.
That's awesome.
He kicked me out though. That's
I can't
the
wait
whole.
To see that. I can't wait to see that.
And I said that you're scared. I said he's scared to debate us, and I said like debate me anytime, any place, any podcast. And he's like, no, I only debate people.
Did you reference me by name?
I don't think I did.
Bro, well, you should have pulled the
I
fact...
forgot on Office, yeah. I forgot on the spot.
You should have referenced after that the fact that he said on a podcast that he thinks I'm intellectually honest and would talk to me.
I should have brought that up. I did talk to his manager after. I appreciate the sunglasses. And said that like, oh, he doesn't know like whether or not he's going to debate. It's up to Charlie completely.
Yeah. Good old...
Like really like vague, but...
Yeah.
Yeah, Charlie's literally running away. Like he actually looked terrified. It was fucking hilarious. Like actually terrified. And he talked to other people that were there like longer than he talked to me. And he said I needed to go because I talked too much.
MD, thank you for
and it was like 8 minutes.
Super chat. I did see your donation there. And I just checked the story out. That puts a big smile on my face. Yeah, he's terrified of you, man. L's for Charlie. So, you know, just like for all the people that will accuse us of like basically like farming bot lobbies for clips here on TikTok.
Oh no, he said I was looking for views, as if he's literally not at a fucking college campus to clip college students, right? On being wrong in a debate. Like
he was literally farming bot lobbies.
Dude, like I'm sorry, you cannot tell me I'm the one looking for clips, right? And looking for clicks when you're literally doing that. Like what are you talking about?
Man, I don't know. I hear that a lot, but like people need to realize me and Parker, we'll debate anyone. Literally any soul alive. I unless it's for some other reasons, like they don't debate, they just rage bait. I debate them. You know what I mean?
Like insane.
So yeah, so with Parker. Unless like they're so insane it goes.
If they're willing to debate, I'll debate. And I'm willing to debate. I'm literally going through points and you just can't answer them.
Yeah. And you know, hope the day proves it. Maggie, what's up? I appreciate you for being patient. Did you vote for Trump?
Hi, yes, I did.
Okay, why is that?
So I, on the political spectrum, would say I fall more libertarian than strictly Republican.
Should I voted for Trump then?
Well, if you could let me finish, please.
Of course.
That would be awesome. Thank you so much. The big issue for me, though, this past election cycle was the issue of abortion. And I know your thoughts on that. I can kind of guess everybody else's thoughts on it.
Maggie, how would a libertarian vote on government control? More or less?
All right. Less, but
which candidate offered less government control?
Until it comes to the life of another.
Okay, then you could have just gone without mentioning, libertarian part. That's fine. Why do you think abortion is wrong, Maggie?
Because I truly believe that a child is created and meant to be at about 3 weeks after conception.
Yeah, I'm gonna guess here because you didn't give me much there. You like Christian?
Yes, I am.
Okay, Ashley, thank you for the $20 donation over on PayPal. Saying I already hate her. Jesus, well, I appreciate that. Ashley.
Why? Where in the Bible does it say abortion should be illegal?
I was actually gonna ask another question, but answer Parker's real quick, and then I want to ask you a little bit of a dialogue train.
Okay. One area is that you are created in your mother's womb. We know that God does that. And so I do believe that he has done that and he has a plan for every child that he creates in their mother's womb.
Well, Parker asked you to name a verse in the Bible that says abortion should be legal. But I want to run
You are
the
knitted
same.
in your mother's womb. There's room for interpretation.
I want to run the same issue Parker's running in a little bit of a different fashion.
Okay.
And if you are you Catholic or Orthodox? If so, I'll just put the mic back to Parker. But if you're like Protestant or non-denominational, I want to ask you a follow-up question.
I'm Protestant, Presbyterian.
Great. So do you agree with the New Testament where it says all sins are equal in the eyes of God apart from blasphemy?
Yes, absolutely.
Do you agree that it violates the 10 Commandments to bear false witness or to lie?
Yeah.
Do you agree that it violates the 10 Commandments to murder?
Yeah.
Does this mean in the eyes of God that lying and murdering are equal?
Yes, they are.
Should lying be illegal? Telling your kid that Santa Claus exists?
No, because I don't believe that the government is strictly Christian, but I do
Great.
believe that
So
they
then
have
why should abortion?
the responsibility to protect the lives of others.
Well, I just want to clarify. If God does not distinguish between telling your kids that Santa Claus exists and getting an abortion, what symmetry breaker exists to justify leaving one to be legal while criminalizing the other?
Because it's about protecting other lives that are innocent.
Well, seemingly, protecting innocent lives is just as valuable as protecting against liars.
Not really.
Well, you just told me that God sees lying and murdering the same in his eyes. So what do you mean, not really? Are you making a judgment that God doesn't make? And if so, who's right and who's wrong? You are the perfect creator.
That is your logic. One of the things I feel like you do is you take things, you twist the logic of it. You need to look a little more black and white, though.
I'm actually looking insanely black and white. You told me that God does not distinguish between murder and lying in his eyes, right?
No, because sin is anything that you do to separate yourself from God.
Perfect.
However,
that's all I need. Oh,
we are
is there however?
also told many times in the Bible that we are not to harm others and not to harm our brothers.
Just as you're told many times in the Bible not to bear
know
false witness, and it's one of the 10
in
commandments.
the gospel, Jesus does mention that the greatest commandment is to love God, but the second is to love others, which would include not murdering.
Oh, okay. So
And
now
it would also include not lying, right?
yeah, because like if you're lying to somebody, you don't love them.
Not always.
Oh, okay. So lying isn't a 10 commandment that you so a lying isn't a sin essentially.
It is.
Oh, wait,
Okay, so then all sins are equal, right?
Yes.
Parker, I already ran
Okay,
through
so
this.
then the sin. Well, I just want to clarify with her again. The sin of lying is the same as the sin of cheating, right? Or not cheating. Sorry, not cheating. I meant to say murder.
Yeah.
Okay, so then why should one be illegal and not the other?
Because of where the government should have control. I don't think
So you separate religion and church, right? Or
Yeah.
church and the state. Sorry.
Yes.
Okay, so if you separate the church and the state, well, then why are you using religion in order to justify your worldview?
To justify what the state should do.
Like it being murder, like it
Yeah.
being wrong, or
Yeah.
it being illegal.
If you
Because at the end of the
separate the
day,
church and the state,
I
why are you using
believe
the
that
church
is
to dictate what
harming
the
an
state should do?
innocent life.
But
Yeah, you can
it's
think
just
that,
as wrong
but
as
it shouldn't
lying.
be illegal because of that, because you don't believe in church and state being one. You believe in separation of church and state.
But I do believe that there are still morals.
But listen.
Yeah,
What,
it's more
morals
influenced by
outside of
our
your
religion.
wait? You think there are morals outside of your religious belief?
No, I believe morals
No?
are influenced by your religious belief. I don't think, when I say I don't think that church and state should be, I think that they should be separate.
Listen, the point that Parker's getting at here is like listen. The point that Parker's getting at here is you can make a judgment. A judgment being that the government does have a right to or does not have the right to use religious moral beliefs to influence their legislation. Okay? But when you make that judgment, you have to hold a clear standard. So if you're telling me that the government has a right to legislate on some sins but not others, but these sins are viewed as equal in the eyes of God. Now just allow me to finish. Please allow me to finish.
Okay.
If you're telling me that the state has the right to legislate on some religious sins, but not other religious sins, but these two same religious sins are just as wrong as one another, what standard are you using to determine what sins the state can and can't legislate on? Because if your response to this is, well, I think the state should be able to legislate on saving innocent lives, well, okay, but isn't saving innocent lives the same thing as preserving honesty? Because lying is just as bad of a sin as murder?
But one thing that we do need to clarify here, though, is I believe it's in Judges, but I'd have to look that up. I'm not great at rote memorization, so I would need to look up the exact verse. But in the eyes of God, all sin is equal, because sin is anything that separates us from God and from being created in his image and that perfect image that he made us in. Anything that changes that. However, in the eyes of the law, there is a difference.
Right, but if there's a difference in how wrong murdering is compared to murder in the eyes of anybody but God, I'm going to assume that they would be wrong then, right? Because God is perfect, God is all-knowing, God is never wrong. If God sees murder just as wrong as lying, obviously we should too, right?
No.
No? Well,
in the eyes of the law.
Wait, so with what foundation can you say that murder is worse than lying?
There is stuff in the Old Testament about how we as humans are supposed to judge these things.
Are you talking about Levitical law and how we as humans are supposed to like fucking kill people if they don't go to church on Sunday?
No.
Not eat shellfish and like and enslave Israelis?
Different
can we reference
of that, and you have to understand the context of it.
Wait, can we reference Numbers 5:16 through 22, where God says that you should get an abortion if there's an adultery?
Can you explain the context of that?
I did.
Wait, how about you give us
the context?
Wait, Maggie, I'm so sorry.
Verses the entire chapter.
Maggie, no. You give us the verses in the context in the Old Testament.
Yeah, let me pull it up.
Where God says that we're supposed to judge things differently. Because you don't get to state an arbitrary belief that somewhere in the Old Testament, God tells humans that they're supposed to judge sins differently insofar as the applicability to a criminal justice system. But then when Parker gives you a counter argument and he cites specific verses from the Old Testament and gives you context, you're like, you got to give me more. Okay, then you got to give us more. Show us what specific verses in the Old Testament state that humans are supposed to use our subjective interpretations of how wrong a sin is to dictate legislation in the criminal justice system.
Yep, give me a minute to get my Bible out.
Also, after this, I'm probably going to get off. Meshi, thank you so much for the $10 over on Venmo. So not going to lie, you cooked with that argument. Yeah. That argument cooks, man. Not a lot of people think about it. I mean, it doesn't show that, your religion's bullshit. It just shows that applying your religion to law is bullshit. That's kind of like the foundation for separation of church and state, because you cannot effectively legislate off of any religion. It's literally impossible. It is quite literally impossible. It's antithetical to the Bible, to the Quran, to the Torah. There's no applicability for them in a criminal justice system, because the Bible, the Quran, and the Torah don't account for the imposition of punishment and consequence on earth for sin. And that's just the big issue. So, I mean, like, even for like the Christians watching and whatnot, be Christian, do your thing. But you will never be able to justify operating a criminal justice system and laws on Christianity. And that's just a tough realization that many will have to come to understand.
I would love, while I'm looking for this, to hear your justification on abortion. I hear this from a lot of people, but I do actually enjoy hearing other sides of the argument.
Sure,
So I
Maggie.
would love to hear some of that.
I'll give you my justification on abortion. First, I'm gonna ask myself, why would it be wrong if Maddie got murdered? Maggie. Well, I don't think it'd be wrong if Maggie got murdered because of your species classification. If you were one of those apes from Planet of the Apes and you got murdered, communicating with me right now as you are right now, communicating me as if you were communicating with me right now, I'd still think it'd be wrong that you got murdered. Okay. Is it biological life? Well, no. If Maggie had her consciousness hooked up to a robot and you were communicating to me like one of those robots from Star Wars, would I think it's wrong to kill you? I'd still think it's wrong to kill you. So, no, I don't think it's biological life either. So, like, what is it? If it's not your species classification or the fact that you're biologically alive that makes you morally valuable, what's left? Seemingly the only thing that's left insofar as for me to describe why I value Maggie's life is the fact that Maggie deploys first-person subjective experiences. And Maggie has a subjective interpretation of the world around her. So that must be why I value Maggie. Well, that's why I value Maggie. I need to hold myself to principle, and that's why I value everybody else too. But what do I do in the context of a fetus that does not have first-person subjective experiences? In the context of a fetus that cannot deploy sentience? In the context of a fetus who is not conscious? Seemingly be entailed, and that fetus is not valuable. And that's why I don't think that abortion is wrong. Wasn't that an interesting explanation of the pro-choice worldview you've probably never heard before?
No, I've actually heard that a lot.
Well, the way the information is presented. Well, I guess I presented the information in such a way that you cannot rebuttal. I know that much.
I could.
Okay, so do it.
Explain again what gives a human being value in your eyes.
Okay, I'll do it again. I'll be more concise this time.
Mhm.
You're asking me why I think you have the right to life. So I'm going to start evaluating different facts about you to drill down what I find valuable. First, I gotta ask my question, do I value you because you're human? My answer is no. My reason why my answer is no was because if you are one of those highly conscious sentient apes from the movie Planet of the Apes and you're having this conversation with me right now, I'd still think it's pretty wrong to kill you. So then I ask you if I just value because you're biologically alive. Well, no, because plants are biologically alive. I don't value plants as much as I value you. Not to mention if you weren't biologically alive and a robot, but you also had the level of consciousness and subjective experiences you have now, I'd still value you. Okay, so it's not the fact that you're a human that makes me give you value. It's not the fact that you're alive that makes me give you value. So what's left? The way you look? Maggie, if you look completely differently and you had one arm, 3 legs, and 2 noses, I'd value you just the same. So it's nothing to do with the way you look. So what's left? Is it the fact that you have a beating heart? No, it's not the fact that you have a beating heart. If you didn't have a beating heart, but machines pump blood throughout your body, I'd still value you the same. Is it the fact that you could communicate with me? No, if you couldn't communicate with me, if you were 3 years old, I'd still value you the same. So it must be something mental, right? Like consciousness and sentience. If Maggie wasn't conscious nor sentient and Maggie was hooked up to life support in a hospital because Maggie was brain dead, would I still value Maggie the same? No, I wouldn't. Because I would not think that a doctor would be murdering you if the doctor pulled the plug. So voila, we found out why I value Maggie. She has consciousness and she is sentient. So, what does that mean?
Okay.
If you don't have consciousness and you don't have sentience, as I define it, which is very specific, but we could get there later, I don't value you. And a fetus does not have any of those traits before about 20 weeks, meaning I don't value the fetus.
I fully get your argument. I think it makes a lot of sense. From a moral perspective, I cannot agree with you.
So tell me where I went wrong. I have a feeling that you won't be able to.
What do you mean by that?
Tell me
Because
what
I'm
part
not-
of my argument is
I get-
flawed.
I'm not saying your argument is flawed. I'm saying that we
Ah.
have different moral viewpoints.
Okay, but here's the thing. I'm saying that your argument is flawed. It is, and I've already been able to point out the flaws, Maggie. Yes, it is. I've already been able to point out one flaw, the fact that you give and attribute humans value based upon your religion, and there's clearly issues there. For instance, you have no reason to criminalize abortion yet legalize lying when both of those two things are just as wrong in the eyes of your objective moral arbiter, that being the Christian God. We have other reasons too, like I'm guessing this Christian God attributes this value to all humans that are alive. A real egalitarian kind of guy. Well, then what do we do about brain dead patients? They're human, they're alive, but we don't call it murder when they get their plug pulled. Seemingly that's a problem with your view.
Yep.
Yeah, it is. Or what about a zygote, a unicellular human organism? If all human lives are just as valuable as one another, am I just as valuable as that zygote? Well, I'd fucking hope that you'd save me over 10 unicellular human organisms. So seemingly we could agree that no, I'm much more valuable than a zygote. I'd also hope that you wouldn't want to throw people in jail for killing zygotes. Women's with IUDs do that all the time by allowing for conception to occur, but then preventing implantation. So there's like another 3 problems in your view, okay? So at this point, you've been able to point out 0 problems with my view, and I've been able to point out like 5 problems with your view. And typically, we get rid of problematic moral views that lead to a lack of reason as well as contradictions. And that's why in America, slavery is now criminalized. That's why the age of consent is 18. That's why gay marriage is legal. It's because we get rid of those problematic moral views that are shown to be abundant of contradiction and shown to be devoid of fact and logic.
Right. But you have agreed that killing people should be illegal. Yes?
Killing people should be
Yep.
illegal.
Like murder, like unjustly, yeah. So
Yes.
do you understand what his
So-
point though? He's saying that they're not people because they don't
Right,
meet
but
the
my
criteria of
viewpoint
subjective
is that they
experience.
are.
I understand, but like we don't think that you actually hold to that view. Like, do you think that it's murder for a doctor to pull the plug on a brain dead individual?
Parker, I ran through all of these points with her. She didn't give a
I
single
understand
response
you
to
said it, but she didn't say it herself. I understand.
Okay.
I
Do you
don't
understand?
believe that that is murder.
Okay, why not?
Because that is a completely different, that is a mature adult that something catastrophic has happened to and that can no longer be supported by their own means.
Can a fetus be supported by their own
A
means?
mature, as a
Yeah.
mature adult was my key point there.
Oh, so a brain dead baby. It's murder to pull their plug since they're not a mature adult?
Yeah.
No,
Okay, but they're not a mature adult.
no, they're not.
So is it murder to pull the plug?
No, because they have at least
Why not?
been conceived. You've had the baby.
Wait, so
it's not about being a mature adult.
So if a woman
Because
gets a
honestly, at
C-section
that
at
No,
10
it's about
weeks
birth.
and
At
murders
that
it,
point, it is
fine?
in God's hands, and if He wants that baby to live, it will.
Oh, wait, okay, so if your argument is it's in God's hands and you could leave it in God's hands.
Oh my
and
God.
That's not immoral. So I'm so sorry.
And why is it murder to pull the plug in any circumstance with even someone who's in a coma or
yeah.
someone who's relying on it who's sentient? Like, leave it in God's hands.
Like, or if my child requires medication every day to survive, Is it
Nope, just
okay
leave it
for
in
me to
God's
just
hands, right?
stop giving the kid medication to
No.
live it in the God's
No, that would be
hands?
neglect. That would be bad, right? That'd be abusive.
Because we've been given these things that can heal stuff.
Just like
Yeah.
we've been giving life support for brain dead patients.
Yeah, but then it's a
so you don't leave it in God's hands. You do it yourself.
no.
Okay, would you tell like someone if they got into a car accident to go to the hospital? Why not leave it in God's hands? Depends. Why not leave it in God's hands? They got into a bad car accident where
I
they
do
could
think that
die.
God has
Should they leave it in God's hands?
Gifts. God has given gifts to surgeons and doctors to do things.
So then they
People are
should go to the
him.
hospital or they should not, and they leave it in God's hands.
If it's life threatening, yes.
You go to the okay, so then you do humans. Humans do it. You don't leave it in God's hands. You do it.
But I do think those hands are guided by God.
Okay, I thought free will exists.
Yeah, free will absolutely.
How is it free will if it's guided by God? Because couldn't God just guide us to?
Guided, not controlled. There's
Can't God just guide us to not sin in every circumstance?
No.
Why not? Free will, right? Okay, so God can't guide us. We have free will. Okay.
But he is guiding us. I mean, if I follow closely, I'm
dude.
going to be a lot more successful at not sinning.
Did God guide Hitler's hands?
No.
Why
well,
not?
okay, I'm not saying, and you're going to take that out of context. Hitler chose to not follow him. To not follow God.
I'm pretty sure that Hitler was a Christian.
Not a true Christian.
Yeah, I'm fine with that. I'm fine with that. I'm fine with you saying that Hitler was not a true Christian. I support that. I condone that. I definitely think that that is a good position.
Well,
for
could you
to
say the
hold.
same thing about Trump?
What do you mean?
Do you think a Christian repents?
Yes.
If they don't repent, are they Christian?
No.
Okay. Did you know that Trump said, I can show you the C-SPAN video, right, that he has never asked God for forgiveness?
I did not know that. I don't know that I fully believe that he means that in the context of never, ever, 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 ever in his life over.
He literally said that he's never had to ask God for forgiveness for anything.
You have to add a few evers onto it.
Yeah, you just got.
God.
Yeah, you just got to add a couple
was
more
crazy.
evers. You just got to add a couple more evers. Yeah. God damn.
Josh, thank you for the $2, and Josh another
Dude,
thank you for the $2.
you can't be serious.
Oh my God.
You literally cannot be fucking serious, Maggie. Cut me a break, bro. God damn.
Ever. Yeah, I'm gonna use that next time.
This is why, like, I don't get involved in politics because especially in the comments, the kind of personal hate just really bothers me.
Those
and that's on
comments-
both
I'm
sides.
sorry. Can you address that? What you just said was crazy, though. Like,
those
I get
comments,
that.
those comments are brutal.
I get comments exist, but like we were just having a conversation, right?
No, I get
Yeah.
it, man. Those comments are they're bloodthirsty, dude. But see, they only get more bloodthirsty when you call them out. Okay, you just fucked up, Maggie. You really fucked
Yeah, I
up.
know.
there.
Now they're getting worse.
Like, dude, I know.
Okay.
Yeah. You just like put your foot in the swimming pool with piranhas, man. That's a bad choice.
Very rough, I tell you that.
Well, I think that ultimately this is the moral discussion, and you guys are not going to change my views, and I don't believe that you guys are open to me changing your views right now.
Maggie,
I
had your views at one point. I had your views at one point. If somebody explained, like the views that I just explained to you, to me, like I would have probably admitted on the spot that I've very obviously been outwitted, and I very obviously need to reconsider what I believe in. Like, I mean, that is kind of what happened. Like, my first ever TikTok debate was little, like, young pro-lifer Dean joining a pro-choicers live and getting fucked up and then leaving with my butt sore. But then I was like, God damn, how did I lose so badly? And then I went on to be like, well, is there maybe a better pro-life position that I could hold on to? Because obviously I'm never going to hold to that one again. And I couldn't find it. So then I became pro-choice. But I feel like when, there's like these discussions where like you're just left gagged, silent, nothing to say, nowhere to go, no rebuttal to possibly give. And then you're just like, well, I have mine, you have yours, toodaloo. Like, what drives that thought in your head? Like, can you at least, for me, entertain the idea that you might be wrong?
Entertain the idea that I might be wrong?
Yeah.
I mean, I am not as educated on things as I would like to be. This is my first time ever even like watching one of these live things, and I honestly just was intrigued. And there's a lot more that I could learn. For right now, though, even after what you've said and the discussion that we've had, I do still firmly believe that each life is an incredible creation by God, and I want to see each life get the chance to.
Okay, so then do you think it's murder to pull the plug on an individual that's brain dead because they are still living?
I just don't understand.
No.
I just don't understand.
No, okay, so it's not about living.
Beliefs. I just don't know how you consolidate those two beliefs. Like,
She doesn't. It's just she holds them regardless of the contradiction.
Like Maggie, why do you hold those two beliefs regardless of the
I do
fact
because
that
they are two very different things.
What does that even mean?
What
relevant difference?
Life that's had the chance versus a life that hasn't are two very, very, very different things.
Is it okay? Okay, the brain dead baby hasn't really had it much.
I'm pretty sure I'm pretty sure I made a graph to explain.
But it's had the chance
why this
to
thought
live.
process
If you
is
pull the
flawed.
plug on a baby that's brain dead, right? Is that murder?
No.
Okay, but
Because
it never had a
it had
chance to
the
live.
chance to
It
live.
never. No, it didn't. It's a baby.
Yes, it did. It's come out of the mother's womb. It has had that
So
chance.
if it didn't go out of the womb, so if it was a fetus, so if it's a brain dead fetus,
What?
a brain dead fetus.
Stand in line with me here. I have a graphic that I want to show you, Maggie, to kind of explain where you're going wrong. And I'm hoping that it'll be a benefit to yourself. Alexandria, thank you so much for the $10 over on Venmo. I want everybody to show some love to Alexandria. And if you want to support the stream, support the mental anguish.
You can actually put stuff behind you now.
I can, yeah. Support the mental anguish. You can find my Venmo and my PayPal in the link tree in the bio. Every penny goes to me, compared to about only 30% over here on TikTok. But we are now going to be showing Maggie a graph to hopefully explain the contradiction to Maggie and her beliefs. Isn't that quite interesting? If you'd like to continue to talk to her in the meantime while I'm pulling this up, because my computer is ultra slow, please feel free.
I get you. You haven't got a new computer yet?
No, I haven't. I have not.
This guy,
Admittedly.
dude. This guy.
Admittedly,
Dude,
I have not.
can't find my phone. I can't find my phone. My phone has disappeared.
Wait, I think I found it. Okay.
Okay, I didn't find my phone, so
Here we go.
I'm gonna go look for that.
So Maggie, what I'm showing you on screen right now is a visual representation of the contradiction within your belief principles here. Let me just go ahead and make it a little bit bigger, but also kind of cut off the edges there so people could still see the chat. So you told us that you think abortion is wrong because ending life is murder. Okay. And this graph kind of explains why that thought process is fundamentally flawed.
Oh my god, I'm so stupid.
And in the context of the fact that you do not think that pulling the plug on a brain dead patient is murder. So so these first two boundaries right here, that first bracket is the all-encompassing nature of your moral principle. And what that is supposed to visually demonstrate is that when you hold moral principles, these moral principles are supposed to always be true. Okay? But a consequential belief of this moral principle is that abortion is murder because it's killing a fetus. But another consequential belief born out of this principle is that pulling the plug on a brain dead patient is murder because they're also ending a life. So do we understand that if you don't think that plug pulling is murder, that means that you don't think ending life is murder, which means you don't have a foundation for your claim that abortion is murder.
See, I honestly don't think that makes sense. I think it makes perfect sense to say that abortion is murder and plug pulling is not murder.
So you're like, so what you're saying is ending life is murder, and for that reason, abortion is murder, but plug pulling is not murder, even though it's ending a life. Do you understand how that contradicts one another? Oh, that's a direct contradiction?
I have seen my mom is an ER nurse, and I have heard so many stories of pulling the plug, and by a miracle, that person, their brain starts to kick back up and they're fully alive again.
So that just means that they were misdiagnosed. It doesn't mean it was a miracle. But like, I'm really trying to drill this point in. Let me find like another way to kind of describe this through the use of a meaningful analogy here. So my favorite color. What's a good way to do this? I don't even know, just because it's just such a simplistic analogy. I can't even like find an analogy.
I don't know. I don't think there's another way we could address it, to be honest with you.
Right. Well,
wait, I found a way. So imagine that you believe. Wait, real quick, Maggie, before you have to head out. So I believe that all red shoes are beautiful. Okay?
Okay.
And for that reason, I really love red Converses. Okay?
All right.
Would you also say that because I think all red shoes are beautiful, that I'd also have to find red Adidas beautiful?
No. But that's you can't compare shoes to a person.
Would you just answer my question? If I believe that all red shoes are beautiful, would I also have to believe that red Adidas shoes
I believe
are
that
beautiful?
all red shoes are beautiful, yeah.
Okay. Why?
Wendy, thank you for $10. Thank you.
All red shoes are beautiful.
And then red Adidas are red shoes. So that would fall under the category of all red shoes, right? Yeah. So, but when you say that ending all human life is murder, you have to say that pulling the plug is murder because that ends a human life. And that falls under that category of ending all human life is murder.
But by pulling the plug, you are not straight up murdering the person. You are not stabbing them and killing them. You are taking away the extra supports you've given them and giving them their
Okay,
own.
can you do that with a fetus? Like, for example, if a mother were to stop giving her resources to the fetus or the embryo, right, and that's how they died, is that okay?
Right.
You're okay with
That
that?
is a completely different thing, though.
Okay. Are you okay with the abortion pill?
That I actually do have mixed feelings on. I'll be honest.
It's just not making sense to me. I'm sorry.
Hey, I want to ask you
okay.
a question. So I'm going to give you 3 premises, and I want you to tell me what fact they imply. Premise number 1, Socrates is a man. Okay. Premise number 2, all men are mortal.
Mm-hmm.
What do we know about Socrates? What's the conclusion of those 2 facts?
That he's mortal.
I'm surprised you knew the answer to that. Okay, Maggie, I'm going to be honest. You cannot track logic. I understand that a lot of people will use like the token of being illogical as an insult. I'm not using that as an insult against you. I'm being honest with you.
I fully can track logic.
You can't. And I'm not. Listen, this isn't even like sassy Dean. This isn't even mean.
Dude,
Dean.
you know how many times I try to do this and like people still think I'm like going crazy?
Like,
I'm like, dude, no, I'm just trying to explain to you right now. I promise you, I'm just trying to explain to you right now. I'm not trying to be rude.
Yeah, like you can't track logic, and for that reason, we're gonna go ahead and have you step down off the live, Maggie.
I absolutely can track logic, but I am sorry you guys feel that way.
You
And I hope you have a great rest of your night.
You as well. You as well. Have a great day.
Bye.
She was really nice, though.
She was
very nice.
Very nice. Man, I have a bad headache after that one. Yo, Parker time 10. Thank you so much for the $50 YouTube super chat.
Let's
saying,
go.
Go buy yourself another steak. I was actually thinking about doing steak for me and the girlfriend tonight. Wait, guys. Should I do something nicer than that? You know, maybe my steak, little side, a glass of wine, little date night, you know?
You mean non-alcoholic?
Yeah, of course. I meant grape juice. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. You
Wait. Glass of wine in Minecraft. You guys.
No, you meant grape juice.
Yeah. Grape juice. Yeah. Thank you for the $50, though, Parker. I want everybody to show some love. Big love to Parker.
You're welcome. You're welcome for the $50.
It wasn't even from you, okay? You're stealing.
You said Parker. You said Parker.
But it was
You didn't
another
say
Parker.
Parker time.
It's Parker time 10.
You didn't say Parker time. You said Parker.
Lisa, thank you for the $20 donation over on Venmo as well, saying, I'm a vegan because I value all life, but I'm pro-choice. So by your logic, are those beliefs contradictory? No, there's,
No.
actually, yes. If you're a vegan because you value all life, those beliefs are indeed contradictory. You should just be a vegan because you value sentience, and then they're not contradictory. But like, if you value all life, that would imply any life form, which would include
$2.
The life form not of a fetus.
I think they mean all sentient life forms. That's what I would expect them to mean.
Well, I mean, I just kind of read what they said. If
Yeah,
you
of
were
course.
implying sentient life, then it would not be a contradiction. And plant life too. Yeah. Plants are life. Yeah, and then like brushing your teeth would be immoral because you like kill.
Yeah, the microorganisms. Yeah, dude, I honestly think it is moral. It's just unbelievable, dude. I
Yeah.
can't believe that you would do that.
I actually want to ask the chat a question real quick. How many of you guys only like stayed around and clicked into this live because of like the high camera quality? I'm not gonna lie, I've never
It's
had
probably a good portion.
I've never had lives perform this well. And I'm on like a super random backup account. Me. Not me. Wow, that's pretty crazy. Me, dude? Fire. Like,
we need that. And I don't have live access. It's so annoying.
Yeah, man. I've been doing these like lives forever. I'm sure that there's a lot of people in here that know who I am and whatnot. That aren't just watching it because of the camera quality. But I've been doing these lives forever. And you know, I get decent viewership. We get up there. But I've just never had such explosively high viewership.
Shut up, bro. Yes, you have. During the election.
Post election until like now on this random backup account with the HD 4K.
Post election, we even did. What are you talking about?
Okay.
Like
Alright,
the day right after. I'm sorry. I'm killing your moment, bro. I'm sorry.
Jesus.
Yeah, he just wanted his moment. I'm sorry, chat.
Like the day right after. Oh my god, dude. Post election, what crazy? Yeah, no, for real. This fucking guy. Parker's in an argumentative mood. Well, I mean, he's in the right place, right? What's up, KLOBRO? Did he vote for Trump?
Yo, yes, sir.
Why'd you vote for the most shitty, most grotesque, worst president of your life?
I don't know. I guess because I wouldn't agree with that statement would be the first thing. I'm on the way to the gym, by the way. That's why I'm moving. I apologize.
What are you hitting?
Let me sit down. I wasn't expecting it to actually be accepted. I was just scrolling on TikTok. But I think I voted for him just because I think that it was just pick one or the other. So I guess in my mind, I thought that he might have been the better choice based on, I guess, my morals, maybe, right?
You know what, man? I'm so sorry to do this to you. I had to kick him. And the reason I had to kick him is because I looked at the time. It is 6. I told my girlfriend I'd be off like 40 minutes ago. So
Yeah, get the fuck off, bro.
Yeah.
Send them all over to me. Hey, everyone in the live right now. I'm about to go live right now. Don't worry. We're about to be here. We're on YouTube. Parker Get a Job. We're gonna be on TikTok. Parker Get a Job. And also, everyone, go check out my Snapchat. I just dropped it. Parker Get a Job. Love y'all so much, everyone. I'll go there right now. Love y'all.
For
The Charlie Kirk video dropping tomorrow of him literally kicking me out after I destroyed him in a debate.
For everybody watching, I'm going to send you guys over to Parker's page momentarily. But before you go, everybody, just wait. Don't leave. Just stay. No bye-byes. No see you laters. Not just yet. For everybody watching, hey man, I appreciate you guys for joining today. I have been enjoying these debates so much as of recently. And a big reason why I've been enjoying these debates is because of you guys. I love the great community that we've been able to cultivate here. So just know I appreciate you guys. On your way out, hit that follow button. I just randomly started going live on this account compared to my other TikToks. And I've had a lot of people asking of where to find me. So make sure you follow this account at DNCDean on TikTok so you know where to find me in the future. You get the notifications. You'll be here every time. Hit that follow button. Now go show Parker some love. You could find him on TikTok at Parker Get a Job. If you're one of the 1.7 thousand people watching on YouTube and you're watching live, you could find him on YouTube at Parker Get a Job as well. And I love you guys. I'll see you tomorrow. Take care. For everybody watching on YouTube, I always end on TikTok first. Now over to you guys. The exclusive YouTube club. Love you all and have a good one.